Welcome to BMX Race Hub, round 7 and 8 of the National Series here at Plattfields. Round 7 today, where racing's going to start right behind me in the next few minutes. Motos have been drawn. We've just finished practice a few minutes ago. A little bit of final preps going on for the track, but it's in absolutely mint condition. Bit overcast now, the sun keeps coming out, very warm when it does. Looking forward to the temperature building over the weekend. Just getting another airbag ready on that second berm. There were a couple of incidents there last year actually, so yeah, hopefully everyone will be all right today. Yeah, so on with the racing very soon.
of the British Cycling BMX National Series. I'm assuming Lewis will be here with the sheets momentarily, but we can always make it up as we go along. I've been doing that for years anyway, so that's no problem. We'll say good morning to Des McCrum while he's in the middle of the track. Good morning, Des. Happy birthday, sir. Every national Des McCrum has a birthday. Do you know that? It's his birthday just being here. All right, here we go. Moto 1 underway. Round number 7 of the PC BMX National Series. Heading down the hill towards turn number 1. Looks like we've got a Milton Keynes rider leading it in and out of the turn. That's going to be Ben, our Milton Keynes, in there in 1. We've got Sam Dolan out of the Brunty Massive in there in 3 at the minute. Where is Percy Largies? Percy's in there as well. Doing it for Tygo. And as they head towards the corner, there's a big battle going on, the 510 trying to get involved. There's the rider out of Bradford. That looks like Charlie LeBras, I think it is, as they head towards the final straight. Looks like Milton Keynes are going to take it at the straight. Whoa! 2 riders down coming out of turn number 1. One rider's taking a big old tumble. Not quite sure who that was. It looks like it hurt a little bit anyway. Smiley's Flight Club out in front. Not sure who that is in 2. Brunwood are in there in 3. That looks like a Gosport rider there inside the top 5. Oh, hey, up he's here. He's like FedEx, always delivers, Lewis. He was. Never known him move that fast. Right, yeah. Bram Heaver was in that first one. Adam Arnold as well. Harry Swales. Our faller was the 401, I think he was. 481, Thomas Barnard. He's walking away, probably just with bruises. Too loud. Music's too loud, apparently. Can we turn it down a touch? Oh, riders sliding off left, right and centre. Taylor Hall, DC Cycles hitting the deck coming out of turn number 1. Let's hope he's okay. We've got a Sheen King in there. Cara Cross, Max Livingston, Aaron Hickman, Frankie Griffin and Toby Duff. Looks like Fluence rider. Frankie Griffin leading it out the turn. That'll be the 667, I think, of Sheen King out of Bournemouth. He's going to take the 2. Cara Cross in there as well, doing it for Gosports. Alongside Max Livingston, Race 4, McSwitty, Odling, Goddard, Caulfield, Milburn, Jake Georgeson in this as well. Isaac Caulfield in there in that second spot, battling with his clubmate McSwitty. Addison Milburn doing it for Decoy, Jake Georgeson doing it for Warren BMX team. In there in about 5 at the minute. It looks like Manchester are going 1 and 2. The 29 is Isaac Odling. He's out of Team Air, but it looks like Manchester 1 and 2 in Moto number 4. Moto 5, Theo Cam, Hadley Harding, Caden Elkinde, Cooper McCrum in this one. In there in 2, Logan Young and Freddie Walwork. Logan's out in front, DC Cycles. This kid gets bigger every time I see him. Must be costing his mum and dad a fortune down at Gainsbury's. Hadley Harding in there in 4, Freddie Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. Down there on the first straight. Oh! We've had multiple riders crashing in the same spot, all coming out of this first turn. Not sure who it was, but out front it is Tate Kitson doing it for Moto 1. Cooper Westwood in there as well. Your followers were Robin Matter and Alonso. And Hot Shots rider, that was Jacob Warm. Jack Walford, Alfie Andrews, James Cottrell, Owen Miller, Max Surridge and Alfie Sim. Evolve bicycle motocross heading into the turn on the outside, working his way around behind Jack Walford. Looks like little Cotty leading it out, although he ain't that little anymore either. But yeah, in and out the turn we go. Sim still in there in 3. We got Owen Miller doing it for Burnham, Max Surridge out of Redditch in the mix as well. Alfie Andrews doing it for Urban Air. So it's going to go Cotty, Walford, Sim, 1, 2 and 3 as they get to the line. Moto 7, Moto 8, Jaden Tudor in this one. JTL Simpson Davis leading it out. Finton Coburn, Louis Kai Map in there. Doing it for BMXHype.com and the Mixos group in there in 5, the 173. Jaden Tudor going through. We've got Colby Horan, Louis Pinder as well. Moto number 9, Chapman, Mosley, Duran, Harrody, Miller, Friend, William Alfie Harrison in this one as well. Zach Chapman out of Manchester in there in 3. Looks like the 6 of Thomas Doran leading it into the final corner. Thomas Miller in there in 2. Chapman's looking for a way through. John O'Harrody going through in that 4th spot. Sean Brown leading out Moto number 10. Stanley Palmer, Lewis Barnes. Jake Hart from Tygo. Got Aiden True, Jack LeBras and Theo Robbins in there as well. In and out the final turn. Stanley Palmer going through in 3. Looks like Sean Brown's going to take it to the line. Race 11, Angus Graham, Charlie Ruff, Rodri Jones, Matt Russell, Oakley Hooper, Harry Pritchard, Kaden Roberts and Bradley Davison. Bradley doing it for Runnymede, Oakley doing it for Mixed Picks. He's in there in 2. 34 in and out of the turn. That's going to be Caden Roberts out of DC Cycles. Harry Pritchard getting mixed up in the back of the pack there for Crank BMX Coaching. Race 12, 30 to 39 cruiser. Chris Evans, Ryan Jones, Ash Richardson, Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Christopher Miller and Dan Popel. Dan out in front. Ash is in there in about 5th at the minute. Looks like the 702 of Nathan Abbott in there in 3. Ryan Jones doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Pushing hard as well. As we move on to race 13, Tom Palmer. The original Tom Palmer. Apparently there's 2 now. We've got the original one and the young Tom Palmer. Martin Brown, John Mays is in there. John Lillingston, Agris Aliadyans. Ross Bradley and Jamie Webb doing it for Team Air. But it looks like Lillingston's going to take it to the line. Smiley in there in 3. And the original Tom Palmer in 2. Race 14, Matt Walsh, Andy McCoy. Doing it for Tygo. In those new race pants. I think he sprayed them on this morning, did Andy? They're a bit snug. Still, brings his blood pressure down, so everything's got its advantages. The 11 in there. That belongs to Matt Swales. Dylan Dixon on the 917. Tom Odling on that 142, but I think it was Andy Groves taking the win. Kingsley Mears doing it for Pro Start on his home track. Out there in 1. Chris Coltman for Barnsbury. We've got Craig Cordin in there as well. Matthew Eaton going through in 2. And Rich Stevenson as well. Race 16, Damien Mead, Kev Merrin, Anthony Labras, Dave Stokes. Doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross crew. Scott Jackson and Lee Pembroke. Pembroke for Kebab House Race Team. In there in 5. Dave Stokes looking for a way through. Is he going to find it? Yes, he is. Dives under Labras. Works his way into that 3rd spot. Labras coming back down the inside again. Going to steal the position back. As they go in and out of the final turn, it's going to be Mead, Merrin, Stokes, Labras. Race 17, David Kane, Fraser Watson, Matt Barnard, Abdul El Kindi, Norbert Marco, Mario De La Meda. Fraser Watson out in front. Damien Mead. Matt Barnard in there in 3. The Brunty Massive have got David Kane in there in 4. As we move on to race 18, good to see Neil Harbour back on track. He's out there in 2, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Big Night Smith in this one, just taking his time, cruising round. If you need a stir lift fitting, Nigel's your man. That's all I'm saying. Simon Toogood in there in 2, battling away with Graham Stark, I think that is. Scott Main in the mix, Philip Duff as well. but it looks like it's going to be Neil Harbour taking the win. Race 19. Dominic Elliott, Rich Ellis, Brett Archibald, Stephen Notman, Gary Carver. Gary's been down the gym, pumping iron. Julian Allen's in there as well. Turn barring his way into that final turn. I expect plenty of turn bars from Julian Allen this weekend. John Bentley in the mix as well as we move on to race 20. Jamie McFarlane, Tim Porter, Jason Barker, Duncan Coburn, Stephen Assel out in front on that Mongoose, Ian Robbins, Chris Howell, and Graham Walsh. That looks like Bradford's Tim Porter going through in 2, and the 348 of Jason Barker in 3. Race 21, Kev Sykes, Brett Knight, Pete Butler, Mark Cossey Cottrell in 3. Christus Chalkos, Tim Drew and Craig Bryan. Pete Butler in 1. He's got that 4th spot. Looks like Brett Knight doing it for Crucial. One of our sponsors of the Whole Shot Awards. He'll do anything for some priority parking, I believe. Race 22. Brent Featherstone, Dave Knowles, Michael Goff, Stevie Noble, Simon Watson, and Keith Brown. What are you laughing at, Lewis? We've already started. Lewis is laughing his head off here. Can I just tell you as well, Lewis sneakily didn't tell us that it was his birthday the weekend before Cumbernauld. So we are going to give him a round of applause for that later on. He's not getting away with it. And it's Casey's birthday as well. 42 apparently. We were going to bring the candles, but we hadn't done the risk assessment, so we couldn't light them. As we move on to moto number 23, that'll be the McRock out in front, Raymond Reed. The man, the myth, the legend, Steps finest export. Stevie Keach in there with all his new body parts. He's in there as well. Jonathan Charlesworth, Stephen Needham, Billy Stubble. Race 23, we now are on race 24. 17 to 29 cruiser, Jack Mowat, Pete Watson, Theo Pope, Jack Wiggins, Dylan Seaman, Ben Weiss. Nice to see him back on the bike. And Josh Sparrow out on Eaton. Oops, lost his seat, I think. That's it, hang on, pick it up. Simon's doing his job. You want to check that seat clamp, Josh? There we go. Moto 25, I'll let you carry on, Lewis.
More 17, 29-year-old cruisers out on track. Alex Brooks, national champion. Rab Racing. If you get the opportunity during the weekend, have a walk past Rab's team tent over on the first straight. And I think some people should take some tips because that is a cracking setup that they've got in there. So well done to TM. Alex Brooks taking that first moto win of the day. Race 26, Cates, Penny, Hayes, Blythe, Fletcher, Ogden and McHugh. That looks like Matt McHugh in there in that 3rd spot. Doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Chasing down Luke Davies Hayes in there in that 2 spot. Right now to the mid-lanks, but your race leader is going to be Josh Cates. Taking it down to the line. Dan Wilson leads out race 27. In and out of that first corner, he's got Connor Hedges in there behind him. That looks like a Radio Race Team jersey. One of the greens. Got to be Zach, that has. Yeah, it's definitely Zach. Zach's in there in 3. We've got Jake on track today as well, wherever he is. Oh, that's him on the gate, actually. Had a gate 8. Had a great gate there, Jake. He'll be over the moon with that one. He's not racing tomorrow. He's got a bit of partying to do tonight, but he's going 1 and 2 in that first turn with Art Esselman as they come out of that first corner. Looks like fast signatures. Niall Moss in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down Jake Green through the 3rd straight. Knowsley BMX in there as well. Kean Brown on the 16, rounding out the top 4. Tiger Race Team Archie Large in there in 5, but out front Arne Esselman, throwing 360s in practice yesterday. I think that's going to become a regular national thing now for Arne. So that was cracking to see. As we move on to the 30-plus women's cruiser, Tracy Sharp, Cassie Harding, Grace Turner, Josephine Burston, Teresa Chalice, Michelle Stupple, Kirsty Freer, and Sarah J. Nichols. It is SJN in there in 2, your world number 2. Riding for Hot Shot Race Team. Chasing down at your race leader, Michelle Stupple, your national champion. She's going to take this one across the line with SJN in there in 2. That looks like Jump Club leading out race 30. Gotta be Kim Batsford. Your world number 5, heading towards turn number 2. Coach Chizzy in there in about 5 at the moment as well. That looks like Savannah Carver in there in the 2 spot though on her home track here at Manchester. The 3rd spot picked up by Allen's Factory Supercross. That's the 11 plate of Lee Pendleton. In and out of that final turn. Batsford, your world 5, going to take this one down the final straight and to the line. Race 31, 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Head in for that first turn. It's going to be Elsa Rendell-Todd taking that W1 bike. Airborne through the triple into that first corner. Stay strong, Clark and Kent. Heading into turn number 2, who's that in there with her looking like it is Abby Pike doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. On the 5 plate being chased down by Ice Bikes. In there in that 3 spot, Yetska Hemstock. Mother Hemstock is in the Ice Bikes tent. Magic Mando with her magic hands. Doing massages all weekend long, so if you fancy a sports massage, Manda is providing the goods over in the Ice Bikes tent, up between the first and last turn. So get yourselves over there as we look at race number 32, I think that is. Yes, it is Hannah Drew. Pro Star BMX leading this one out. There's a battle on for that 3 spot. Looking like Amy Willets just getting the advantage. She's going to pick up that 3 spot as they bring it across the line with Josie McFall in there in 4. I've gone 3 races too early. 13 to 16-year-old cruisers. I've still gone 1 too early. Right, race 33, 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Jamie Elwood, Kira Lee, Hannah Hedges, Sammy Prince and Lily Chiswa. Your British champion, Chiswa, Team Mabo UK. In their, I thought that was the Sunday kit. Where's Matt? He's over there somewhere. I thought the red, white and blue was the Sunday kit. What's changed, Esme? No? Esme hasn't got a clue. She doesn't know what day it is. She just gets told when to get in the van and where they're going when they get there. Good to see Esme back racing this weekend. We are looking at the 13 to 16-year-old cruisers. Out on track, Cody Harmer leading this one out. Going in 1 and 2 with Anya Mata Alonso down that final straight. Looks like there's a battle on for 3. Who's going to pick up that 3 spot as they bring it down to the line? I think that was Grace Burge hanging on to it. Under pressure from Erin J. Jackson. As race number 35 goes in and out of turn number 2. That is Isla Radcliffe in there in that 2 spot doing it for Divide Brand UK. Chasing down Halo Wheels race team into that final turn. That is Annalise Cadman-Carpenter leading this one through. Radcliffe in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Alexis McCartney in there in 3, being chased down to the line. In the 4 spot was BB Alderton, with Isla Young in 5. Race at number 36 out on track. These are your 6 and under Pocket Rockets heading on through that second straight. We have got Eonis Chalkos, Seth Goostrey, Henry Dodd, John Henry Weston, Charlie States and Charlie Thorne all out on track. Looking like it is Seth Goostrey leading us out on the 954 plates. He's going at 1 and 2 with the MK Riders. Charlie State on the 263. That is the 822 in there in 3. Henry Dodd out of the mid-lanks. The 536 in there in 4. That is Charlie Thorne heading down that final straight. John Henry Weston in there in 5 with Eonis Chalkos in 6. I'll sit back down. No, you're right, Al. No, that's all right. I do apologise. I'm getting in the way of the race hub. So if you're watching the live stream, I apologise if you've just seen me standing on the first turn. More 6 and under action out on track. Benji Ross Foster in this one. That looks like him in there in about 3 at the minute. Being chased down by Lou and Jamira as they bring it down that final straight. Shelby Yates in there in 2, the YouTube sensation, but the race winner was Oliver Bridle out of Exeter. 7-year-old boys on a track then. Race number 38, that looks like it could be the 349, the 334 and the 700 going at it for that 1 spot. That is Charlie Crossley out of Exeter, being chased down by the 700 of Albie Blight down that final straight. Rudy Pleasance Ford in there in that top 3 spot as they bring it down to the line, but it is all about Crossley taking that moto win. More 7-year-old boys out on track. That looks like Andover in there in that 2 spot. Atlas Lewisfield on the 284 plate, being chased down by Sorted Race Gears. Oscar rather fast. Your race leader though, the 656, Arlo Payne. Out of Preston Pirates, the 502 in there as well. That is Lincoln Hargreaves, Finley Kerr and Jack Hale all in at race 39 as well. But out front, your race winner going to be Arlo Payne out of Preston. Race 40 on track. Finley Thomas in this one, doing it for GT Factories in about 4 at the minute. Rapid Romans in this one as well. He's on the outside, heading through the 3rd straight, looking for a way around your British champion. That is Joseph Claydon. Claydon, Burfield 1 and 2, the 870 in there as well. Logan Acito, right out of Moto 1 365 race team. Burfield chasing down the final straight, looking like it is going to be Claydon hanging on to that Moto win though. As we move on to the 7-year-old girls, Henning, Wyatt, Pine, Dewis, Worthington, Moore and Hewitt. Tia Worthington riding out of Preston Pirates. Chasing out of that 2nd turn, but your race leader out of Exeter. Looking like Mabel Pine, your British champion, going 1 and 2 with the 653. Tia's dad is apparently comparing a rubber duck race in Preston, is that right? That's wicked. Absolutely fantastic to hear. As Tia's taking it across the line in race number 41. Race 42. More 7-year-old girls, sorted race gear leading it out. Maggie Devine into that final turn. Hattie McGoldrick, Evolved Bicycle Motocross. In there in that 2 spots. Chasing down the final straight. The 700 plate in there in 3. That was Isabella Henry out of Hackney BMX Club. 8-year-old boys out on track then. Henry Sullivan, your British champion. Crucial Racing going 1 and 2 with Jake Avis out of MK Evolution. Dominic Zapanos. Dominic Zapanos just making his pass down that final straight, going from 3 to 2. Jake Avis having himself a 3. Race number 44 then in turn number 2. That looks like it is Antek Peremny, Birmingham National Race Team. He's been chased down by the 461 of Christian Garbachik. Heading into that final turn. Who was that on the inside? Looking like we've got Callum Wood in this one. Out of decoys, holding off a bit of a challenge now from Garbachik as they bring it down the final straight. Wood looking like he's going to take that 2 spot on the line. Peremny goes airborne as they bring it down the final straight. Who was that in 4? That was Oakley Hill out of LCC BMX Race Team. Race 45 out on track. Alexander Gilbert's in this one in about 3 at the moment. The race leader though, no, sorry, that's Gilbert out front. The 754 it is, of Seth Robinson in 3. So the Brunty Massive going 1 and 3 at the moment. Caleb Tewalder in there in that 2 spot, splitting up the Brunty party, doing it for the Peckham Massive. He's going to take that 2 spot across the line. Race 46, Joseph O'Brien, Felix Zucchina, Charlie Blakeburn, Tommy Weston, Lewis Rothwell, Ethan the Great White and Elliot Hatch all out on track. Hatch is in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the Great White out front. The 216 in the mix as well. That is Charlie Blakeburn out of MK. That's your front 3 as they bring it down that final straight. Who's in the 4? Looks like the rider out of the northeast, Joseph O'Brien. Going to round out them top 4 spots, but Ethan the Great White taking the moto win. Race 47, Emerson Tucker's out on track. Pure Bikes in there in about 3 at the minute, chasing down a couple of riders ahead of him. One of them is Joel Pritchard on the 521. He's on the outside heading through this 3rd straight at the moment, looking for a way around the 344 of Alistair North into this final turn. North hanging on to it. Has the Hawks got enough left for him? Pritchard chasing down this final straight. North, Pritchard down to the line. North's going to hang on to it with Tucker rounding out them top 3 spots. 8-year-old girls, Grant, Dyson, Dixon and Hume. Evie Hume, it's her birthday today. So happy birthday from the Centurions. So the Centurions on that final turn, yes, of course it is. It's her 8th birthday today, so a very happy birthday to you, Evie. She's in there in that 4th spot at the moment in race 48. Look at that battle out front though. Ella Grant looking like she might hang on to the win. Maisie Dyson in there for 2. Layla Dixon in 3 with birthday girl Evie Hume in 4.
Right, moving on. Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Ellie Robertson, Phoebe Miller and Lauren Snell. Looks like Phoebe Miller is the rider out in front at the moment. Coming on, Ellie Robertson in there in 3. And Madison Stubble doing it for Fast Signatures. And the riders that have got spot are Megan Keller as well. And who else have we got? That's it, all done. Mentioned everybody. As we move on to the 9-year-old boys, Aston John Lee in there in 3. Looks like Mongoose are leading it out. That's going to be Tobias Groves in there in 1, but Hugo Ballantyne's having a cracking lap in there in 2, battling with the rider out of Scotland. We had Jake James, Alistair Kane, William Arnold and Jackson Chapman Davis in there. Race 51, Arthur Donaldson, Charlie Dowsing. Dowsing out in front. That looks like Rusting Up Racing in there. George Spencer going through into Oscar Ryder Bays out of Braintree. Luca Chalks there inside the top 5. And Jack Haynes out of Nuneaton. Race 52, Jacob Russell, Dougie Johnston, Leo Wiggums in there for the Brunty Massive, going through in 3. Lewis is throwing his brew all over himself. Jack Kitchen, where is he? Out there in front, doing it for Fluent. Joseph Dewey, Seth Kachorik, Seb Staines and Eric Kincaid. Looks like Jack's under a bit of pressure from Seth at the line. Ooh, it was going to be close. As we move on, Ollie Bird, Anna-in Mark Lou, Harry Duffield, Chester Grocott, Jacob Dent, Oakley, Lewis Field, Jesse Rose and Ethan Shaw. Ethan out there in front. That looks like Jesse Rose going through in 2 for Northeast BMX. Oakley, Lewis Field in there in 3. And Chester Grocott for the LVG squad, the new team on the block in there in 4. Race 54, Rex Ford, Thomas Giles, Rocco Westwood. In there in 2, Jack Belton. Doing it for Decoy. Elliot Worley, Lucas Fowle, Jack Griggs and George Kellum. George out of TNT. He's in there in about 6. Looks like Rex Ford is going to lead it into the final corner. Westwood's been pushed back to 4. And the rider out of Northeast BMX, Thomas Giles, under a bit of pressure as well. But I think he's going to get that 2. 9-year-old girls, Millie Wheeler, Ruby Evans, Robin Wyatt, Holly Webb, Cara Cross, who's already done a cruiser lap, Holly Bishop, Maja Olivia Kolodich, and Eliza Powell. Out of Crank BMX Coaching, you'll see her coach Tyler in a new advert for TV and online with Kai White. Nice to have those opportunities. I hope they paid you a wedge for it, Tyler, and didn't pay you in free washing powder. Although it probably would have been worth more if you'd have sold it on eBay. More 9-year-old girls. Charlie Hargreaves in this one. She's doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. We've got Betty Wills, though, out in front. That's going to be Florence Dyson in there in 2. And Rosie Geddes, I think, taking the 3. Race 57, Jamie Robertson, Jaden O'Connell. Preston Newmarsh Powell. But they are chasing Teddy Jones of LCC, Sam Snell, Sebastian Hewitt. We need to go round to LCC. Apparently the pancakes are amazing. Do you think if we could do Uber Eats, they'd send us some across? I reckon so. We'll ask nicely. Sebastian Hewitt in there as well. Arlo Steinmetz. As we look at Finley Munro leading out moto number 56. Oscar Hall's in there for Manchester in about 4th spot at the minute. Ronnie Walwork. Did he have a tumble in the turn? I think he might have done. That's Benny Jackson. He's been lying in the corner. Benny's already spanned himself this week playing rugby. Race 59, Freddie Walsh, Lucas Tawalde, Ted Harvey. He's not a game show host, he's a BMXer. Moray Watson on the 6 plate leading it out with your host, Ted Harvey. Benjamin Gray, Joey Tompkins. How does my brain work? This is the question. I don't know where I get all this from. Seth Ritchie, Clayton Southarts. Looks like Watson leading it into the turn. That's going to be Joey Tompkins in there in 2. Ted's going through in 4. That looks like Yoris Dode in 5. He's got a French jersey on. Race 60, Oliver Riches, Bo Morris, Isaac Jones, Zachary Farrington Bell, Tom Henning, Neil Grandens and Finley Palmer. Looks like Oliver out in front. I did a little photo op with the Riches boys this morning. Hello to Mum, because she's watching at home on the live stream. So Mrs. Riches, good morning to you. As we move on to moto number 61, Jack Swales, auto par in this one. Ernie Cotton DeSares. He sounds like a London gangster, doesn't he? Ernie Cotton DeSares. I've got a thing about London gangsters. I don't know where it comes from. What was that? Stuff falling over. That's all right, as long as it wasn't my brew. He's had a roll round in the corner. Was that Ronnie Woods? Oh, dear me, Ronnie. He's had a fall in turn number 2. He's just sorting himself out now. Don't worry, Ronnie. The answer is more pancakes. That's all I'm saying. Right, well, let's hope he's all right. The land shark. Let's have a look where we're up to. Are these the young ladies? Fluence. '63 is Yamamoto. Trixie Trays, that is out in front. Maisie Egan in there in 2. Ronnie Woods walking away. He's all right. That's nice to see. Izzy Dolan in there as well. Ophelia Shepherd, Erin Toogood, Mia Kiss, and Ada Walding. And Izzy Underhill. Race 64, Holly Richardson, India Bennett, Maisie Surtees, Isla Milne, Jamie Puddock, Bonnie Dudley, Grace Hudak. Looks like Grace is leading it into the turn. That's Holly in there in 2. Bonnie Dudley going through in 3, the 515. Who's that? Don't know, it's not on my sheet, but never mind. Isla Milne doing it for Norwich BMX Club in the mix as well. The 13. Is it a 13? It's a 10. Maisie Surtees out of the Hawks. Race 65 on track, the 11-year-old boys. Jack Devine out in front. Huey Hall's in there as well. Moses Dennis Essel. Jasper Kimber, Jet Thompson. Noah Ford, Niall Elkindi and Freddie Toogood. Elkindi in there in 2, chasing down Devine. The 16 and the 33, Huey Hall. Jet Thompson. Gosport National Race Team going through inside the top 4. Race 66, all riders going down in the turn. That was Hunter Mallion, I think. No. Well, you're a rubbish spotter, Lewis, that's all I'm saying. Was Zach Worthington? He's there in 3. Dad's watching at home. He's also emceeing a boxing show tonight as well. So it's a busy day for Chris. Right, race 67. Archie Bell doing it for Fluent out there in front. Charlie Cotton out of Knowsley. That'll be Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Logan Waterhouse, Ari Swales, Albert Ali Edzans, Harrison Doe, and Harley Bowler as well. Race 68, Noah Bagwell, Isaac the Sender Smith. Rab Racing out in front. We've got Oliver Taylor in there in 3. Tom Allen going through for Retro Racing. Henry Sausage Legs Ballantyne in the mix for Blackpool. His parents do know we call him Sausage Legs. Apparently he got the nickname that way. So I'm not going to have an angry parent coming storming over to me. As James Bibby leads out Moto 70, Emil Challenger, Kieran Brownson, Joe Rook, Finlay Shaw, Simon Stefanovs and Billy Cheeseman. All in there. Cheeseman doing it for the Gosport National Race Team. The 580. That belongs to Kieran Brownson from Team Gnarly. Is Reese Hoggett here as the hype battle ended, or is that still ongoing? Reese is here, that's all right then. Race 71, Lucas Belton, Leo Rowlands. Leo out in front. He looks like he's been chased down by Leighton Harding. That'll be Ronnie Payne in there in 3 with Lucas Belton in 4, Max Bojang on the 51. Lewis Wales and Zach Everly. Hashtag 59. Oh, as riders keep going down, coming out of this first turn. That was Poppy May Kirby. She's up and all right. Olivia Webb doing it for Team Her. She's in there in 4. But it's Lainey Cordin. Local Yokel leading it out. Seren Pritchard in there in 2. Winnie Andrews in the mix as well. I've seen Sean walking around the place. We need to get Sean Andrew's back on a bike for sure as we move on to race 73. Race 73, I'll hand you on to Lewis.
We're on over there. Right, race number 73, 11-year-old girls. Out on track, that looks like GT Factory leading this one out. Lauren Keller heading towards this final turn. Right there behind her, that looks like the 5 of Millie Ross doing it for Team Mind. In and out of that final turn there. Them two ladies are going to go 1 and 2. Looking like absolute in the mix inside the top 3 as well. That was Elsie Blight on the template. Race 74 out on track. Pure Bicycles, your European number 3, Iris Hyder, riding for the Hawks. Leading this one out. Got a bit of a gap on the rider in there too. That is a 2.82 of Freya Harris out of MK Evolution. So that is your front 2 riders heading down the final straights. Fast signatures in there in 3. That is Lottie Mosley. Right, race number 75 out on track. Sadie McSwitty in this one. She's in there in 3 at the minute on her home track. The 7 plate on the outside. That is Elizabeth Lola Poole out of Manchester, looking for a high-low out of that final turn. Battling down the final straight with Grace Gerard. Gerard pulled down to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Gerard's going to hang on to it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. 12-year-old boys on track. Race number 76. That looks like Ethan Crooks Martin. Hotshot Race Team leading this one through. He's got the 24 plate of Ralph Sowerby in there behind him, heading for the final turn. The 23 plate on the inside. Hunter van der Malion in his Dutch jersey. He's in there at about 4 or 5 at the minute, having a scrap down the final straight. Henry Potts is in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Looking like Joe Douglas is going to nick it from Malion. That looks like JP on track on the 17 plate, Mabo UK. Good to see him back on track. He's not long been back on his bike, has he? Where's Matt? He's over there somewhere. Oh, he's on his phone. I think he's actually texting me back. So it's JP. He's going to pick up this moto win. Going 1 and 2 with Tom Palmer. The new Tom Palmer. Yeah, labelled the new Tom Palmer. He's going to go through in that 2 spot. Ethan Rogers hits the track. Mabo UK. Looking for 2 wins out of 2 in the last 2 motos. He's being chased down by Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the 12 plate. Sully Collis. Can't wait for Factory Dad Race Report at the end of this weekend. We even got a tag in the last one from Neil. We did. Thanks for that, Neil. It was a very good read. So Sully's going to take second in that moto as we look at Harry Donald leading out race number 79 in and out of turn number 2. BMXHype.com, European number 3. Ethan Howell back on track. Creation Cycles, good to see him here. He's going down that set of final straight in that 2 spot. Smiley's Flight Club in there as well. Oliver Arnold, Max McNulty, out of Team Buddies in the mix as well. Right, race number 80, 12-year-old boys in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Mark Torzidlo. Yes, it is, Mark. In there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 4 plate of Luke Wilcox into that final turn, the 33 plate in there as well. That's going to be Gilmore Green doing it for Rustin at Racing under a bit of pressure down the final straight. Ben's T-Ball Kiss looking like he's going to have to settle for that 4 spot as Bodie Markley takes 5. 12-year-old girls on track, race number 81. Hard Knocks got 2 riders in this one. Brooke Fawcett. Brooke Fast Fawcett, she's leading this race out, but she's got the 2 plate, the 7 plate right there with her. Sorry, that is Esme Ward doing it for Warren BMX Race Team. We've found a chainring bolt on the first straight, a purple chainring bolt. Ladies and gents, check your kids' bikes, check your own bikes. We've found a purple chainring bolt. We don't want that causing anyone any problems. It was found on the first straight. So yeah, I would definitely be checking if it's a girl's bike, or if you know that you've got purple chainring bolts, please have a check. If you are missing one, it could very well be up here at commentary. Please come and see us. And you'll get to see the lovely Rachims passing you a chainring bolt. Who would want to miss that? 12-year-old girls on track. British champ leading this one out. Emily Eaton, Pro Start BMX, Pure Bikes in there with her. That is Dakota Tucker on the 4 plate, but Eaton, no one's going to catch her down this final straight. She's going to pick up the race win in race number 83 as we move on to the 13-year-old boys. Freddie Richardson just getting a little bit sideways, managing to stick upright. The Brunty Massive leading out though, the 37 of Milo Weller. Looks like he's been putting in the work in the last couple of weeks. Richardson working his way around the outside. He's going to go from 4 to 2 on that 3rd straight alone. He's got Freddie Parkinson in there behind him. That's going to be Ben Millington. Leo Cranston, sorry, he's going to pick up that 4 spots. Right, in and out of turn number 2, more 13-year-old action. 61 riders in this age group. The highest number that we've got, the 69 plate, Zach Childs leading this one out. Royston Rockets going 1 and 2 with the Logan Young out of that final turn. Maxwell Lawrence on the 23 plate, going to run out them top 3 spots as race 86 hits the track. 13-year-old boys, that is Thomas Westmore in there in about 4 at the moment, putting in the work, but your race leader is the LVG race team. On the 42 plate, Noah Buttery in and out of that final turn. Brody Geddes in there in that 2 spot, doing it for the Centurions. That looks like Peterborough in there inside the top 3 with Caden Thompson. Race 87 on track. Rab Racing leading this one out. In and out of that second turn, the world number 7, James Cotty Cottrell, going to 1 and 2 with Toby Lynch, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. That's the 26 plate of Newton Hindley. In there in 3, being chased down by the 33 plate of Harry Stevens. Riding for Team Mind Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there as well. That is Freddie Warwick on the 296, but it is all about Cottrell taking the race win. Todd Smith-Notman on the 6 plate leads out race 88, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's got the 10 plate in there with him. Harry Bailey looking for a way round. Daniel Collar's eyes threw it under Bailey in that final turn. Works his way through. Collar's eyes then going to take that 2 spot as they take it down to the line. Race 89 on track. Isaac Shaw, Birmingham National Race Team, leading this one out. On the 11 plate, doing it for Birmingham. The 877 in there as well. Bruce Anthony in there in that 2 spots. The 41 plate on the outside into that final turn. That was Blake Allison putting his high-low. He's looking like he's going to pick up a top 3 finish down that final straight. Race 90 out on track. Elvis Lawrence in this one. He's in there in that 2 spot at the minute. But Nathaniel Eames in there in 3. Oh, Lawrence hits the deck. Eames just about manages to avoid the crash. Eames hanging on to that 2 spot, then that looks like Doncaster BMX in there with him. Dexter Beerup heading into that final turn. There's another crash. Oh, Beerup gets swallowed in the action. Let's hope that he's all right. Your race winner, Absolute, Ned Guppy. Eames takes his 2nd spot on the line. Robin, Matt and Alonso in there for 3. Put your hands together for Elvis Lawrence and Dexter Beerup. They're both up and okay. And the other fallen rider was the 669 of Oliver Taylor. Race 91, completely missed it. Not even going to try and go back, I do apologise. Right, 13-year-old girls out on track, Copping, Young, Miller, Dixon, Muha and Giannolino. Rin Giannolino's in there in that 2 spot, had the move put on her in turn number 1. That was Libby Copping working her way from 3 to 2. Ollie Young, it looks like, in there about 4 at the moment. Who's your race leader? Got to be Katie Millar. Your national number 2 from last year, riding for Moto 1365 race team. That is your race leader, then heading for the final turn. Rin Giannolino's worked her way back into that 2 spot, heading into that final corner. Maddie the Baddie Dixon, completely butchered that, sorry Maddie, running out of Urban Air, battling it out with Anastasia Muha. Very good friends off track, not so much on the track though. Having a good old scrap there for that spot as they brought it down the final straight. 13-year-old girls. 1 rider down in the 14-year-old boys. Looks like Sorted Race Gear could have picked up that motor win. Isabella Rowe in a race number 93. Your fallen rider was the 113 of Tyler Stephen Knight. Put your hands together for Tyler. Absolutely. This one out then. Amos Guppy on the 6 plates. Absolute looking solid so far this weekend. We've only just got the weekend underway, but they're looking really good. Fluent was in there as well. That was Oliver James in there in 3. Not sure who the rider was in a second. Race number 95. Right, moving on then, your national champion from last year, airborne into turn number 1. Heath Thomas leads this one out. Pro Star BMX. MCR in there behind him. That is Eric McSwitty on his home track, riding on the 19 plate. Rustin up racing in 3. Looking like that is Freddie Franklin out of Cardiff BMX Club. He's bringing it on through this third straight. The front 3 are looking a bit safe and clear now. Heading in and out of that final turn. Thomas, he's going to pick up this moto win down the final straight for Pro Star BMX. Harvey Tomlinson in race number 96, heading through that second straight, chasing down your race leader. That's got to be Charlie Wilcox. Sorry, it's Luke Wilcox. I got his brother's name wrong earlier then. So Charlie took the win earlier. Luke's out front trying to do the same, but he's under pressure from Harvey Tomlinson, heading for that final turn. The 8 plate in there with them. That is looking like Lucas Osborne out of Birmingham NRT. Emmy Seawood out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 4, but it's going to be Wilcox picking up that moto win. Right, we are looking at race number 97 on track. Ty DS Factory Supercross heading towards that final turn. The 7 of Bradley James in there with him. That looks like the 38 plate of Oliver Tablanche in the mix as well. Doing it for MK Evolution. He's going to round out them podium spots. World number 5 out on track. Kai Bowen, Stay Strong. Clark and Ken leads this one through. As smooth as you like. Took the win both days at Cumbernauld a couple of weeks back. He's going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Lucas Seeley riding for Rab Racing. In and out of that final turn, the front 2 guys looking safe and clear. Moto 1365 in there as well with Tate Kitson rounding out the top 3. 29 plate leads out race 99. That was Rufus Cosignou out front looking good for turn number 2. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we have got Freddie Entwistle on the 10 plate out of Birmingham. The 12 in there as well. That is Alex Duncan leading for Ellie Featherstone BMX Coaching. The front 3 looking safe down that final straight. Cosignou are going to pick up that moto win. Race 100 out on track. We are looking at Ben Larkins, your national number 2 from last year. Pure Bikes looking good into that second corner. Elijah Jamira, he's in there in that 2 spot doing it for Crucial Racing. Who's picking up the 3 as they bring it on round? The MCR in the mix in 4. Looking like that could be you and B in and out of that final turn. Who is it in there in 3? That was the 28 plate, I think, of Henry Radcliffe. Looks like we've lost 1 rider in the first turn in race number 101. It was a Centurion. David Feely, put your hands together for David. He's going to finish his lap. Logan Widdowson, Cooper McCrum, 1 and 2. In race number 101. Team Bunnies, BMX Widow Photography down the final straight. That's how they're going to finish. Fallen rider in turn 2 as well. The 33 it was of Ted Spencer. Put your hands together for Ted as he finishes his lap. 14-year-old girls on track. Gate goes down, heading for turn number 1. Everly, Gardner, Hayes, Walford, Cooper, Richardson and French. In and out of that first turn, the European number 5 leads this one out for hashtag 59. Who's in there with her? That is a SAS race team picking it up. Lily Hayes on the 5 plate doing it for Braintree BMX Club. Who's in 3? Looking like a fluent pass commode across. That is Ruby Walford. Got Ola Cooper doing it for Creation Cycles in there in 4. Mum cheering her on turn number 1 as per usual, but it's all about Amelia Everly down this final straight. She's going to pick up that moto win.
Right, race 103. We have got Ava Wright in there, doing it for Contact Mabel. Looks like Lottie Brown is going to lead it into the turn, though. Ailey Watson through there as well. Daisy Knowles, Lottie McFarlane, Ilana Price, I think that is, and Grace Burge. Race 104. Scott McCallum in this, Henry Rayner, Sam Millington, Nathan Baratta, Jamie Haywood, William Doherty, and Eli Smith out of Rab Racing. So, yeah. Heading down the final straight. Doing it for Darwin. His mum will appreciate that shout out. Solid lap, dude. Well done. As we move on to race 105, I think this is. That's Noah Everly out in front. Hashtag 59. The 6 plate is Caden Dunn out of the GT Factory team, Blackpool BMX Club. As they head towards that last jump, and we move on. Cody Coker leading out moto number 106. Sam Townsend, Ollie Cotton, Jack Bailey, William Alfie Harrison in there. MCR BMX, we see you, mate. Keep pushing, keep working. The 30 of Joe Nunn and the 467 that belongs to Jack de Jong out of Cumbernauld. Race 107 now. Joe Pentold, Archie Lamb doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Lucas Webster, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Bradley Davison, Kasperi Reynolds, Malachi O'Reilly and Tom Shaw out of the Brunty Massive as they go in and out of that final turn. It's going to be Webster leading it through. Archie's in there in about 6, chasing down a Kasperi Reynolds as race 108 moves on. We've got John O'Hara-Dean in this one, MK Evolution, celebrating his 50th birthday. Apparently he's keen to see all the young ladies later on the campsite. His dad told me that. He came through on the DM. You can blame your dad for that one, Jono. That's all I'm saying. No idea who won that moto, but never mind. Race 109. That looks like young Mr. Collis out in front. Finlay in 1. Lewis Collins Nimmo in there. Louis Pinder doing it for Smileys inside the top 3. As we check out moto number 110, Isla Radcliffe, Jessica Marriott in this one, Jumping Jess. And as we mentioned her name, she manuals through the straight. Manual in Jess Marriott doesn't have the same ring to it. Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 2, Anya Mattern Alonso in about 5, chasing down Isla Radcliffe and Imogen Cockrell as well, Alexis McCartney also in the mix. Race 111. Super Rubes out in front, Ruby Moores doing it for the radio race team. Sophie Elwood, BB Alderton. That is Sabina Ashwin in 2, Lorianne Carruthers in 3, Sophie Kynaston and Betty Brewer in there. Race 112, Lexi Way, Allen's BMX. Battling with Megan Roy. Megan had a banger weekend out in Tiel in the Netherlands at the Euro Cup race. 14, that belongs to Adele Veruti, also out of Peckham. And I think Smiley Maloney's in there as well, doing it for Retro Racing. And mixed picks going through inside the top 5, that'll be Bethany Coates. Race 113, Zach Twitchin, Isaiah Jackson, Romeo Kapai, Daniel Henry, Jaden Forsey. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. That'll be Romeo Kapai in 4. Hayden Stone, William Friend and Thomas Doran going through. Race 114, Alfie Thompson, Jack Cameron, Callum David, no Finley. Oh, is Finley Hoff in it? Yes, he is. Thomas Miller, Curtis Copeland and Danica O'Hagan. Looks like Finley's leading it into that final turn. The 26 is Callum David in there in 4. O'Hagan battling away in that final turn. And Cumbernault's Jack Cameron in there 2. All riders going down in the turn 1, 2, 3. That's a big one. The 9 play leading it out though. That'll be Rayo Stefanos. Oscar P going down in the turn. Who's got the 3 and the 4? Who went down? Sam Hamlin went down in that pile up, as did the Fast Signatures rider Charlie Granger. He's working his way off track because coming up speedily behind is James Clitheroe. Ellis Berry in there as well, doing it for Midlands. Finally freed of the shackles of high school. Doesn't have to deal with that donut with his, Loudailer. I don't know what his name is. I won't mention it out loud. Yeah. No, I'm not going to mention it out loud. Only because my lad goes to the same school as Ellis did. Will be nice. Right, where are we up to? Josh Williams, back from GCSE hell. He's in there in 1. Oops. Somebody's tyre's just gone. Quick, nip over to one of our traders in the trader village and purchase a new one. Oh dear me. Right, where are we up to? We've got the ladies on track. Alexa Oyolola. Alexa Oyolola. That's a new one. Molly Simpson, Lily Phillips and Annabelle Charlton. Annabelle's mum's watching on the live stream. She's a little bit under the weather and couldn't make it here this weekend, but she messaged to say she was watching. So Mrs. Cholm, good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying the racing. Get well soon. And we look forward to seeing you back trackside. Race 120, Lacey Bird, Rosie O'Brien, Jamie Owens, Fumia, Dreamy Hepburn, and Esme Brooke. Esme did tell me it was Saturday. She does know what day of the week it is, Lewis. So she's in there as they battle in and out of the final turn. Jamie Owens, I think, is doing it for our Irish contingent as we move on to Masters.
Race 1-2-1, Daniel White's in this one. Good to see him back on track. Fort Peckham BMX is in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader. That is Matthew Bourne heading for the final turn, doing it for Crucial Racing. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont's in there as well. If you want to ask anything, Fort Cross is over on the last straight in his Adria Team 10. He's going to pick up that 3 spot as they take it down to the line. Bourne out front. More Masters action heading on through that second straight. It is John Lillingston leading it out. One rider exits left. Not quite sure who that was. I think it could have been Dale Scott. No, that's Scott in there in 3, so it's Lillingston out front. Blackpool in there in that 2 spot, picking it up with Christopher Granger. Granger then out of that final turn. Scott in 3, Thompson in 4. It was the 690 of Matej Petrick out of Brixton BMX Club. So put your hands together for Matej as he comes past you down that final straight. 30 plus women on a track. 3 riders in this one. Annie Chisworth, Juan Clements and Savannah Carver. Carver leading it out, doing it for MCR on her home track on the 403 plate. Coach Chizzy on the OS. Is that what Savannah's riding? Savannah's riding an OS 20. If you've never heard Rich mention an OS 20, then you've never been to a national race before. And if you've managed to be collared by Annie at any point during the weekend, I'm sure she'll talk to you about the school games. Juan Clements in there in 3. As we move on to the vets, race 1-2-4, that is Ben Martinez on the 933 leading this one out. Martinez going 1 and 2 with Watson out of the first corner. That looks like Matt Barnard in there in 3, Matthew Eaton in 4, who's the 972 in there in 5. That is Mark Steele out of Ipswich, being chased down by LVG race team. That is a 395. Andrew Mackey in and out of that final turn, but it's all about Ben Martinez out front. 2 on the plate. Zoltan Bude leads out race 1-2-5 for Mongoose Factory. He's got the Crucial Racing gang in there with him. That's Danny T on the 7 plate, looking for a way up the inside. Zoltan Bude though out front. Adam Bude's in there in 3. On the 2-5-6 plate, heading for that final turn, the 4-2-4 in there in 4. That is George Salmon out of Team Air and Andover out of the final turn. The front 4 looking safe and clear, but it is going to be Bude 1 and 3 with Danny T in the middle of the pair of them. Grand Vets on track. Hilly's leading this one out, doing it for Pure Bikes GT Factory. That is Darren Reedy in there in the 2 spots. So Hilly and Reedy 1 and 2. How they were all weekend a couple of weeks ago up in sunny Scotland. Looks like the 1 plate in there in 3. That is John Benters. He's got Brett Knight though right there with him in the 4 spot. Looks up the inside, didn't go for it though. Had work on Monday on the mind clearly as he went into that final turn. Race 1-2-7 hits the track, heading for turn at number 2. Jules Allen leads it out. Halo Wheels race team. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Hot Shot. That is Craig Nelly Nelson on the 16. On another OS 20, of course. The front 2 guys looking safe and clear. Gary Carver, he's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Got to be Nigel White, Daddy White. Not Jason Lewis, as also kindly reminded at Cycle Park a few months back. He's going to take that 4 spot across the line. We are looking at more Grand Vets on track. Basil Hall, Neil Waddington, Patrick Graham, Brett Archibald, Stephen Fortune and David Knowles. Knowles is in there in 4. The 1-2-4 leads out the race. Brett Archibald in and out of that final turn. I think that could have been Patrick Graham. And they're behind him in 2. Stephen Fortune in 3. We are moving on to the 17 to 18-year-olds. Heading into turn number 2, that looks like Jump Club picking it up. Got to be Ruben Smith on the 33X. MCR in there behind him, chasing him down as they head for that final turn. That is Liam Doyle. I'm pretty sure it was Liam's birthday not long ago as well. So, last week was it? I'm sure it was. 19, I think. I might have got that completely wrong, but happy birthday if it was Liam. He took the second in that one. Nesselmont leads out race 130 in the 17 to 18-year-olds, doing it for Team A. That looks like Hot shot in there with him, Samuel Day on the 10X. SAS race team in there as well. That's the 15 of Sebastian Hamling. In and out they go down the final straight. Ben Weiss in there in 4. That looks like Braintree going through in 5. With Harvey Milbank. Race 131 on a track. That is Moto 1365 leading this one out. Lewis Fletcher on the 5X. He's going 1 and 2 with Luke Morris doing it for MK Evolution. The 8X in there as well. That's got to be Alfie Holloway doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Belfast in the mix as well. Brandon Mallon on the 197. He's going to round out the top 4. We are looking at Ice Bikes in there in that 2 spot. That is Jake Adcock chasing down Hard Knocks by coaching George Gerard out front. Oh, Adcock just slips out in turn number 2. Looks up the inside of Gerard. Didn't quite make his stick. Eddie the Hitman Cannon's in there in 3. The 7C plate in there behind him. That is Che Young out of the Hawks. Pushing Cannons all the way down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. Braintree going to go through in 4. That was Josh Cates. Put your hands together for Jake Adcock. As Jaden Seawood leads out the next moto in and out of that second corner. He's got Ben Fitzsimmons.
Let's carry on. Got it. Right, Jaden Seawood, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, taking it down towards the line. Kean Brown in there in about 5 as we move on to Moto 134. Hannah Drew, Phoebe Gaynor, Ella Lamb, Megan Gerard, Caitlin Ellis, just turned 21. Happy birthday, Caitlin. She's in there in 3. Happy birthday, our kids. As we move into that final turn, Megan Kirby getting involved as well, and Lily Chaziwa. You can tell Caitlin's been living up here for a while now. That Mancunian accent's starting to come through. She needs subtitles when she goes back to Bideford. That's what it is. Race 135. 1 ride, 2 riders down on that straight. Not sure it was. Alaya Rakaleli was definitely one of them. And it was Jamie Elwood who took the tumble as well, coming out of turn number 1. That leaves Olivia Firth out in front. Tilly McCrum in 2. Harriet Alexander in 3. Good to see Harriet back racing again. I know she's been coaching quite a bit. As we move on. No Emily Clinch in Mozo number 136. Fortunately, Emily took a tumble in practice yesterday. Hopefully she's watching at home as well. Get well soon, Emily. Whilst I've got the opportunity, we've got Robert Cardoza watching out in the States. If you didn't realise, he was in the movie E.T. and he's married to Jane Windle Cardoza, 80s icon. If you've been to the BMX Hall of Fame event, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Her mum's birthday was yesterday, Miss Hotshot and the Hotshot team. Good luck on the show, it's been great. And he's watching in the great state of Arizona. So it'll nearly be as warm as it is here. Borderline getting a suntan. All right, okay. Right, we are looking after our fallen riders, Alaya and Jamie. So Jamie walks away, albeit a little bit gingerly. Lexi Carruthers was in Moto number 136 as well. Nice to see Lexi on track. Not seen her for a while. Always good to have riders returning after a bit of a break. And that's the good thing about BMX. When you have had a break, you can just come back and enjoy. Apparently it's 115 degrees in Arizona. 115 degrees. But it's a dry heat. Apparently that makes a difference. That I didn't know. If you can send some of that over here, Robert, that would be lovely. Thank you very much. Us? Oh, dear me. Yeah. Sorry, we're just doing a social opportunity for Manchester's be slightly underexposed with the sunlight behind us. Is it all right? Oh, good. Can't see you. Right, we're just looking after Alaya. Let's hope she's okay. We don't like seeing riders roll around on the floor. We like you when they get up and walk away. Just like to thank all our connoisseurs for doing an amazing job. See Des down there, Simon Corp as well. Just had a phone call from Lancashire Dairies. They want to sponsor Simon's shorts because it's their milk bottles sticking out the bottom of them. What's that, Simon? I know you will. That's what I'm worried about.
That's why I didn't.
That's why Lewis doesn't say these things. Nathaniel's going to get relegated now in every moto from now till eternity. To be fair, we usually give all the grief to Des McCrum, so we'll switch over to Simon for a couple of races. He did. Right, as we move on, back to the racing 17 to 29, moto number 137, Emily Green. Nice to see Emily back on track. Battling with Ellie Featherstone in 1 and 2, Remy Godfrey in 3, Megan Duhigg going through as well. Alicia Linscott, Jamie Hyam and Amy Willets. Amy doing it for Retro Racing. She's in there in 5 as they go through the final turn. It's going to be Ellie in 1, Emily in 2, Remy in 3. And that'll be Megan Duhigg in 4. Moto 138, Ash Walker, Finley Randall, Callum Chard Maple. Doing it for Mixed Pigs. Kyle Hill, Ty Armstrong, Camille Suleiman and Josh Wallace. Josh in there in 3, Kyle Hill in 4. Kyle was listening to the BMX Commentator podcast on the way up in the van and posted that picture on Instagram. Thank you for that, Kyle. Wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Amazon, YouTube and Spotify. And when you've listened to the BMX Commentator podcast, give the 96 podcast a listen as well. Aris and George having a battle again. The height battle is continuing. Hoggart in 3, Higley in 4. Neither of them out in front as Billy Luckhurst looks to take the win in this moto. As we move on, Forsey, he almost casually rode round that corner then. Into what? Pens, can we have the pens refilled please? We're approaching the end of this set of motos. If you're in the first 20, make sure you're in the pens please. If you're in the first 20 motos, please make sure you're in the pens. Right, oh, way up, hang on. 1, 2 riders hitting the deck. Kenny Phillips being one of them. He's up and all right. Don't know where we're up to now. Where are we up to? Oh, that's 141. Sean Tobin, Fletcher Elliott, Luke Davis Hayes. That'll be Spencer Gibson in there in 3. And our fallers were Kenny Phillips. I think Tyrese took the win in that one. 789 was your other faller. Fletcher Elliott out of Brixton. Junior Open heading down the hill. Louis Tay Edwards, Jared Hill in this one. Danny J 140, Jimmy Criddle back from GCSE exam hell. He's in and out of the turn, out in front. 140 in 2. That's Harvey Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching inside the top 4. Flynn Jellicott, Ned Penny and Gabe Simpson as well. Although Gabe went to his prom last night and didn't get in till 5 a.m. So we can forgive him for not being where he needs to be as they go in and out of the turn. So Criddle taking it to the line, 140 in 2. Right, moving on. Championship women, Elizabeth Bounce, Sienna Harvey, Elsa Rendell-Todd, Betsy Bax and Lucy Simpson. Sienna did so well out in Verona, just I think she had a bit of an issue in that final turn, didn't she, which is what cost her. But absolutely flying here today. Elsa Rendell-Todd, Betsy Bax, Lucy Simpson. Oh, Elsa going up the inside, making the move in that final turn. That's who's that? That's Elizabeth Bound in 3. As we move on to race at 144. More championship women: Cody Harmer, Freya Chalice, Akira Cook, Ava Brown and Taya Gaynor. It is Freya the Slayer leading it into the corner in 1. 445, that is Cody Harmer going through in 2. Taya Gaynor in 3, Ava Brown in 4, Akira Cook in 5, but Freya the Slayer even got her bike in the prom pictures. Bonus points for that one, Freya. Cody going well, Taya chasing her down, Ava Brown in there in that 4th spot. Just coming under a bit of pressure at the line, but I think just about held it on. As we move on to Superclass 164, that's going to be Quillan Isidore out in front. Got Taylor Hunt, Harrison Bell, Harry Tanner, Josh Marnham, George Hunt and Harrison Collis. But Quillan doing it for Pure Bicycles into the final turn. Marnham in there in 2. That'll be Taylor Hunt in 3. George is going to go through in 4. Harry Tanner in 5. Harrison Bell in 6. Collis in 7. Last moto of round 1. Casey Markley, Jay Boville, Charlie Roy, Cal Strickland, Matthew Hutt and Bradley Russell. Strickland picking up the whole shot. Elbows already flying. These turns are a little bit small for 7 fast Superclass guys. Heading into the turn, Jay Boville. Oh, he's been moved on now as well. Elbows flying in every corner. Callum Strickland checked out and gone. Bradley Russell, Jay Boville, Casey Markley. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Charlie Roy in 5. And Matt Hutton is in that 4. Boom, done. Moto 1 is over. Moving on to round 2, I'm going to hand you on to Lewis. I'm going to dive into this tin of biscuits. How rock and roll am I?
Looks like we are ready to go racing with the second rack of motos. Right, we are a go with the 9 to 12 12-year-old cruisers. Oh, wow. Right, Harry Swales, Toby Duff, Billy Cheeseman, Charlie LeBras, Jack Swales, Ollie Nelson and Sammy Fox Cooper. Oh, I need to come and sit down in one of them team tents for about half an hour. Christ, right, we are looking at Fast Signatures leading this one out. I believe that is Harry Swales out front. One of the Swales brothers bringing it down the final straight. Xavi Fox Cooper in there in that 2 spot. The Brunty massive. Race 148, Arnold to Blanche, Million, Griffin, Hoare, Large, Livingston and Arnold. That looks like Frankie Griffin, your European number 3, leading this one out from the E7 of Oliver Arnold. Smiley's Flight Club, so it's Fluent, and Smiley's 1 and 2. That looked like the 28 plate of Adam Arnold in there in 3, riding out of Braintree. Here comes Hunter van der Malion. He wants a piece of the top 3 pie. He's going to have to settle for a 4 though, as Arnold hangs on to 3. Benedict Marco leads out the next moto in the cruisers, doing it for DC Cycles, who's in there with him, looking like the Brunty massive, picking it up. That's going to be Sam Dolan on the 18 plate. Yes, it is. Bram Heaver, Team Air and Andover inside the top 3. The front 3 riders creating a bit of a gap as they bring it down the final straight. Bo Morris in there in 4. So Team Air are going to go 3 and 4, but it is going to be Dolan hanging on to that 2 spots with Marco out front. 14-year-old cruisers. Kitson leads it out, going 1 and 2 with Team Air and Andover's Newton Hinley on the 3 plate down the final straight. Kitson, Hinley in that order, and that looks like GT Factories, Hadley Harding in there in at 3. Race 151, where is Robin Matter Alonso in this one? He's in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader, last year's national champ. That is James Cotty. Cottrell got it a little bit sideways for Rab Racing into turn 2. He's now being hunted down by Peckham BMX's Alonso, heading for the final turn. DC Cycles in there as well. That's Logan Young rounding out the top 3. He's under a bit of pressure though from Hot Shot down that final straight, looking like that could be sorry, I think that might be Jake Georgeson on the 268 riding out of Warren. As we move on to race 152, that was Cooper McCrum in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader. That is Isaac Caulfield on the 15 plate. Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there as well. Jack Walford on the 166. Looks like we've got Evolved in the mix as well. That is Alfie Sim in there in 4. On the 9 plate, going to round out them top 4 spots. MCR out on track. Got to be Eric McSwitty. It is Mr. McSwitty out front, looking good. Creating a bit of a gap between him and the rider in second. That is, of course, Max Surridge. Riding out of Redditch Premiers. Being chased down by Hard Knocks' Freddie Warwork, riding for the middle ranks. 15-16-year-old cruisers Louis Kaimat in this one for BMXHub.com, but the race is led out by Thomas Duran, heading through the 3rd straight. The 1 plate of Stan Palmer in there as well, riding for Fast Signatures and Gospel. That looked like the 10 plate working his way through at the 5, of Zachary Tia. He's inside the top 3, being pushed all the way down to the line by Jack Labras out of Bradford, who's going to take that top 4 spot. Thomas Millar leads out race 155 in the 15-16-year-old cruisers. MCR right there with him. That is Zach Chapman on the 10 plate, pushing him all the way. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Smiley's Flight Club heading on through. That is Louis Pinder out of Torby. 1 rider down, Rustin at Racing. Rodri Jones back up to his feet. There was 2 riders down actually, and I think one of them might have been the rider that we was talking about at the time. Possibly Zach Chapman. No, Zach made it to the line. So that could have very well been Louis Pinder. Let's hope that Louis all right. Just getting some medical attention for the fallen rider. Race 156 ushered past them. Put your hands together for Louis Pinder, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Looks like he went down very hard on that 3rd straight. Not sure what happened to JTL Simpson Davies in his moto either, but he's going to finish his lap. Went over the gate, so he's back up to his feet. He'll be back for his next moto as race 156 hits that 1st turn. That is a DC Cycles lead in this one out. Colby Hall, couple of riders down in the 1st turn. 3 riders it is. Harry Pritchard being one of them. Jaden Shooter was another. And Aidan True was the 3rd rider. Put your hands together for Jaden. He's back up to his feet. He's going to finish his lap. A couple of riders still down in the turn. Let's hope that they're both okay. Harry Pritchard back up to his feet as well for Crank BMX coaching. Put your hands together for him. I'm sure his TM will be watching over from the pen area. Just going to check that Aidan Trow is all right before we continue on with the racing. Put your hands together for Aidan Trow, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. He's going to walk away, which is, of course, good to see. The 39-year-old cruisers are lining up on the gate. Oh, we've had a message from Bullets TV, Braintree, asking for an explanation on Eddie the Hitman Cannons. That's not my area of expertise. That's over to Mr. Eames.
Because when I said his name whilst I was commentating, Eddie Cannons, it sounds like a hitman from a Guy Ritchie movie. Who are you going to send round? Eddie Cannons. You know how they call him, because he's going to blow your legs off. So there you go. That's why we call him the hitman.
And in case you was wondering, Richard's agent has got him in for some acting gigs later on in the year.
Also, special birthday shout out on the final straight, Gary Young from the Hawks, turning 11. Give us a wave, sir. Don't know where you are. He's down there somewhere, apparently turning 11. I kind of have half an idea of what this standing joke's all about, but we've been asked to give him another mention. So, yeah, done that.
Shall we get back to the racing?
Yeah, let's go back to the racing.
39-year-old cruisers heading for turn number 1. Martin Smiley Brown, elbow to elbow into the turn, looking like he's battling it out with Jamie Webb. So it is Brown, Webb 1 and 2, Miller, Evans, Alexands and Richardson. Bradley all in there as well. Looks like Alexands is in there in about 3 at the moment. Who's that in for? DC Cycles it is. That is Christopher Evans heading for that final turn. But it's all about Martin Smiley Brown, Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop Clothing. He's going to pick up that motor win in race 158. Moving on to more 39-year-old cruiser action. Popel's in this one. He's in there in that 2 or 3 spot at the moment, scrapping it out. The old Tom Palmer, the original Tom Palmer, sorry, not the old Tom Palmer. Not there yet. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down John Lillingston out front. He's got a Popel right there with him on his right-hand shoulder into that final turn. Palmer with the upper hand, though, on the exit of the final corner. He's going to pick up that 2 spot. Lillingston out front. Popel will have to settle for 3. 40 to 44-year-old cruiser Dixon, McCoy, Cording, Swales and Groves. Mr. McCoy, if you get close enough to see the back of his jersey and what's written on it, I won't say it. Might get into a bit of trouble for that. But that is in relation to the new national champs setup that we've got coming up in a couple of weeks' time at Birmingham. If you're not sure what that entails, we'll try and give you a bit of background later on. But if you're unsure, Mr. McCoy is the man to go and see. He's got all the details. He'll be over at the Targo Race Team tent. That is trackside somewhere. I can't remember where I saw it earlier on. Is it behind us? No, it's in the tent. It's in the gazebo village somewhere. So if you're interested in the national champs, it's a lot more elevated this year. We're trying to make a big event of it on the Friday night of Birmingham National Weekend. So make sure you ask all of the questions that you want to know the answers to. And Mr. McCoy is definitely the man to ask them to. We are looking at race 1.61. Kingsley Mears making it 2-from-2 moto wins so far today. Pro Start BMX on his home track, going to take that one across the line with Matthew Eaton into 49-year-old cruisers. That looks like Norbert Marco, DC Cycles, leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Stay Strong C&K. Damien Mee, good to see Damien back on track. He's in there in that 2 spot at the minute, chasing down Marco, heading for the final turn. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there as well. That is David Stokes on the template. Simon Toogood does his factory dad race report, but for his own racing, he's in there in that 4 spots. For Derby BMX Club, he's going to take that 4 across the line. We are looking at BMX Winner Photography, leading out race 163. That is, of course, a Fraser Watson on the 2 plates. Looking good. He's got Big Nige in there with him, the 111 plate. The 777, sorry, of Neil Harbour. Sorted race gear, he's in there in that 3 spots. Not heard Neil's name in quite a while. It's good to see him back racing. That looks like Kebab House Race Team in the mix as well. Not quite sure who the rider was, but I recognise the jersey, picking up the 4 spot as it went across the line. I'd love to know a little bit more about Kebab House Race Team, so I believe it's Mr. Stark, who could very well be on track at the minute. Yes, he is. Graham Stark is in there in that 3 spot. Chasing down Matt Barnard. No, he's not. He's in second. Chasing down Barnard out front. Kev Merrin in there as well, rounding out the top 3 with Lebras in 4.
All right, moto number 1 something or other, 165. I think I got the printed copy with the toner was running out. Yeah. Right, John Bentley, where is he? In there in 4 at the minute. Julian Allen in 5. Looks like I don't know who's out in front actually in that one. Probably Brett Archibald and Darren O'Brien. Going 1 and 2 as we move on to 166. Tim Drew, Brett Knight, Tim Porter, Jason Barker, Kev Sykes, Mark Cotty Cottrell, Dominic Elliott and Stephen Notman. Cotty in there in 4. They are all chasing down the 7 of Kev Sykes. The 11 in there in that second position, that is Tim Porter. Brett Knight in there in 3. As they head towards the line. Race 167, Duncan Coburn. It's Butler and Carver going 1 and 2. Ian Robbins, Chris Howell, Christos Chalkos, Rich Ellis in there as well. Coburn back there in about 5, but pushing hard. Butler leading it out. Carver in there in 2. The 6 of Ellis in 3. Christos Chalkos in 4. The 05 2. That's Ian Robbins out of Andover. Moto 168. Big Mick Goff. Keith Brown, Raymondo Biondo. The McRock, Raymond Reed in there in 2. Simon Watson. Back in about 5, but pushing hard. Bernie Shale and Jonathan Charlesworth. Bernie in there in that 3rd position. The 758 belongs to Jonathan Charlesworth. Team Gnarly. As we move on to Moto 169. Stevie Noble, Stevie Keach. Billy Stupple, Brent Featherstone, Stevie Needham and David Knowles. Looks like Featherstone out there in 1. Stupple in 2, Noble in 3, Knowles in 4. Steve Keach in there in 5. Steve Needham in 6. Moto 170, changing categories, 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. Archie Large, Jack Wiggins, Bradley George, Kyle Hill, Joshua Cates, Callum Daly and Jack Mowat. It looks like Joshua Cates out in front. Kyle Hill in 3. The Retro Racing Boys are in 2 and 4. Large going through as well. Callum Daly in the mix. Moto 171. Jack Needham, Luca Manzi, Niall Morso in Portland, Josh Sparrow, Luke Davis-Hayes and Ashley Walker. DC Cycles, Luca Manzi into the turn. Just want to give a shout out for his mum, Sally, who's now been laid to rest. God bless her. Finally at peace. So Luca, shout out for your mum, mate. We never forget members of our BMX family. As we move on, Daniel Wilson, Ned Penny, Zach Rendell Todd in this one as well. Dylan Siemens, Kean Brown, Jake Thompson, and guest on the BMX Commentator podcast, Connor Hedges. We've talked all things strength and conditioning for BMX. Check it out wherever you get yours, Apple, Amazon, Spotify, and YouTube. The BMX Commentator podcast. It's a really good one, actually. You'll learn a lot. Parents of younger riders and you older cruiser guys, there's something in there for you. All you've got to do is check it out and listen. Walbridge, Esselmont, Blythe, McHugh, Goodfellow, Green and Pope. In Moto 173, Moto 174. Pete Watson having a bit of difficulty coming out of turn number 1. Benjamin Weiss on the old cruiser. Jake Green, Alex Brooks in and out the final turn. Tyler Chadwick in there as well. Lewis Fletcher and Rocky O'Brien in his Bolivian jersey, I think. So As we move on, 30-plus female cruiser. Annie Chiziwa, Kirsty Freer, Lisa Tarling, Claire Albert, Lee Pendleton, Teresa Chalice, Tracy Sharp, and Cassie Harding. Pendleton out in front. Chalice in there in 2. That'll be Team Mine's Cassie Harding in 3, Chiziwa in 4. Kirsty Freer in there in 6, always smiling. Claire Albert making her way through as well as Pendleton takes the win from Chalice and Harding. Race number 176. SJN in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down Michelle Stupple, Fawn Clements, Savannah Carver, and Nikki Sitch in there. I'm sure this is year number 40, I think, of continual racing for Nikki, which is an amazing achievement. Grace Turner doing it for Team Bunnies. Kim Batsford as well. And Josephine Burston out of Braintree. Also 177, Jessica Hemstock, Taylor Lee Moen, Sammy Prince, Trinity Cam, Hannah Hedges and Olivia Firth. Olivia in there in 2. Looks like Taylor's leading it into the corner. Olivia gets shuffled back to 3. Chasing down Jessica Hemstock. Magic Manda doing our massages at the gazebo behind me. So if you've got legs of lead after a moto and you want to get them massaged and feeling something like normal again, go and see Magic Manda. Lily Chiziwa, Chloe Tompkins, Amy Willits, Jamie Elwood, Hannah Drew and Kira Lee. Good to see Kira back on it, doing it for Alan's BMX Supercross. Oh, Lewis. Is it empty? Thought he'd thrown his brew on the floor then. Again. Can't take him anywhere, honestly. Right, as we move on. Joseph McFall, Alice Taylor, Abby Pike, Elsa Rendell Todd and Jessica Taylor, motor number 179. Elsa leading it out on that E1 plate, European champion. Josie McFall in there in 2, just working away past Abby Pike, I think, at the line. Stealing that 2nd spot. Isla Young, Isla Radcliffe, Alexis McCartney, Grace Burge and Carmel Allison. Alexis out in front, Isla's in there in 2. That'll be the Ipswich rider, Carmel Allison in 3, Isla Young going through in 4. 13 to 16 cruisers, race number 180. Now on 181. Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Cody Harmer, Erin J. Jackson, Anya Mattern Alonso, and BB Alderton. Cody in there in 1, Anya in 2, BB in 3, Annalise, in 4, Erin Jackson, mid-length finalist going through in 5. As with the 6 and unders bring the thunder, Charlie State, Oliver Bridle, Lewin Jamira, Isaac Tomlinson, Henry Todd out of mid-lengths, and Seth Goostrey doing it for CGR, but it's young Mr. Jamira, I think, out there in front. No, it's Oliver Bridle in 1, Lewin Jamira in 2, Seth Goostrey in 3. That's Henry Dodd looking good in 4, Charlie State in 5, Isaac Tomlinson in 6, our 6 and unders. We love our little mini missiles. Shelby Yates doing it for Birmingham NRT, back on it again after his broken leg, which is good to see. He's got a bazillion subscribers on YouTube. The man is a social media icon, but he's still got to chase down Charlie Thorne and Benji Ross Foster. I think it's Benji out in front. Is Shelby going to catch him at the line? Not quite. Charlie Thorne going through in 3. Jack Spradley, Ionis Chalkos, Anna John, Henry Weston in there. Next up, the 7-year-old boys, Joseph Clayton, Arlo Hatch, Albie Blight. Albie in there in 2. Frankie Jones and Toby Brook. Frankie going through in about, 4th spot now. Chasing down Joseph Clayton. Race 185, Atlas Lewis Field, Charlie Crossley, Roman Birdfield, Jack Hale, Finley Thomas, Oscar Ratherfast, and Oscar Granger. So the boys are on it. Oscar Ratherfast in there in 3, looking for the 2. Arlo Hatch doing it for Rusty Nut Racing as they cross the line, still with the 7-year-old boys. Finley Kerr, Logan Acito, Lincoln Hargreaves, Snack Boy, Rudy Pleasance-Ford, Ollie Underhill, and Cosimo Serra. Cosimo doing it for Manchester. He's in there in about 5. Looks like they are following Rudy Pleasance-Ford to the line with Logan Acito in there in 2. Moto 187. These are our young ladies. Millie Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Maggie Devine. Mabel in 1, Maggie in 2. Abigail Henning in there in 3. That's going to be Isabella Henry going through as well. Flick Brentnall. And Millie Moore. Race 188, Isabella Bowler, Aldith Dewis, Hattie McGoldrick, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, the Exocet Missile with Pigtails, Kylie Dixon and Sophia Rees. But out in front, Fast Signatures, Aldith Dewis, in there in 1, Hattie McGoldrick, in there in that second spot. The 480, Susie Wyatt, in there in 3, Tia Worthington, going well in 5 for Preston Pirates. Dad's watching at home on the live stream. Mummy's on parent duty here today. Good morning to you, Yvonne. Eight-year-old boys up next, Jensen Mee, Alistair North, Xavier Darley, Vernell Challenger, Caleb Tuolde and Antek Perebny leading it out. The 216 is Charlie Blakeburn out of Milton Keynes. He's in there in 4. Jensen Mee on that 043 doing it for Nottingham. He's in there in about 6. As we move to moto number 190, Jensen Jessup, Seth Robinson, Leo Britt, Seb Perry, Lewis Rothwell, Jake Davis and Teddy Hayes. So these boys going well. It's Milton Keynes 1 and 2 into the turn. That'll be Jake and Leo. Seth Robinson doing it for the Brunty Massive in 4. Race 191, Christian Garbachick out of Peterborough, wearing a Peterborough Club jersey. I love club jerseys. If you're wearing one, you are officially amazing. Birmingham National Race Team, Tommy Weston though, scrapping away in that 2. My mate Emerson Tucker, her hero, in 3. Joseph O'Brien, Carter Kennedy and Alexander Gilbert. Race 192, Ethan the Great White, Arthur Mason, Henry Sullivan, Oakley Hill out of LCC, Oscar Marco, Joel Pritchard and Oscar Holloway. But it's Crucial taking it to the line, Henry Sullivan. Braintree's Ethan White going through in 2. And I have a feeling that was Joel Pritchard in 3. Race 193, Elliot Hatch, Ned Wills, Hunter Chambers, Dominic Zapanos. Our only Romanian BMX racer here, he's out in front. Felix Zucchina and Callum Woods. All our little rippers in Moto 193. As 194 heads towards the first turn, Ellie Robertson, Maisie Dyson, Phoebe Miller, Lauren Snell. Lauren in there in 3, that's Phoebe Miller leading it out. Ellie Robertson doing it for Cumbernauld. She's in there in 4, which means Maisie Dyson out of Bradford has that second position. Chasing Phoebe down to the final corner. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for Moto 195.
Are we on? Over there. Right, more 8-year-old girls out on track. Evie Hume, birthday girl. I think she took a tumble on the first straight, actually. Well, she's back up and finishing her lap anyway, so let's hope that Evie's all right on her birthday. We are looking at Megan Keller, Madison Stupple, Layla Dixon and Ella Grant, all on track with Evie. Out front, it is looking like Ella Grant going to pick up this moto win. Right the way down to the line with Megan Keller in 2. Madison Stupple in 3, Layla Dixon in 4 and Evie Hume in 5. 9-year-old boys out on track. Who's that out front? Ethan Shaw, your British champion, leads this one out. Who's there with him? Looking for a way round. That's got to be the 838 of Jack Belton. Belton searching and chopping and changing, looking for a way round. Crank BMX coaching in the mix as well. That is looking like William Arnold, I think, heading down the final straight with Arthur Donaldson in the mix, and they're in 4. Moving on to race 197, Griggs, Ingham, Giles, Duffield, Dowsing, Chalk, Kacharik and Chapman Davies. It is, of course, Charlie Dowsing leading this one out. Seth Kacharik in there in 3. That looks like the Northeast in the mix as well. Thomas Giles on the 168, puts it a high low on Dowsing on the exit of turn 3. Can he make his stick? Dowsing's going to hang on to it for crucial racing. Here comes Giles right the way down to the line. That one was close, but I think Dowsing hung on to it. We are looking at Rex Ford leading this one out for Braintree BMX Club. He's going 1 and 2 with Jack Kitching down his final straight aboard his EV1, riding for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, and that was Rocco Westwood in there in 3 for Divide UK. His dad watching fruitfully on from the first straight. He was completely away with it there, paying no attention whatsoever, although his lad was on track. He's still thinking about his bacon cob from this morning. They forgot the double burner, so he's had to go pay for one. He's not very happy at all. Right, we are looking at... What race was that? I've completely missed that one. I do apologise. That was race 199. Race 200 out on track. Jack Haynes, LCC BMX race team, leading this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with fast signatures. That is Joseph Dewis. Under a bit of pressure though from the 3 and 9-1 of Ollie Bird, riding for CGR. In and out of the final turn. Looking like we've got Cumbernauld Centurions in the mix as well. Aston John Lee is one of them. He's in there in 4, pushing all the way down to the line. Didn't quite get close enough. Bird hung on to 3. 9-year-old girls out on track. We are looking at Betty Wills, European number 4. Fluent Bicycle Motocross and aboard that EV1 frame. The world number 7, Holly Bishop, the Bishop sisters, both making finals out in Rock Hill earlier on in the year for Halo Wheels race team. And obviously Team GB, she's going to go through in that 2 spots with Maya Kolazaj in 3. 9-year-old girls on a track, then in and out of turn at number 2. Crank BMX coaching in this one. That's Eliza Powell on the 003 plates. But the move has come from Florence Dyson, Bradford BMX Club. She's worked her way from 2 to 1. Powell in there in 2. Who's that in 3? Picking it up for Andover and Team here. That is Holly Webb, rounding out them podium spots. Moving on to the 10-year-old boys, Finley Monroe, Allen's Factory Supercross, leads this one out. Seb Hewitt, elbow bashing on the exit of turn number 2. That is Absolute Bicycle Motocross right there with him, looking for a way through. Jacob Anderson looks for a high low on Hewitt on the exit of turn 3. Can he make it stick? Monroe, Hewitt, Anderson, 1, 2, 3 in that order, with a Blackpool going through in 4. That was Ted Harvey. Race 204 out on track. Peckham BMX in there in that 2 spots. Lucas Tuwalda. Good to see the Tuwalda brothers back on track this weekend. We're coming out. My little mates out of Peckham. Flying today already, but your race leader is, of course, Connor Hemhill. On fire for GT Factory. He's going to pick up that moto win as stylish as you like across the line. Ray Watson, BMX Winner Photography, out on track, leading it into turn number 2. The Northeast in there as well. That is Carlin Gordon on the 15 plates, chasing down Watson, headed for the final turn. The 14 plate in there in 3. That is Rex Beasley. Stay Strong C&K. That looks like LCC in the mix as well, with Freddie Ray Allin rounding out the top 4. Race 206 out on track. Ronnie the Landshark Wood He's in this one in about 4 at the minute. No Benny Jackson. After his crash earlier on, let's hope that he's all right. Was speaking to his dad earlier on when I came into the track. So let's hope that Benny's all right. That looks like Preston Yumosh Power in there in that 2-spot, chasing down the 319 of Edward Cordery as a couple of riders get completely tangled in turn number 1. The 27 was one of the fallen riders, Jack Swales and Leo Bradley. Leo just making sure that Jack was okay before he tried to go for his bike. So put your hands together for the 2 fallen riders, ladies and gents. Teddy Jones that was, taking the moto win. Joey Tompkins in there with him in that 2 spots. Race 208 up on the gate. 10-year-old boys, Steinmetz, Thorne, Coates, Duffy, Hull, Gray and Richards all charging for turn number 1. Oliver Richards out of lane A. He's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of that first corner. Don't forget about our whole shot awards this weekend, ladies and gents. We've got bucket loads of them up for grabs. We'll get to that later on. So it is Richards leading this one out. He's got Arlo Steinmetz in there with him, doing it for Burnham BMX Club, who's picking up 3. That looks like Peckham coming around. Benjamin Gray on the 935 heading into the final turn. The 42 plate in there as well. That is looking like Ollie Thorne doing it for Mixed Picks Race Team in and out of that final turn and down the final straight. Richards going to pick up that moto win. 10-year-old girls out on track. Erin Toogood in this one doing it for Derby. India Bennett, Grace Hudak, Mia Kiss, Holly Richardson. Bonnie Dudley doing it for Creation Cycles. Ada Walding and Jamie Puddock. It is Grace Hudak leading this one out. The European number 7, Moto 1365. The 6 plate in there behind her, that is Mia Kiss with the 11 plate in 3. Bonnie Dudley doing it for Team Creation Cycles. And Evolve Bicycle Frames, she's in there in that 3 spots. As there's a battle on in the next 10-year-old girls moto, Trixie Trays chasing down your race leader on the 2 plates. That is, of course, Maisie Egan riding for Allen's Factory Supercross into that final turn. Trays doing it for Fluence. And there in that 2 spot, they're going to go through in 1 and 2 with the Brunty Massive in the mix in 3. That is Izzy Dolan on the 9 plate. 11-year-old boys race 211. Mabo UK out front, Zach Everly. Him and his 2 older siblings. Moving across to Mabo for the 2025 season. In and out of that final turn. Having a very strong lap. He's going to pick up that moto win with Max Bojang in there in that 2 spots. Concept Mabo out on track in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is Bibby and Rowlands going at it. Look at this for a scrap. Bibby's hanging on to it. Rowlands isn't done yet though, heading for the final turn. The 22 plate in there in 3. That is Louis Sheffy out of Team Mind. In and out of that final turn. MK Evolution in there as well. Noah Bagwell inside the top 4, but Bibby's going to hang on to that moto win. That looks like Leighton Harding doing it for GT Factory in there in about 3 at the minute. Jack Devine just in front of him in 2. He's made his move. Ryder went down in that 2nd turn. Who was the fallen rider? We'll have a look as they come on round. It is Devine, Harding, 1 and 2 down that final straight. That's how they're going to finish. The 25 plate was Albert's Alazans. Put your hands together for Albert. He's going to finish his lap out of that final turn. Race 214 out on track. Ronnie Payne's in this one in that 2 spot, chasing down the 10 plate out front. That is Archie Bell riding out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Who's riding a 4? Stay Strong C&K. That is Joe Rook on the 7 plate. The front 3 riders looking safe and clear. As Harley Bowler goes, 1 rider down. I think that might have been Leon Waite in the first turn. Yes, it was. Harley Bowler leads this one through then in race 215. In and out of turn number 2. Took a win in the B final. Coming out a few weeks back. He was over the moon with that one. Put your hands together for Leon as he makes his way to his feet. Bram Heaver chasing down the Creation Cycles rider out of that final turn. Preston Pirates in the mix as well. That is Louis Swales. Leon's just going to walk his way off track as we get race at 216 underway. The 11-year-old boys, Hamill, Elkindi, Goosery, Waterhouse, Stepanovs, Ford and Jamira all headed for turn number 1. Atai Jamira checking out from the rest of the pack. In and out of that first turn, he's got the 13 plate of Zach Hamill. Retro Racing in there with him. Who was the fallen rider? That was the 41 of Simon Stepanovs. Put your hands together for Simons. Jamira, though, leading it out for Crucial Racing. The rider in there in 3 on the 031 plate. That is Logan Waterhouse out of Decoy BMX Club. Being chased down by Braintree BMX. That is Noah Ford on the 294. But Jamira going to go 1 and 2 with Hamill across the line. Race 217 hits the track. Worthington, Brownson, Mullen, Belton, White, Smith and Doe. Archie Croker White in this one, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot on the 445. He's got the 4 plate of Marcus Mullen right there with him, glued to his back wheel. Here comes Smith doing it for Rab Racing on the 6 plate. The centre looking for a way into a top 2 spot, and he's just sent a high-low in turn number 2 and made it stick. So Munro drops back to 3. Who's in 4? Looking like the 20 plate, picking it up as they come on round. Lucas Belton out of Decoy. Dad shouting for him on turn number 3. Out of the final turn and down the last straight. White, absolute bicycle motocross, going to pick up that motor win with Rab Racing in 2 with Smith. Moving on to the 11-year-old girls, Lucy Stevenson, Tyler Davenport, Seren Pritchard, Iris Hyder, Elizabeth Loda-Pool and Elsie Blights. Seren in there in that 3 spot, chasing down a Pool in there in 2, but Hyder leads the race into that final turn for Pure Bikes on the E3 bike. In and out of that final turn, it's all about Hyder. She's going to pick up this moto win. Absolute in there as well. Inside the top 4, that is going to be Elsie Blights. Race 219 on track. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front. Grace Gerard riding for the Midlands. Green Machine in there in 3. That is Poppy May Kirby on the 8 plate, chasing down the 5 plate. In there in 2, Millie Ross doing it for Team Mine, the 282. In there in 4, that is Freya Harries out of MK. Peckham BMX in there as well. Ocean Headley on the 20 plate under pressure as they bring it down to the line from Evie Dyson. That one was tight. I think it might have been Headley just about hanging on to it. More 11-year-old girls. Lauren Keller, the national number 2, leading this one out. The 4 plate in there behind her. That is Lainey Corden doing it for Pro Start BMX. In and out of that final turn. Keller, no one's going to catch her down this final straight. Fast signatures. Lottie Mosley in there inside the top 3 with the Centurions going well in that 4th spot. That's going to be Holly Hume on the 586. Race 221 out on track. In and out of that second turn. That looks like the 406 leading this one out. Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Warm BMX Race Team, going 1 and 2 with the 14 plates. Heading down the final straight, that is Sadie McSwitty. Team here and Andover in the mix as well. That is Olivia Webb on the 17 plates. As we move on to the 12-year-old boys, Jude Hoff in this one. Max McNulty, he's in there in that 3 spot, doing well for Team Bunnies. Chasing down a Smiley's Flight Club, who's in there in 2. That's got to be Oliver Arnold, who's putting the Green Machine rider under pressure down the final straight. Thomas Honeywell looking like he's just about going to hang on to it. Arnold in there for that 2 spot. Race 223. Charlie Wilcox in this one. He's in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. Rider for Hot Shot. That is Ethan Crooks Martin on the 21 plate. So Martin and Wilcox out front at the moment. The 33 plate in there in 3. That is Gilmore Green doing it for Rustin at Racing. Lawrence Bojang in the mix. One rider hits the deck. That was the 420 of Max Vass. Let's hope that Max is all right. He's straight back up to his feet. Going to finish his lap. Race 224. Miller, Kacharik, Holloway, Perkins, Potts, Palmer, Arnold and Sowerby. JP in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is the 2 plate of James Miller. Looking like Miller's going to pick up that whole shot. The moto win, not the whole shot. Right, race 225 out on track. 12-year-old boys, Mabo UK leading it into the turn. Ethan Rogers picks up the whole shot. Who's that in there with him? The 246 plate, bringing it on round Harley Steele. We had a cracking weekend a couple of weeks back out of the Centurions, and he's doing the same here today. Joe Douglas in there in 3. He's got Concept Mabo in there behind him. That is Bodie Markley pushing on through. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like MK Evolution, picking it up as they come on round. Hayden Cartwright on the 32 plate. That's your top 5 heading down the final straight. Rogers making it 2 from 2 so far today as he brings it across the stripe. BMXHype.com on track. European number 3, that is of course Harry Donald out of Birmingham BMX Club. Who's that in there behind him? Chasing him on through, looking like Creation Cycles on the 14 plate. Ethan Howell. These two guys went 1 and 2 in their last moto as well. Who's the 20 plate in there in 3? Got to be Josh Jepson, of course it is. Bringing it down the final straight with a 12 plate in there in 4. That is Sully Collis. 12-year-old girls out on track. Emily Eaton, your British champion, leads this one out for Pro Start BMX. Had a cracking lap in her last moto, and she's looking to do the same in this one. Who's that in there with her? Gotta be the European number 2, Brooke Fast Fawcett, Hard Knocks bike coach in the 9 plate in there as well. That is Naira O'Connell out of BMX with her photography. Nora Sirens in this one as well. Riding out of Team Mind of the BMX Race Hub. Dad John is the videographer. Oh, he's there in front of me. Watching on fruitfully as his daughter takes the 4th. Happy with that one, Dad? Wicked. Thumbs up. Well done, Nora. As we move on to a race 228, Martha Cottam. Ruby Warren, it is leading this one out. Warren BMX race team, Esme Ward in there in the 2 spots. That looks like Pure Bikes in there as well. Dakota Tucker going to round out the top 3. Race 229, Granger, 5, Robinson, True, Kiss and Salmond. It is Kiss leading this one out for Braintree BMX Club. Braintree going 1 and 2 actually. Allegra True in there in that 2 spot. Battle on for 3, the 904 right round the outside the hard way. Clara Salmond out of Andover and Team Air works her way into a podium spot. Here comes the Centurions down the final straight. Looking like Amara Fife is going to nick off her top 4 finish. Tight on the line with fast signatures, Millie Granger. It's a very nice jersey coming old, that 10-year anniversary one. I like that. Cracking jersey. So we are now looking at the 13-year-old boys. Harry Bailey, of course, your European number 8, taking the moto win in race 230. Race 231, Newton Hindley in this one in that 2 spot, chasing down the 42 plate of Noah Buttery in and out of that final turn, doing it for LVG National Race Team. He's going to pick up this moto win with Hindley in there behind him. Daniel Kolazaj out front in race 232. Who's in there with it? Brendan Parkinson's in there in about 4 at the moment. That looks like Robin Matalonzo in that 2 spot. And the world number 7, James Cotty Cottrell, looking up the inside of Kolazaj, heading for the final turn. Didn't quite make it stick, didn't have the smoothest of straights, so he's going to have to settle for that 2 spot down the final straight. Here comes Alonso. Has he got enough left in the tank? He's going to settle for that 3 spot. Cottrell hangs on to 2. Gorpy leads out the race in race 233. That looks like Birmingham NRT in the mix in that 2 spot as they come on round. Heath Osborne on the 30 plate. He's under a bit of pressure from Freddie Richardson. That's Brody Geddes in there in 4. Richardson round the outside of Osborne. Can he make it stick? Osborne delivered an elbow and now he hangs on to the 2 spot. Gorpy, Osborne, Richardson, Geddes. 1, 2, 3, 4. As Elvis Lawrence picks up the whole shot in his second moto of the day. Who's in there with him? Got Cranston and Millington picking up 2 and 4 at the moment. Who's splitting them up in 3? Looking like that could be the 13 plates. Ronnie Richards, of course, out of Gosport National Race Team. Gosport and Fast Signatures Race Team. He's going to pick up that 3 spot as you bring it down to the line. Nate Hamilton, Smiley's Flight Club out on track in race 235. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it could be Isaac Shaw, I think it is. Yeah, it is on the 11 plate. The 447 right there with him. Leo Cranston picking up a top 3 spot. The 23 plate in 4. That is Maxwell Lawrence. Sounded like it got busy in the final turn, but I don't think it did. So it's going to be Hamilton and Shaw 1 and 2. Race 236, Warworks on track in there at about 5 at the moment, but your race leader got to be Moto 1365. That is Oliver Tyres. Toby Lynch in this one in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader of Tyres. That is Todd Smith-Notman in there in that 3 spot. The 47 in a 4. That is Samuel Rollison out of Retro Racing. Down the final straight, though, it's all about tyres taking the moto win. Turn 1 got busy in race 237. We are looking at Milo Weller leading this one out, heading through the third straight. That is DC Cycles in there with him. Got to be Logan Young with Nathaniel Eames out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 3. Looking for a way round Young down this final straight. It is going to be Weller, Young, Eames, 1, 2, 3.
All right, that'll do.
13-year-old girls in race 238. Over here to sort machines. We are looking at Katie Millar leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 3 plates. Isabella Rowe looking for a high-low on the exit of turn number 3. Millar, Rowe, 1 and 2 in that order as they cross the line, with Libby copping in that 3 spots.
All right, 239 your motor on track. Madison Dixon, Isla Young, Ella Blue Chidley. There's a name I've not mentioned for a while. Rin Serafina Gianolino out in front. Lexi Kearns and Jalaya Patel as well. So as they head towards the line, looks like Serafino's going to take it at the stripe with Lexi Kearns in there in 2. 14-year-old boys. Now we're up to Cam Kitson, Bowen, Richie McCrum, Gatesco Parr, and McSwitty. Kai Bowen in and out of that final turn. The 14 going through in there in 2. That's going to be Tate Kitson doing it for Moto 1365. Cooper McCrum in 3. Moto 241, Jones Smith, James Seward, Mason Binney, and Wilson. Emmy Seward on that W3 in there in that second position, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. It is the 7 of Bradley James leading it into the turn. Emmy's under pressure now from the 680 of Lucas Smith out of Peterborough. In there in that 4th position, Stan Mason on the 66, doing it for Birmingham. Race 242, Cousineau, Wilcox, Kirby, McGovern, Tandy, Tidy S. Lean it out, and Henry Radcliffe as well out of Decoy. Tidy S out in front. That might be the 29 of Cousineau in there in 2, battling away with Luke Wilcox. Halo Wheels in there in 3. That's going to be Decoy's Ollie Kirby in there in 4. As we move on to motor number 243, Teddy Headley, Logan Widdowson, Freddie Franklin in there, Rusty Nut Racing, Elijah Jamira, Eden Poon, and Mason Groves, Freddie Entwistle. He'll be joining the Birmingham National Race Team. In fact, I think he's got his jersey on already. Congratulations, Freddie. Race 244, Surridge, Avery, Furley, Tomlinson, James Warren, and Lucas Seeley. Seeley out in front. That'll be Oliver James in there in 2. Who's got the 3? That might be the 9 of Harvey Tomlinson going through in that 3rd position. And a hot shot had Jacob Warren in there as well. Race 245, Oliver Sim out of Midlands in there in 2, rocking that Midlands Club jersey. Whoop, whoop. But he's chasing down Lucas Osborne into that final corner. The 12 getting involved. That is Alex Dunkley out of Ellie Featherstone BMX Coaching. Ollie Turblanche, Finley Cranage, Jack Gould, and Salvador Morgan in there as well. Race at 246, Ben Larkins, Pure Bicycle Motocross. Out there in 1. Amos Guppy chasing him down, right on his back wheelies in there in 2. Ted Spencer out of Peckham in there in 3 with David Opre Mejea. In there, in 4, Isaac Caulfield going through from Manchester as well. 217, Dalton Spirit is your rider from Preston. Eli Price, Ewan Beat, Chase Barnard, William Chaplin, Tyler Stephen Knight, and Heath Thomas out of Pro Star out in front. McSwitty in there in 2. That'll be Dalton Spirit going through in 3. Chambers in 4. So these guys pushing hard. Chase Barnard doing it for Stay Strong as... the 14-year-old girls take to the track. Itana Price, Grace Burge, Lily Hayes, Macy Richardson, Amelia Everly, Ailey Watson, and Lottie Brown. Lottie in that second spot, chasing down the E5 of Amelia Everly. The 5 ducking underneath. That is Lily Hayes making a move in that final corner with Grace Burge in 4. Ava Wright leads out of the next moto. doing it for Concept Mabel on her home track here in Manchester. Even though she's out of Preston, she lives near here, that'll do. The 4, that is Ruby Walford, in there in that second spot, doing it for Fluence. Peterborough's Lottie McFarlane looking good in the 3. Daisy Knowles doing it for Manchester. She's back there in about 5 or 6, but pushing hard. Race at 250. William Alfie Harrison, Eli Smith. Eli out in front, chasing down the 7 of Noah Everly. Kemi Cook in there as well. He's on the 29, doing it for Crucial. Bradley Davison on that 28. He's in there in 4. And Lewis Collins Nimmo going through as well. Race 251, Nunn, Graham Russell, Haywood, Webster, Coker and Reynolds. Cody Coker out in front. Lucas Webster in there in 2, the 30 and the 36. Joe Nunn and Kasperi Reynolds. That is your 3 and 4. With Angus Graham in there in 5. Race 252, Jack de Jong, Cameron Cox, Henry Rayner, Kai Blaine, Caden Dunn leading it into the turn, Archie Lamb, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, he's in there in 5 at the moment. Louis Pinder for Smiley's Flight Club, I don't know if he's made it on track after he's tumbled, doesn't look like he has. Let's hope Louis is okay, Caden's still leading it out though. Henry Rayner looking good in there in 2, Kai Blaine in 3, and the 18 of Cameron Cox, he's strong there in 4. Archie Lamb rounding out the top 5, de Jong in 6. Race 253, Shaw Harradine doing it for the ladies. Zachary Tier, Alex Mackey, Theo Robbins, William Doherty and Sam Townsend. The 10 of Zachary Tier out in front. Harradine's in that 3 spot. As we move on to Moto 254, Ollie Coppin in there in that 3rd spot. Just moving in that corner, Thomas Kay out of Manchester. But it looks like the 15 and the 9 leading it in. Nathan Baratta and Jack Bailey. Rusting Up Racing. Coppin in there in that 3rd spot. And we had Matty Paulech in there as well. Mason Lang is leading our Moto number 255. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Ollie Cotton, Finley Collis, Malachi O'Reilly, Scott McCallum, Sean Brown and Jack Strong in there as well. Moto 256. The one and only Lexi Way, Allen's BMX Supercross out there in front. Alexis McCartney, a teammate, back there in about 5, but pushing hard. Bethany Coles, Annalise Cadman Carpenter in there in 2. Payne Collier out of Manchester, giving it the beans as well. And the 21, that is Payne Collier. But it's going to be Lexi Way, Annalise Cadman Carpenter 1 and 2. Sophie Caniston picking up the 3. Ruby Moores leading out 257. Lorianne Carruthers in there in 3, chasing down Imogen Cockrell out of Ice Bikes UK. Adele Varuti for Peckham, she's in there in 4 with Eleanor Curtis and BB Alderton chasing her down, and the rider out of Brumwood is Charlotte Stanley. Moto 259, Sabina Ashman out front. Sophie Elwood, Megan Roy not too far behind. We've got Jumping Jets Marriott, but it is Ashman leading it through the 2-play. Megan Roy in and out of that final corner, looking for a way around. Try again, Rich. Right, Curtis Copeland, Birmingham National Race Team in there in 2, chasing down Romeo Kapai. That is Reece Toole on his home track here in Manchester in there in 3. In fact, it's not Romeo Kapai, it's Ollie Kendall out in front. Sorry, Ollie. Ollie takes the win from Kurt. As we move on to 260, Jaden Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in that 3rd spot. Finn Phillips leading it out though. Doing it for Mongoose and Birmingham. The 2X is Finley Hoff, Pro Star and Preston in there in that 2nd position. Jane Steele, Simpson Davis inside the top 4. And we had Alfie Thomas, Thompson, Ryle Stephanos and Dane Raymond Waddell. as we have a mid-90s rave up here in the commentary box. 17, Jaden Green out of Blackpool. In there in 1, Zach Chapman. In 2, we have William Friend, Callum Heath, Donika O'Hagan, Malachi Price, and Rodri Jones. In 261, 262, Aidan True in that 3rd spot. For the SAS race team, Thomas Doran. Leading it out with the 30 plate of Ted Warwick, who turned up at Mid-Lancs on Thursday night for a bit of coaching with the Hard Knocks bike crew. Nice to see him up there. And as I mentioned, Hard Knocks, who goes past, but James Clitheroe. Thomas Millard chasing him down. That looks like, who's the rider in 3? I'm not quite sure. He's on a plate that I didn't see, but it's going to go Clitheroe taking the win. Millar in 2, Isaiah Jackson doing it for the SAS race team. Race 264, Ellis Berry, Mid-Lancs in that 4th spot. Josh Williams, BMX Widow Photography, out in front on that 4, being chased down by the 10 of Eli Smith. In fact, I lie, because it's Elliot Brooks. Sorry, Elliot, mixing you up, the guys. And the 16-year-old girls, Fumi Adrami Hepburn. In there, in that 3rd spot for Peckham, Rosie O'Brien, Lacey Bird, Lily Phillips. Lily on her home track here in Manchester, getting tangled up in the turn with Rosie O'Brien. But it looks like the 4 plate out in front. That will be Esme Brook. So that's all mixed up. I don't know what's going on there, because that is not how it looks on my sheet. I've got a feeling Esme might have gone in the wrong motor, according to that. We'll soon see anyway. Annabelle Charles, Molly Simpson. 1 and 2, Alexa Oyo Lola out of Gosport. And Jamie Owens. So I have no idea what happened there. Anyway, race 267, Lewis.
Oh, we're back. There we go. Right, Masters out on track. Race 267 heading towards turn number 2. That looks like David James leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Martin Smiley Brown's in there in about 4 at the moment. Billy Owens is occupying that 2nd spot. That looks like Livingston in there in 3, cutting him up a little bit short into turn number 1. And that shuffled him back to that 3rd spot. Brown chasing him down this final straight. James under pressure from Irwin. Who's going to get it? James, Irwin, Lillingston. 1, 2, 3. And can we have cruiser riders to the pens, please, ladies and gents? We are missing a bucket load of cruiser riders. You need to get in the pens as quickly as possible, please. Thank you very much from the commissaires. Right, back to the action then. More Masters on track. The host of the 96 podcast, Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, leading it into the final turn. The latest couple of additions with Mr. McCoy. That's my trip home from this race sorted tonight. Scott's going to take the win in race 268. We are on to the 30 plus women. Just 2 riders in this one. Savannah Carver, Annie Chiswa, Manchester and Nottingham. Working their way through this 3rd straight, the 403 aboard that GT OS 20. And Annie decided to do 20 inch at the start of the year. She got bored of the big wheels, so she nicked to Lily's old 20 inch. And she's giving that a crack this season, so she's going well through in that 2 spot. Vets out on track, heading towards turn number 2. That is Ben Martinez. Looking good to make it 2 from 2. So far today, Zoltan Bude in there behind him in that 2 spot. That looks like the 424. In there in 3, Kebab House race team. That is, of course, George Salmond, team here in Andover. I definitely want to know more about this this race team that you got going on over at Andover. So if someone could come in and explain the deets towards upper commentary, that would be very well appreciated. Out on track then, more vets, race 271. That is, of course, Matt Barnard, Stay Strong, Clark and Ken leading it through. Danny T, crucial racing in there in that 2-spot. Check out Adam Boudet working his way round the outside of Fraser Watson. That's shuffled Watson back to 4 then. Boudet's not done yet either. He's pushing Danny T to the line. Who's going to get the 2-spot? T's going to hang on to it with Boudet in 3. Darren Reedy leads out the Grand Vets class in race 272 in and out of turn number 2. Who's that in there with him? Looking like the 1-2-4 plate. Got to be Brett Archibald out of the Titans, the 8X of Jules Allen. He thought he was turn bar Tuesday into that last corner then. Just about managed to stick it up right. He's going to take that 3 spot on the line. As we move on to race 273, John Bentley leads it out. Grand Vets going semi-final racing later on. Allen's Factory Supercross, 1 on the plates. As stylish as you like, bringing it through that 3rd straight. The 2 plate in there in that 2 spot. That is Gary Carver with the 14 of David Knowles in there in 3. In and out it goes. Chorkos in there in 4. Brett Knight, Alan Hill, Fitzroy, Bryce, Craig Nelson, Michael Baggs and Neil Waddington. Out on track, race 274. Hilly leading it out. Hilly's going to take that one. Sorry, we was having our tea requests, our hot drink requests. Right, we are on to the 17 to 18-year-olds into turn number 2. Jake Adcock leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Got to be Sam Day, doing it for Hot Shot Race Team. Oh, moving up the inside though. Jaden Seaward's gone from 3 to 2, let's get this one right. Down the final straight, Seaward putting Adcock under pressure. It's going to be Adcock, Seaward in that order with Day in 3. Peckham BMX leading out the next moto on the 34 plate. That is Theodore Peterkin heading on through. He's got Curtis Vikatis in there behind him. Who's the Green Machine rider in the mix as well? Looking like that could be Scott Monroe Higgs. Higgs in there in that 3 spot, looking to chase down Vikatis, heading for the final turn. Here comes a 15 up the inside. Sebastian Hamling works his... Oh, Vikatis hits the deck. Everyone just about manages to stay upright. Apart from Curtis, he's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him. He's going to walk away. That was a huge crash. As we look to the track, Charlie Bigger leading out this motor with this 17 plate in there behind him. That is Che Young on Esselmon. 360 King, he's in there in that 3 spot, going to round out them podium spots across the line. Race 278 up on the gate. More 17 to 18-year-old action. We will resume racing out on track, then heading for turn number 1. Ruben Smith got a good gate, but it's going to be George Gerard into the turn, going triple into that first corner. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be Keanu Schaefer Cohen out of SAS Race Team. Fitzsimmons in there as well. Doyle, Milbank and Mallon all out on track. That looks like it could be Fitzsimmons working his way up the inside of Schaefer Cohen, heading for the final turn. Milbank's in the mix in there in 5. Gerard and Smith having their own little battle out front. It's going to be Gerard though taking the win in race 278. Eddie the Hitman Cannons from a 1920s mafia film, according to Rich. He's leading out race 279. Josh Cates. If you could hear Richard's impression every time that Eddie's out on track, it's absolutely quality. Moto 1365 Race Team taking over the lead then, Lewis Fletcher. Josh Cates in there in 3 as we move on to race 280, the 17 to 29-year-old women. Out front, it is the 675, Lottie Etmane out of Derby. Repping that Chase Bicycles factory team jersey with Caitlin Ellis coming through in that 2 spot. Green Machine leading that race 2-8-1 into turn number 2. That is Megan Kirby, who's had in there with her looking like Concept Mabo, picking it up as they come on round. Imogen Gibson on the 407. Here comes Alexi Carruthers on the outside. Remy Godfrey's thrown it under in the turn. Carruthers puts in a high-low on Godfrey down the final straight. McCorum in there in 5, heading to the line. It's going to be Godfrey, McCrum, Carruthers 3, 4 and 5 as Megan Kirby takes the moto win. Race 282 hits the track. Emily Green's had a great gate. She's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. The 5X right there with her. That is Mika Pritchard out of DC Cycles. Megan Duhigg in there in that 3 spot. Here comes Lily Chiswa around the outside for Mabo UK, trying to pick up a top 3 spot. In and out of that second corner they go. The 5 is going to be Phoebe Gaynor out of Moto 1365, but it is Green out front, in and out of the final corner, looking like she's going to raffle this moto win. Pritchard, Duhigg, Chiswa and Gaynor in that order. Ellie Featherstone leads out the next moto in the 17-29-year-old women. Hannah Drew in there in that 2 spot, who's picking up 3 and 4. That looks like Crack BMX coaching in 4 as they go in and out of the turn. That is Ellen Pott in there in 4, who's in 3. That is Hannah Baker on the 21 plate, heading for the final turn. The 14 of Olivia Firth out of Salted Race Gear. So Salted going through in 3 and 5, heading down the final straight, but it is going to be Featherstone taking the moto win. 19 to 29-year-olds out on track. That is Mixed Picks race team. Callum Sharp Maple on the 1 plate from last season. He's heading towards a final turn, but he's got the 4 of Lucas glued to his shoulder into that final corner. Here comes Josh Wallace out of the final turn as well. Kenny Phillips, good to see him back on track after his crash in moto number 1. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot as he take it across the line. Aaron Holloway in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Connor Hudson, heading for turn number 2. That looks like Brett Dove, his first ever season of Nationals. He's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down the front 2 riders. Here it comes the 17 plate of Camille Suleiman. He's got the 18 of Sean Tobin in there behind him in that 5 spot, but it is Hudson, Holloway, Dove, 1, 2, 3. Tyrese Bradshaw leads out race 286. He's got Ollie Cope in there behind him. Hayden Green's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Defy Brand. That is Daniel Kay on the 8 place of the front 4, creating a bit of a gap as they head through this 3rd straight. Bradshaw out front for Team Mabo UK. Hard Knocks by coaching with Cope right there with him, heading down the final straight. Bradshaw, Cope, Green, Kay, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ross Sharp leading into turn number 1, in and out of the corner over the whole shot line, doing it for Army Cycling Union. He's got Spencer Gibson in there behind him. Had a great weekend in Teal, did Spencer, at the last round of the European Cups. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing Sharp into that final turn. Connor Hedges, CH Coaching Performance, was the most recent guest on the BMX Commentator podcast. Got to squeeze that in there. It's a very good listen. I had that on this morning on my way up here. So Connor was taking the top 3 spot in that one as we move on to junior men in and out of turn number 2. That has got to be Jimmy Criddle going 1 and 2 with Danny J. Montfort headed for the final turn. Jared Hill's in there in 3. Ned Penny in 4. Who's that picking up 5? Look at Gabe Simpson up the inside, making it stick. Had the high-low put on him though on the exit of the corner. Looking like that's going to be Fawcett working his way into a top 4 spot. Tight on the line for the 1. It was Criddle and Montfort. Championship women hit the track for their second Rakamotos for the day. Sienna Harvey, Crucial Racing, in and out of that first corner. Who's that in there with her? Gotta be Lucy Simpson doing it for Pro Star BMX. Bound, Cook and Brown all in this one as well. Looks like Simpson's had an issue into that second corner, not quite sure what happened. So Brown takes over that 2 spot then, riding for Hard Knocks by coaching. Here comes Elizabeth Bound. Maggie is the caller in the Pure 10. She's in there in that 3 spot, looking for a way through into a top 2 spot. Down the final straight, here comes Bound to the line. Gonna have to settle for 3. Cook takes 4 as Simpson finishes her lap in 5. Race 290 hits the track, the second rack of championship women heading for the turn. It is Freya Chalice and Elsa Rendell Todd into the corner. Here comes Betsy back. She's worked her way across. So it is Stay Strong, Clark and Kent going through in 2 and 3 at the moment. Bax and Rendell Todd. But it is all led out by Absolute Bicycle Motocrossers. Freya the Slayer Chalice, a European and world champion. The 061 in there in 4. That is going to be Tia Gaynor with Cody Harmer in 5. But the race winner is going to be a Chalice. Super class men hit the track in race 290. Oh, looks like we've lost George Hunt down the first straight. Isidore leads it out. Isidore, Strickland, Hunt, 1, 2, 3. Brad Russell's in there in 4. That looks like Harrison Collis in there in 5. Turn 2 action. Hunt look for a high-low on Strickland. Put your hands together for George Hunt. He's back up to his feet, but it is all about Quill and Isidore. Pure bicycles in and out of the final turn. Just lays off the gas. He's going to chill his way down to the stripe. Strickland, Hunt going through in 2 and 3. Last moto for the second set hits the track. Jos Marnham gets a great gate heading for turn number 1. GT Factory on the inside, got to be Harry Tanner picking it up. Good to see him and Jay Boville both back on their bikes. Boville's in there in about 4 at the minute. That looks like the Crucial Racing gang. That is Taylor Hunt occupying that third spot as they go in and out of turn 2. Marnham, Tanner, Hunt, Boville, Bell, Markley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Heading down the final straight then. Marnham under pressure from Tanner. It's going to be Marnham and Tanner out front. That's your second rack of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Yep, second rack of motos. Oh, Lewis. He's just a nightmare. He's having a shocker, isn't he? Right, 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open on my ever-faded sheet of motos. Xavier Fox, Cooper, Frankie Griffin, Taylor Hall, Bram Heaver, Ollie Nelson, Cara Cross, Harry Swills, and Thomas Barnard. Looks like Griffin's going to lead it down that final straight. That'll be Xavier Fox, Cooper in 2, Harry Swills in 3, and I've got a feeling that might be Bram Heaver in 4. Race 294, Adam Arnold, Billy Cheeseman, Aaron Hickman, Toby Duff, Sheen King, Charlie LeBras, Percy Large, and Jamie Turblanche. Milton Keynes out in front, the 168. That will be Jamie Turblanche. Looking very good. Large in 2. The 667 going through as well. That is Hunter Ballion.
Hello, are we there? All right, we are on track then. 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. I think. No, is it 9 to 12s? Yes, it's 9 to 12s. Down that final straight. Oliver Arnold, that is. What race are we on? I've completely lost where we are. Right, 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Bringing it on round. We are looking at James Cottrell. Thanks, Des. Still crackling? You have to give us a shout when it stops. I do apologise on the first turn for the crackly speaker at the moment. Right, we are looking at GT Factory, leading this one out.
Check. Yep, I think we've blown a speaker somewhere. We're about to find out anyway. As we move on, Isaac Caulfield leading into the turn. That is Logan Young in there as well. Jacob Warren going through Jack Walford. These are your 13 and 14-year-old cruiser guys. Heading down towards that corner. Cooper Westwood and Theo Cam are in there as well. It looks like Caulfield, Young, Warren. 1 and 2. Walford's just worked his way into that 3. As we move on, Lane Goddard in this one, doing it for Fluence. And his dad runs Crave Digital. So if you need any of your rider-framed photographs, have a chat with Andy. He'll be able to sort you out with that one. Where is Alfie Sim? Evolved Bicycle Motocross in 4, chasing down Robin Matta and Alonso. That's El Kindi in the mix as well. But as they take it down towards the line, Switty battling right at the stripe. Did he get it? I'm not sure. 15-16 cruisers, Colby Hawk, Caden Roberts, Louis Pinder, who's not made it back on track, so I hope he's all right. Angus Graham, all right, they're down in the turn. Not sure who that was. Thomas Doran out in front. Rodri Jones doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. He's in there in 3. It was the... Right. As we just look after our fallen rider. I think it was one of the DC guys, not sure which one. We've just unplugged our knackered speaker as well. And for clarification, our knackered speaker is not Lewis. Oh dear, and the jokes just keep coming. Oh, hang on. Batteries. There you go. We need batteries. Right. Where are we up to? That's Sean Brown, isn't it? Yep, it is. Moto 301. Hooper, Harrison, Davison, Haywood, Brown, Miller, and a Louis Kai map. Right, if you've lost a pair of gloves, black fist gloves, they will fit about, I don't know, an 11-year-old. So we've got a pair of black fist gloves. I banned my lad from wearing black gloves because every time he has a pair, he loses them. So if you've lost a pair of black fist gloves, fit about 10, 11, 12-year-old maybe. They've been found by the showers. Maybe you just don't like getting your hands wet, I don't know. But yeah, pair of black fist gloves. If you've lost them, come and see us at commentary and we will reunite you with your lost gloves. Right, hang on. Dun, 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 dun. Who's that out in front? MCR on the 10. MCR on the 10. Zach Chapman, right, okay. Yeah, Moto 303, Jake Hart in that one as well. Lewis Barnes, good to see Lewis on track as always as we move on to 304, which is your 30 to 39 cruiser. Connor Hudson. Sorry, Jack Hudson. Jamie Webb, Daniel Pope, Martin Brown. The original Tom Palmer, Ross Bradley, and Chris Evans. Chris in there in about, what, 6th spot? Oh, dear. We are struggling with these speakers today. Oops. Right, next up, John Lillingston. We've got Ryan Jones in this one as well, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Nathan Abbott, Chris Miller, John Mays, Ash Richardson. But it's John Lillingston leading it through. The 702 in there in that 2nd spot is Nathan Abbott. Agris Aliadians in there as well for Bournemouth on that 9 plate. As we move on to 306, Matt Swales, Craig Cordin, Rich Stevenson, Dylan Dixon, Kingsley Mears, and Matthew Eaton. It is Kingsley leading it out. 40 to 44 cruiser now is your age group. Matthew Eaton in there in 2. That'll be Rich Stevenson in there in 3. Craig Cordin trying to hang on to that 4th spot. Battling with Dylan Dixon from Milton Keynes. As race 267, 367, 307 even. Chris Coleman, Andy Groves, Tom Odlin, Matt Walsh, and Andy Spray on Trousers McCoy. He's in there in 3. Tell you, must have got himself into them no logo pants with a shoe on. That's how snug they are. Still, it is still 1988, isn't it, Andy? In our heads. Sorry, Phil, what? Right, we're short riders in the pens. We are short of riders in the pens. If you are supposed to be in the pens, like in the next 5 minutes, get yourselves in there. Probably our younger riders that we're missing. Make sure you are in the right place at the right time, because if the gate drops without you, Tough nuts, it's your own fault. They won't wait for you in Europe and we won't wait for you here. Right, we've had a couple of riders have a roll round on the floor. Not quite sure who it was. Was Graham Stark one of them? I think it was. He's up and all right. As Casey goes with welcome to the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. It's the A34 into Didsbury. That's what it is. It's a bit posh in Didsbury. Yeah, it is posh. You get salads with pine nuts on when you go to Greg's. Do you know what I mean? That's how posh it is. Here's a discussion point for you, Lewis. The original Top Gun or Top Gun Maverick, which was the better film?
Are we on? Right, we're on. Okay. If anyone says anything other than the original Top Gun, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to hear it either. The original Top Gun was miles better. Yes, close. Yeah.
Yeah, the original Top Gun has to be 110%. I think the only people that are picking Maverick is the people that are too young.
People with no taste.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah. We'll go for that one. But
it's like the original Bad Boys movie. There's only the original one that's any good.
Yep.
The rest of them are rubbish.
I'll agree with that. I will agree with that.
Oh, it was Neil Arbor who had a roll round on the floor. Damn. Hope he's all right. But anyway, yeah, original Top Gun, original Bad Boys. And don't even start on Fast and Furious.
I'm surprised that's made it so far up north.
Oh, talk about milking it, Jesus. Anyway, we're back on cruisers, 45 to 49. Matt Barnard out in front. Dave Stokes in there as well. That looks like Mr. Too Good in that second spot. The 608 Mario de Almeida out of Braintree. In there in that fourth spot. Looks like Dave Stokes making moves on Mr. Too Good in that corner. Straight out of the caution textbook, that one, Dave. We like that. He's there in two as we move on. So it looks like Evolved Bicycle Motocross are going to pick up that second place finish. As we move on to race 310. Main, Merrin, Labras, Watson, Marco, and the big Nige Smith. Nige in there in three. Fraser Watson leading it out. That'll be Norbert Marco in there in two. Labras in four. As Stephen Hassel leads out the next moto. Phil Collins. We're going with all the classics today, aren't we? Whilst repairing speakers. There's only one reason to listen to Phil Collins, and that's to keep kids away from your music system. What's that? Am I missing something? Don't ask. Right, okay. Right. I don't want to know. I've got a feeling I don't want to know. Judging by the giggling that's going on here. Right, as we move on, Gary Carver anyway. He is the Phil Collins of the Northeast. He's not bald and he doesn't play the drums, so I don't know where that came from. Right, Daz O'Brien. Kev Sykes who just about held on, I think, to the line. Next up is 55 and over cruiser, the McRock, leading into the turn, battling with Brent Featherstone. Stevie Keach in there, Simon Watson, Keith Brown, and Steve Needham. So it's Reed, Featherstone, Brown, Watson, Keach, and Needham in that order. 17 to 29. Kean Brown, Matt McHugh. Oh no, hang on, one further on. Charlesworth, Stupple, Knowles, Shale, Noble, and Goff. Mick Goff out there in one. That's Billy Stupple. In two, just had the moves put on him by Bertie Shale. Dave Knowles in that fourth spot. Stevie Noble, the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. In there in five with Charlesworth in six. As we move to the 17 to 29 cruisers, the three of Theo Pope doing it for Moto 1365. Jake Thompson on the 240 out of Redditch. Jack Needham doing it for Team Bunnies. Kean Brown and Matt McHugh in there. McHugh in four. The 16, that is Kean Brown. But it looks like Theo's going to lead it to the line. Right, Moto 317 at Lewis.
Right, race 317 out on track. 17-29-year-old cruisers. That looks like Ned Penny leading it into that final corner. Going 1 and 2 with Ben Weiss. Thank you very much. As they bring it down that final straight, that looked like Ashley Walker in there in three. Race number 318 out on track then. 17-29-year-old cruisers. That is Watson leading it into turn number 2. Zach Green's in the mix in there at about 4 at the moment around the outside of Max Henderson as they go in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Kyle Hill in there as well. Headed for that final corner. Luke Davies-Hayes in there in that 2 spot chasing down Watson. Green's worked his way from 4 to 3 heading into the final turn. Chadwick's in there as well. Tyler missed practice yesterday because he was drinking the night before, and then not quite sure if he made it to practice this morning. Had a couple of beers last night as well, so fair play, Tyler. Living the every BMXer's dream. As we look at Connor Hedges and Lewis Fletcher heading down the final straight in 1 and 2, with Arne Esselmont rounding out them podium spots. National champion out on track then, Rab Racing. Number 1 team 10 that I've seen so far this weekend. He's out front looking good. Alex Brooks, Rab Racing team manager. No. Yeah, no, it don't matter. With Jake Green in there behind him. Good to see Jake back on track. Finished his uni course now, so hopefully we'll see more of him around the track. As we move on to the 30-plus women's cruiser, we are looking at SJN, your world number 2, Hotshot Racing out front, looking good. Who's that in there with Allen's Factory Supercross? That is Lee Pendleton on the 11 plate, charging on through this third straight. Nicholas Stitch in there in that 3 spot, throwing it underneath in that final turn, looking for a way around Cassie Harding, and I think she might have found it. Here comes the last straight action though. Harding pulling back some pace down the final straight. She's going to nick that 3 spot off of Stitch. Stitch goes through in 4. Michelle Stupple and Kim Batsford going 1 and 2 in race 3-2-3. In and out of that second corner, that looks like Savannah Carver picked up the 24-inch wheels for this moto, heading on through the third straight. Who's in there in 4? That is Teresa Chalice out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Coach Annie Chiswa double biking it this weekend. I didn't think she was actually. She's in there in that 4th, 5th spots. Riding for Team Bunnies. Team Bunnies got a couple of races in this one. That is Tracy Sharp going through as well. 17-29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. That looked like Hannah Drew leading this one out. Who's in there with her into that second corner? Got to be Abby Pipe picking it up for Allen's Factory Supercross. So it is Pro Start and Allen's at the moment. Sorted race gear in there in 3. That's got to be Josie McFall. Good to see Josie back racing. Look at the battle in that final turn. Elbows were flying. Looks like that was Kira Lee getting busy with Jetska Hemstock. Looking like it might be Hemstock that comes out on top. Lee goes through in 5. Lily Chiswa leads out race 3-2-4 for Team Mabo UK. Heading into that final turn, the 6th plate in there with her. That is Taylor Lee Mohan, Royal Air Force. Heading down the final straight. But it is going to be Lily Chisholm picking up that moto win. We are looking at race 325 on track. Taylor, Prince, Willets, Firth, Rendell Todd and Elwood all heading into that second corner. It is your European champion Elsa Rendell Todd. Stay strong, Clark and Kent leading this one through. Got the 1 plate in there behind her. The 2 plate, sorry, that is Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Who's picking up 3? That is Retro Racing's Amy Willets heading down the final straight with Jump Club in there in 4. That's going to be Sammy Prince and Jessica Taylor in at 5. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser now. BB Alderton, Erin J. Jackson, Grace Burge, Annalise Cadman Carpenter and Isla Young. It is, of course, Cadman Carpenter leading it out for Halo Wheels race team. DC Cycles right there with her on the 8 plate. That is BB Alderton in and out of that final turn. Alderton chasing down Carpenter. Has she got enough left in the tank to close the gap down the final straight? I don't think she has. Carpenter's going to take that moto win. More 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Cody Harmer, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leads this one out in that NSR Foundation jersey, heading through the 3rd straight with Alexis McCartney in there with her in that 2 spots. Anya Mata Alonso in there in 3. Arla Radcliffe in at 4, doing it for Divide Brand. And Carmel Allison in at 5. Oh, okay. We've had a hotel key handed in. Malmaison. So if you are staying at the Malmaison, we could very possibly have your room card, sorry. So if you're missing that, then head up to commentary. Where were we? Right, 6 and unders. The Pocket Rockets in and out of turn number 2. Lou and Jamira leads this one out for Crucial Racing. As mum, dad and brother watch on from turn number 1. He's heading towards that final turn in that 1 spot. He's got the 822 right there with him. That is Henry Dodd out of the mid-langs. Here comes Benji Ross Foster. Wants a piece of the pie heading down that final straight. Shelby Yates under pressure from Goosery, who's worked his way round. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish. Yates in there for 5 with John Henry Weston in 6. Oliver Bridle on track for Exeter Eagles. Like the song, Dina? Oliver Bridle then leading this one through. Isaac Tomlinson, Charlie Thorne, Jax Bradley, Charlie States and Ioannis Chorkos all out on track with him, but it is Bridle out front for Exeter Eagles. The 486 in there in that 2 spot. That is Isaac Tomlinson with the 263 in there in that top 3 spot. Doing it for MK Evolution. That is Charlie State heading down the final straight. That's going to be your front 3 mixed picks in there in 4. Charlie Thorne going to pick it up across the line. Des McCrum had a little bit of a 2-step there to the song then. Was that 2-step? Is that what we're going for? Oh, you nearly fell. Was that what it was? Oh, okay. No worries. Right, 7-year-olds out on track. Albie Blight leading this one through. Frankie Jones in this one as well, in there at about 6 at the moment. Battling it out for LCC. Rapid Romans in there in that 2 spot, chasing Blight down to the line. That looks like Finley Thomas in there at about 4 with Exeter Eagles. Joseph Claydon in at 3. More 7-year-old action, race 3-3-1. That looks like Oscar rather fast. Sorted Race Gear leading it into turn number 2. Underhill, Brooke, Hatch, Sarah and Hale all out on track as well. Looking like Exeter Eagles picking up that 2 spot as they bring it on round. That is Toby Brooke on the 349. Yes, it is Brooke. He's under pressure though from the 620 of Ollie Underhill. In and out of that final turn. Underhill looked for a high-low, didn't make it stick. So he's going to have to settle for that top 3 finish. Bringing it down to the line, and that looked like Arlo Hatch in there at about 5. Granger, Ford, Crossley, Payne, Field and Aceto all on track. Logan Aceto leading it out by the looks of it. No, he's not. Sorry, he's in there in about 4. So the race leader is Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates. Under a bit of pressure from Rudy Pleasance Ford out of Hot Shot Racing. Heading down the final straight. Here comes Ford pushing right the way to the line. Who's going to get that one? That one was one for the Transponders of Terror. 7-year-old girls out on track then, in and out of turn number 2. Looks like Exeter Eagles are leading this one out. Exeter got some great young talent in their club, and that is Mabel Pine, your British champion from last year, leading this one out. Look at that for a race lead. The 700 plate in there in that 2 spot. That is Isabella Henry with the 383 in 4. That is Millie Moore out of Mongoose Factory Race Team, the 461 in there as well. That is Sophia Rees out of Dragon Riders, under a bit of pressure as they bring it down the final straight, but your race winner is going to be Mabel Pine. Race 3-3-4 on track. Fast signatures, sorted race gear 1 and 2. Evolved are in this one as well, in there in about 5. That is Hattie McGoldrick chasing into the final corner. Look at the 278 round the outside. That's Abigail Henning. She's in that top 3 spot. Last straight action. Fast signatures leading this one through. All the Jewish under pressure as they bring it to the line. Maggie Devine pushing all the way. That one was busy at the front of the pack. Mr. Hugh, how are you? All right? All good? Yeah, not bad, mate. Thank you. Not bad. Really good. 8-year-olds out on track. Oscar Marco's in this one in about 3 at the minute, but the race is led out by Henry Sullivan. Crucial Racing and your British champion, he's going to pick it up across the line with Seth Robinson in there in that 2 spot. We are looking at race 3-3-6 out on track. Callum Woods in this one, in there in about 3 at the minute. Jake Avis in 2, but your race leader is Ethan the Great White, doing it for Braintree Bullets, heading for that final turn. Who's in 4, 5 and 6? We are looking at the 3-1-4. That's got to be Seb Perry. Yes, it is Perry then, occupying that 4th spot. That is Tawalda in there in 5. Who's in 6 is to bring it down to the line. That is Charlie Blackburn out of MK. Antek Perebny on track for Birmingham National Race Team. He's under pressure in and out of that second corner. That's Joel Pritchard out of the Hawks. So it is Perebny and Pritchard 1 and 2. The 261's getting busy in there in 3. That is Alexander Gilbert chasing down your race leaders in and out of that final turn. Looking like Pritchard went for a high-low in that final corner. Didn't quite make his stick. So it is going to be Perebny picking up that moto win. Race 3-3-8 out on track. Oakley Hill in this one. LCC Race Team chasing down Dominic Zapanos, the Romanian, in the British BMX circuit. He's leading this one out, absolutely flying for Hot Shot Racing in and out of that final turn. Here comes Hill though with a late charge down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Zapanos, Hill to the line. Zapanos looking like he might have just hung on to it. Who got 3? Looking like Arthur Mason out of Team A. That is Alistair North leading out the next moto in the 8-year-old boys. Hunter Chambers doing it for Team Bunnies in this one as well. Looks up the inside in turn number 2. That's Elliot Hatch doing it for Rusting Up Racing in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Christian Garbachik out of Peterborough Phantoms BMX Club in and out of that final turn. Not heard someone called Peterborough Phantoms for years. He's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down Hatch down the final straight. North, Hatch, Garbachik 1, 2, 3. Here comes Chambers with a late charge for that 4 spot. 8-year-old girls out on track then. We are looking at the British champion Phoebe Millar heading towards turn number 3. Your British champ looking good then. Mixed picks in there in that 2 spot. That's Ella Grant with the 735 in there in 3. That is Maisie Dyson out of Bradford Bandits in and out of that final corner. It is going to be the front 3 ladies looking good down to the line, with Ellie Robertson in there in 4 and Layla Dixon in 5. Race 3-4-1, the 8-year-old girls, Lauren Snell. Only 3 little ladies in this one. Evie Hume, birthday girl, she's out on track. Madison Stupple, the 174, leading this one out there. Megan Keller looking good in and out of that final turn. Madison Stupple in there in that 2 spot. Not sure what happened to Lauren Snell. She didn't pick herself up on the gate for this one, so it's going to be Evie Hume taking that 3 spot on her birthday. Happy birthday, Evie. As Thomas Giles, thank you very much, on turn number 1. Thomas Giles leads out race number 3-4-2 for the Northeast, heading down the final straight. The Northeast going 1 and 2. That is going to be Jessie Rose in there in that 2 spot. Who's going to get 3? Looking like Jack Kitching out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Race 3-4-3 out on track. The 9-year-old boys heading towards turn number 2. That is Rex Ford leading this one out. Who's there with him? Got to be C.I.C race team, the Andover crew inside the top three as well on the 3-1-2. That is Oakley, Lewis Field into that final turn. The front three looking safe and clear at the moment. Who's picking up four though? Joseph Dewis out of Fast Signatures chasing down this final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank for Field? I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. Yep, cool. Race 3-4-4 out on track. Who's leading this one out? The 008 plates. Just a little bit better than James Bond out front. Arthur Donaldson. Green. Final straight with, I think that might have been Chester Grocock. Yes, it was in there in that 2 spot.
Right, Moto 345, Tobias Groves in there in that 2nd spot, doing it for Mongoose and Bradford, who is the young man out in front as they head towards the final corner. It is the 838, and that belongs to Jack Belton out of Decoy. Looking very good. Kacharik, I think it is actually in there in 2. Groves going through in 3, rusting up races. George Spencer inside the top 4, and I can see Oliver Hawker doing it for the TNT Club. Race 346, Dent, Shaw, Kincaid, Chapman Davis, Westwood, Tanzer, Downsing, and Jones. Birmingham National Race Team, Ethan Shaw out in front, Dowsing in there in 2. Divides Rocco Westwood in there in 3. That looks like a Jacob Dent in there as well. Eric Kincaid doing it for the Belfast City BMX Club. I got one with the jerseys at Cumbernauld. It was awesome. Big shout to Pete and Jacob Jameson who are watching at home on the live feed back in Northern Ireland. I got your message, guys. I've got a few shout outs to do. I will do them later as we move on to the young ladies. Rosie Geddes, Holly Webb, Roxy Rowlands, Beth Worley, Robin Wyatt, Millie Tomlinson in this one as well. In fact, I'm a lap behind. Sorry, I do apologise because that is young Miss Bishop out there in front. I'll have a water. Yeah. Can't trust me where biscuits are concerned. As we move on. And that looks like Connor Hemphill, I think, out in front. Doing it for GT Factory BMX. Coached by Dylan Clayton at Hard Knocks BMX Coaching. Arlo Steinmetz in 2. And we also had Thomas Henning in the mix as well for Preston. Harvey Simpson, Preston, Newmarsh, Powell. That is Finley Munro out there in front. Powell's in there in 2. That looks like young Mr. Riches. That'll be Oliver in there in 3. With the 6 plate of Moray Watson going through in 4. Race 351, Wilson Eaton, Ronnie Walwork. In there in that 5th spot. Teddy Jones, Edward Cordery, Rex Beasley, Lucas Tewalde, and Joshua Coates. Jones in 1, Cordery in 2, Tewalde in 3, Beasley in 4, Walwork in 5, Wilson Eaton in 6, and the 937 of Joshua Coates out of Decoy, pushing hard. Moto 352, Richie in this one, Benny Jackson as well, Sebastian Hewitt, Bo Morris, Finn Nude, Leo Bradley, and Jack Swales. So Sebastian Hewitt in 1, the 714 is Finn Nude. Moto 353. Two riders out of the LCC. That is Freddie Ray Orland and the Landshark, Ronnie Woods. Those guys going 2 and 3 at the minute, chasing down Joey Tompkins from BMXHype.com. Harvey's in there in 5, doing it for Blackpool. And the Mixed Picks riders is Ollie Thorne. Also got Otto Parr and Neil Grandon's in there. Race 354, Jones, Duffy, Gray, Dayton, Walsh, O'Connell, Gordon, and Anderson. Anderson in 1, Dayton in 2. The 15 is Kylan Gordon out of Northeast BMX. He's in 3. Yoris Dode in 4. the Peckham rider. The other one, I think, was Benjamin Gray. Grace Hudak, Trixie Trays, 1 and 2 in Moto 355. Erin Toogood doing it for Derby. We've got the 11 plate in there, Bonnie Dudley from Creation Cycles. The 9 is Izzy Dolan, Holly Richardson, Ophelia Shepherd as well. Maisie Egan leading out Moto number 356. Got Isla Milne, Izzy Underhill, India Bennett, Maisie Surtees, Mia Kiss, Jamie Puddick, and Ada Walding. Well, they are chasing the AllensBMX.com rider. Coached by Dylan Clayton at Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. The 571, that is India Bennett. India's going well in the 4, Ada Walding in 5. But Egan takes it to the line. Race 357. Jacob Aston for Mid-Lancs in this one. Well, looks like the rider leading it out, though, is the 13 of Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing. Zach Parsons, Harrison Doe, Tom Allen, Moses Dennis Essel, Finley Shaw, and Louis Swales. 358, Oliver Taylor, MK Evolution. In there in about 4. But it is Archie Bell out in front, doing it for Fluent, the 20 and the 19. That's Lucas Belton and Niall Elkindi. Inside the top 4. Leon Waite in there as well, doing it for the Brumwood National Race Team. I think that's James Bibby out in front on the E4. It is Leighton Harding in there in 2. That'll be Marcus Mullen in that 4th spot. As we move on to Moto 360, Ronnie Payne for Jump Club S&M Source, I think it is, in front. That'll be Emil Challenger in 2. The 11 and the 12, that is Harley Bowler and Harry Swales. The 33 is Jet Thompson from the Gosport National Race Team. And we've got Callum Goosetree in there as well, and Theo Davis. Race 361. Louis Chetfy doing it for Team Mind. He's in there in 3. It's Sam Ritchie's out in front. Don't want to sit on my bottle of water. Just pop that down there. As we listen to Harold Faltermeyer, Axel F. From which movie, Lewis? Do you know? Yeah? Oh, he wasn't even born, was he? Apparently so, yeah. Beverly Hills Cop, if you were. He's watched it. Yeah. I watched the clip on Instagram yesterday of Serge in the art gallery. That might have been from the second one. My name is Serge. What can I get for you? That one. Rubbish accent, but never mind. With a lemon twist. It's nice with the twist, yeah. All the parents know what I'm rattling on about. None of the kids do. I'll never make an impressionist, but there you go. Right, Leo Rowlands. And is that Joe Rook on the 445? No. Anyway. It was Archie Crocker White. Sorry, Archie, we did miss you. I do apologise. And that was another solid 3rd place finish from Zach Worthington as well. Well done, Zach. Race 364, Lady Cordin, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, but Iris Hyder out in front. That's young Miss Gerard, Grace Gerard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in 2. Got Lucy Stevenson in there as well. And Lottie Mosley doing it for the Fast Signatures team. The 11-year-olds. Lauren Keller, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Lily Mae Gould, Eliza Walsh, Evie Dyson, and Penny Blackburn. Looks like, am I on the right race or the wrong race? I might be on the wrong race, actually. It has. Right, so Elsie Blight out in front, Sadie McSwitty. in there as well in about 4th spot. That'll be the 6 of Seren Pritchard going through in 2. Holly Hume doing it for Cumbernauld. She's in 3. All this rad 80s music is just distracting me. So Tyler Davenport and Olivia Webb in there as well. As the riders head towards that final turn. That will be Team Mind. I've got a feeling that is Caitlin Bird out there in front. No, she's in there in 4, I think. Or is it Millie Ross? There's 2 riders from the same team. That's why it's mixing me up. As we move on to the 12-year-old boys, Bodie Markley in there in 3. Louis Kachari going through as well. Out in front, the 420 of Max Vass out of Runnymede. That's Josh Jepson doing it for Manchester BMX Club, and Crankalicious in that 2nd spot. As we move on to Moto 369, Max Cooper, Gilmore Green, Mark Tozzadillo, James Joseph, Roy Pipe, Joe Douglas, Oscar Walding, James Miller and Jack Perkins. Miller in 1, Perkins in 2. Mark's in there in 3, the 030, that is Joe Douglas. And Gilmore Green rounding out the top 5. Moto 370, Bence Tibor, Kiss. Ethan Rogers in there in 2, chasing down the one and only Harry Donald, doing it for BMXHype.com. Hotshot rider is Ethan Crooks Martin in 3, Tom Palmer in 4. Moto 371, Lewis.
Potts, Former, Lewis, Stone, Bojang, Collis, Steele and Howell all on track. And it is Ethan Howell leading this one out for Creation Cycles heading into turn 2. It's getting busy for that 2 spot. Looking like Collis just received an elbow into that 2nd corner from Harley Steele. So Steele holds on to that 2 spot. Collis in 3. The 55 plate in there in 4. That is Stanley Farmer doing it for Retro Racing. In and out of that final turn they go. Potts in 5. Bojang in 6. Heading down to the stripe. Then all about Howell out front. Steele and Collis rounding out your podium spots. Max McNulty has worked his way into the day well, and he now leads his 3rd moto. In and out of turn number 2 for Team Bunnies. Who's that in there with him, looking like Charlie Wilcox on the 4 plate, doing it for Team Mind. The front 2 riders running away with this one into the final turn. The 32 plate in there as well. That is Hayden Cartwright doing it for MK Evolution. Heading down the final straight, that's got to be Hunter van der Malion in there inside the top 4, but it's all about McNulty out front. Yes, Mr. McCrum. Quarters straight after. We are going quarter-final racing as soon as motos are done, ladies and gents. If you're in the quarter-finals, you need to be in the pens ready and waiting when the superclass are up on the gates. We need you in the pens, please. Thank you very much. As soon as motos have done. 12-year-old girls, that was Emily Eaton taking a moto win for the 3rd time today as Ruby Warren. Yes, it is Warren leading it out for the Titans in race 374. Naira O'Connell in there in that 3 spot. Who's picking up the 2? That is the 7 plate of Esme Ward doing it for Warren BMX. That is the 13 in the mix as well. Isabella Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, but it's all about Ruby Warren out front picking up that moto win. 6 on the plate. Emma Kiss leads out this next moto in the 12-year-old girl. She's got Dakota Tucker in the mix as well in there in about 3, working her way across around the outside of Martha Cotton on the 5 plate. Who's in there in 3? Then that is your European number 2, Brooke Fawcett doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Tucker rounding out them top 3 spots. Thank you very much. Priority. Missed the end of that one, so it was Kiss that took the win. 13-year-old boys out on track. Then we are looking at Ned Guppy. Absolute bicycle motocross going 1 and 2 with a 22 plate of Ben Millington and Freddie Parkinson in there in 3. Newton Hindley's in there in 5. Looking for a way round Maxwell Lawrence down the final straight. Lawrence is going to hang on to that top 4 finish. Hindley in there in 5. More 13-year-old boys on track. Marlo Weller having a cracking day so far. He's going 1 and 2 with Dexter Beer up into that 2nd turn. Who's in there in 3? Brody Geddes just having the move put on him as he enters turn number 2. That was the 35 plate working his way under. That is Adam Stevenson out of Barnsbury into that final turn. In and out they go. Geddes looking for a high low, didn't quite make it stick. He's gonna have to settle for that 4th spot as Milo Weller picks up that moto win. Toby Lynch, Leo Cranston and Heath Osborne going at 1, 2 and 3 in race number 378 in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Billy Harrison in there inside the top 4 doing it for Birmingham BMX Club. Billy's grown about another 4 feet since I saw him last, so he's in there inside the top 4 heading down the final straight, but it is going to be Lynch and Cranston 1 and 2. Race 379, that's Oliver Tyles and Nathaniel Eames going 1 and 2. Moto 1365 race team and Evolved Bicycle Motocross out front at the moment, looking good. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be the 65 plate picking it up as they come on round. That is Zach Childs out of East Anglia. He's going to pick up that top 3 finish with Eames in there in second. Nate Hamilton on track in race 380. Todd Smith Notman in there as well. Them 2 guys going 1 and 2. Daniel Collins-Ige rounding out the top 3, but he's got Freddie Richardson right there behind him in 4, looking for a way into a top 3 spot. Last turn action. Has Richardson got enough left in the tank? He looked for a high-low. Collins-Ige did the same on Notman heading down the final straight. Notman's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Collins-Ige, Richardson going through in 3 and 4. Isaac Shaw leads out the next moto in the 13-year-olds. He's going to 1 and 2 with Robin Matter Alonso. The 4-2-2 of Ashton Stewart in there. Oh, elbow to elbow action into the turn. One rider ended up on the deck, straight back up to their feet though. Not quite sure who it was. Possibly Carter Jack. Yes, it was Carter. Put your hands together for Carter, ladies and gents. As Isaac Shaw and Robin Matter Alonso cross the line in them first 2 positions. Race 382 hits the track. Ronnie Richards gets a great gate for Fast Signatures race team and he leads it out of the first corner. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we have got Oliver Taylor on the 669, so it is Richards and Taylor 1 and 2. Thomas Westmore's in there in 3, repping that Crew 19 jersey, heading for the final turn. Who's the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider? That is Freddie Warwork on the 296 in and out of that final turn. That's your front 4 done and dusted down the final straight. Ronnie Richards picks up the moto win. World number 7 out on track. That is James Cottrell. He's got Elvis Lawrence glued to his back wheel into turn number 2. Noah Buttery on the 42 plate doing it for LVG National Race Team. He's in the mix inside the top 3. He's got the 10 plate of Harry Bailey looking up the inside of him. Bailey threw it under and went from 4 to 3. Here comes Lawrence down the final straight on Cottrell as well. Cottrell, Lawrence, Bailey, Buttery 1, 2, 3 and 4. 13-year-old girls out on track. Jalala Patel in there in that 2 spot being chased down by Lexi Cairns out of Allen's Factory. Supercross in there in 3, but your race leader Moto 1365 race team, that is Katie Millar, your national number 2 from last year. So it is Millar, Patel, Cairns 1, 2, 3, the 6 plate in there as well. That is Matilda Sacharu out of Peckham. So Peckham going 2 and 4 at the moment. Libby Coppings in there in 5, and that is going to be Isla Young rounding out the top 6. Rin Gianolino out on track, race 385, Team Bunnies in and out of turn number 2. Who's in there with her? Looking like it could be a sorted race gears. Isabella Rowe, yes it is, the 4 plate in there as well. That is Sidonie Cleve out of Braintree in that Crew 19 jersey. Here comes Rowe though with a textbook high-low in that final corner on Gianolino heading down to the line. Rowe's going to nick the 1 spot with Gianolino settling for 2. Moving on to the 14-year-old boys, Cooper McCrum is in this one. He's got a bit of work to do in the middle of the pack at the minute, but he's working his way through. He's now in there in about 5 at the moment, working his way into 4, and he's managed it, but Larkins out front. He's going to go through in 1 and 2 with I think that might have been Freddie Entwistle in that 2nd spot in a Birmingham NRT jersey. As we look at the 4 plate, Luke Wilcox, Halo Wheels race team, as chill as you like into that final turn. Going to pick up this moto win down the final straight. That looks like I missed. I think that could have been Freddie Gattesco in there in that 2 spots. Completely missed the number plate as it came past. As a race 388 hits the track, heading through this 3rd straight, the 5 on the plate. That is Luca Seeley of Rab Racing going 1 and 2 with the 684. Oja Parr, Crank BMX coaching. His TM will be watching on from the sidelines somewhere, I'm sure, as Heath Thomas comes past us leading out Race 389. In the 14-year-old boys, your national champion from last year, Pro Start BMX. The BMX Race Hub posted up underneath us in the commentary tower. Morning chat, afternoon chaps actually. It's 2:15. Heath Thomas taking that moto win. Right, moving on then as we see Harvey Tomlinson leading out the next moto. MCR in there in that 2 spot. Got to be Eric McSwitty, Isaac Caulfield, his teammate in this one as well in there in about 5 at the minute. But Elijah Jumeirah in that 3 spot doing it for Crucial Racing, racing up an age group. He's looking for a way past McSwitty out of that final turn. McSwitty, Jumeirah, it's going to be McSwitty hanging on to that 2 spot. Chasing down your race leader, that is Harvey Tomlinson. World number 5 out on track, Kai Bowen, Ty DS 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? That's got to be Oliver James picking it up for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Warren BMX Race Team in there as well. Who is that looking like? We've got Eden Boone. Yes, it is on the 15 plate. Boone in and out of that final turn for Norwich Flyers. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish with the 5 spot going to Alex Dunkley out of Ellie Featherstone BMX Coaching. Rufus Cosinue out on track, leading out race at 392. Logan Widdowson, Team Bunnies in there in 4 at the minute, chasing down the rider out of the mid-lengths. That is Oliver Sim occupying that 3 spot, chasing down the 28 plate just ahead of him. That is Louis Avery out of Decoy. Avery then being chased down this final straight by Sim and Widdowson, but he's going to hang on to that 2 spot in behind Rufus Cosinue. More 14-year-old boys action out on track. Freddie Franklin in this one, Rustin at Racing. He's in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down the race leader Amos Guppy on the 6 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 8 of Lucas Osborne out of Birmingham National Race Team. The 7 of Bradley James in there in 3. Who's going to pick up that 4 spot? That is Moto 1365 across the line. Tate Kitson. Mabo UK leads out race 394 in the 14-year-old girls. That is Amelia Everly, your European number 5, going to 1 and 2 with Ailey Watson out of BMX Widow Photography. Who's in there in 3? That is Green Machines. Grace Burge bringing it on round, looking like the 8 plate in the mix as well. That is Atana Price out of Peckham BMX Club. Peckham in and out of that final turn inside the top 4. Got the Fluent guys in there behind them. That is Ruby Walford, not quite going to get close enough with Concept Mabo and Ava Brown in. Ava Wright, sorry, in there as well. More 14-year-old girls on track. Lottie Brown, that is, European number 4, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with Lily Hayes out of SAS Race Team. 15-year-old boys out on a track. That looks like Kemi Cook in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader on the 30 plate, I think that is. Yes, it is. Joe Nunn out of Decoy. The 149 in there in 3, that is Malachi O'Reilly. Here comes Cook down the final straight, putting the 30 plate under pressure as they bring it down to the line, but it is Nunn and Cook in that order. Sean Brown leads out the next moto in a race 397 for Birmingham National Race Team. That looks like it could be Jack Bailey out of Rustin up Racing. John O'Haradine doing it for the ladies in there in that 5 spot. The 15 in there in 3. That is looking like Nathan Baratta under a bit of pressure as they head down the final straight. That is Bradley Davison in there in 4 with the rider out of Brixton, Angus Graham in there in a 6. Maybe UK back on track then. Noah Everly in and out of turn number 2.
That'll be you, I think, anyway. What are we up to?
Race 399. Yes, it is 399 out on track. Cody Coker leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Mason Lang Fluent out front then in them first 2 spots. Looking good at the moment. They've got Eli Smith right there with them out of Rab Racing, heading on through that 3rd straight. The 10 of Zachary Tia in there in 4, who's picking up 5. That's the 16 plate of Joe Penton Vogue out of Crank BMX Coaching, but it is going to be Fluent out front 1 and 2. 24 on the plate heading into that first corner. That is Kai Blaine out of Team Air and Andover. Got Ollie Copping in there behind him, doing it for a Crucial Racing headed into turn number 2. That's looking like the Centurions in there inside the top 3. Got to be Scott McCallum on the 274. It is McCallum bringing it on round the 40 plate in the mix as well. That is Theo Robbins with the 896 in there behind him out of the Bronte Massive. That is Thomas Shaw, but it is all about your race winner, Kai Blaine.
Right, 401, you also on track, done. Hayward, Townsend, Webster, Millington, Kay and Collis into the turn we go. Caden Dunn in there in 2, chasing down Finley Collis as they go down that 3rd straight. Riders tracking them down in 3 and 4, the 21 trying to get involved. That is close, so it's Lucas Webster in there in that 2. Dunn, Webster, Collis, that's your 1, 2, 3 as they head towards the line. Moving on, 15-year-old girls now. Megan Roy, Adele Veruti, Laurie Carruthers inside the top 4. Ruby Moores, Super Rubes in there in 2. Isla Radcliffe getting involved for Divide as well. She's worked her way into a top 4 spot. Looks like Megan Roy is the rider in control, but Rubes is chasing her down to the final turn. Roy, Moores, Carruthers, Radcliffe, Cadman, Carpenter, Veruti, all in there. And the other rider is Betty Brewer at a decoy. Gonna ride it down right at the finish line. Not sure who that was. Right, Sabina Ashman in and out of that turn. She's in one at the moment. Peyton Collier going through as well. Alexis McCarty in 2. Anya Matter and Alonso inside the top 4, but battling with Imogen Cockrell as they come out of that turn. BB Alderson making a move now into the top 5, but it's Ashman, McCartney. Oh, here comes Anya Matter and Alonso trying to stick the elbow in on Alexis McCartney. Couldn't make it stick. Might cost her 2 places, but she'll still end up inside the top 4. Next up, race 404. Jess Marriott in this one. Lexi Waits as well. That looks like we've got Sophie Elwood there in that 2nd position. So jumping Jess in there in 3. Lexi's leading it out. That'll be the 18, I think, of Eleanor Curtis. Rounding out the top 4, but she's battling away with Sophie Kynaston. Bethany Coates in there as well, and Charlotte Stanley. Race 405 is going after 412. So we move on. James Clitheroe doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching towards that final turn. The 6 and the 26. That belongs to JTL Simpson Davis and Callum David. Ellis Berry in there in about 6th spot of the minute. Chasing down the rider from Peckham. That's going to be Malachi Price. One rider, 2 riders going down in the turn, including Blackpool's Jaden Green. Let's hope he's all right. Reese Toole leading it into the corner. Zach Twitchin in there in 2. Not quite sure who picked up the 3. But we've got Jack Cameron going through as well for Cumbernauld. He's going to go through in about, 6th spot? Right, I think our other follower was Charlie Granger. Out of Fast Signatures, he's walked away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Bob, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, it's perfect. It's World Cup format, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, cool. So, it's good, isn't it?
Right, let's take a look. Not sure who our faller was. It was the 42 of Romeo Kapai. He's up and all right, which is good to see. That'll be Zach Chapman in there in that second spot. Jack Clark going through in 3, I think he was. Alfie Thompson in there in about 6. Hayden Stone was doing it for Royston as well. Race 4. I can't even read the numbers on here now, so I'm just giving up with it. Anyway, Thomas Doran. The printer was running out of ink. That's what's ruined it for us. Thomas Doran, 409, I don't know. Anyway, let's just crack on. The 15. Thomas Miller in there in that second spot. That looks like Elliot Brook in 3. We've got Marku Reynolds going through in about 5 with Dame Raymond Waddell doing it for Barnsbury. Next up, 410, Ted Warwick, Sam Hamblin, Daniel Henry, William Friend, Bradley Goulding, Curtis Copeland, and Finn Phillips. Kurt's in there in 3, Finn Phillips leading it out, the 30 plate. Out front, that is Ted Warwick. Curtis Copeland's made his move in that corner. Warwick's been shuffled back to 4th. And the 28 of Daniel Henry doing it for Birmingham. Race 411, Hepburn, Simpson, Owens, Phillips, and Oyolola. It looks like there's a big battle going on. The Peckham rider trying to get in there, battling with Lily Phillips. That's going to be Fumi Adrami, Hepburn. Jamie Owens coming through for the 3. The 11 plate is Molly Simpson. She's in there in 4 with the 149 of Alexa from Gosport in 5. It's going to be Phillips taking it to the stripe. Esme Brooke, Rosie O'Brien 1 and 2. That's going to be Lacey Bird in there in 3. And Annabelle Charlton still being watched by Mum at home on the live stream. She'll be in there in 4, but Brooke doing it for Mabo UK. Looking good in this one. That was race 412. We're going to go back to race 405. But the sheet has gone in the bag, so I'm just going to make it up as we go along. Team Gnarly in there as well on the 79, the 986 out of Blackpool. We've got a Jump Club rider in there, but it is out front. Smiley's Flight Club on the 9 plates. In and out of that final turn, the 7 tracking him down. Oh, it is Martin Smiley Brown. Doing it for his own team, taking it to the line. Whoop, whoop, as we move on to the Masters. Oh, the host of the 96 podcast getting the squeeze. That's Scott Beaumont going from 2nd to 4th. After 433. Right, 405's going after 433. Well, it's like the world's most rubbish game of bingo, isn't it?
I was going to have a walk down and get some water sheets.
Okay, cool. Right, just 3 riders in 30 plus. Savannah Carver and Annie Shaziwa. No sign of Juan Clements. So Sav and Annie doing their thing. Right, on to the veterans. Fraser Watson, Matthew Eaton, Graham Millen, Benjamin Martinez, Adam Bude, Danny T, George Salmon and Ian Milne. Oh, looks like Fraser Watson's leading through into the zone. Oh, very really had to get together with Ben Martinez in the corner. Bude safe from the carnage in 3. Ian Milne working his way in into a 6-spot finish. More veterans. Andrew Mackey in this one. Back there in 6th at the moment, but pushing hard, Matt Barnard. Oh, Matt Eaton had a problem. So he's pulled it over. Well, looks like the 2 plate taking it into the turn. That is going to be Zoltan Bude. Big Nige Smith in there in that 5th spot. Chasing down the 472 of Mark Steele. Martin Parr going through in a top 3 finish. Grand Veterans, Fortune, Knowles, Reedy, Nelson, Elliott and Kerry George. Craig Nelly Nelson aboard that OS20. In there in that 2nd spot, chasing Reedy into the final turn. Stephen Fortune in that 3rd position. Dave Knowles under pressure now for the 4th as they come down towards the line. Is he going to hold it? No, he isn't. 4:05. He's on the gate now. As the 1-2-4 of Brett Archibald gets a little bit out of control coming into that final corner. Doesn't matter because he's still out front. Brett Knight in 3. Gaz Carver in 5. Basil Hull in 7. More Grand Veterans. Got a feeling that's Finley Hoff in 1. Ollie Kendall in 2. Josh Williams going through in 3 with Jaden Fawcett in 4. Niall O'Connell rounding out the top 5. Grand Veterans, White, Waddington, Allen, Hill, Bentley and Graham. It's Hilly into the turn. Julian Allen in there in 2. That's Neil Waddington in 3. Big Daddy White in 4. John Bentley in 5. And Patrick Graham going through in 6. But Alan Hill, Julian Allen down the straight. Is Julian Allen giving us a turn bar? No, he's not. Highly disappointed, Julian. Waddington chasing Julian Allen down the final straight. Is he going to pick him off at the line? I don't think he is. As we move on to the 17 and 18-year-olds, Hamlin, Gerard in this one. Luke Morris, Kayanu Schaefer-Cohen, Svakutis, Fletcher Young and Jaden Seward. So it is the 3X. George Gerard being tracked by Lewis Fletcher. Jaden Seward inside the top 5. As we move on to 4-2-2. Ben Fitzsimmons, Alfie Holloway going 1 and 2 at the minute. Jake Adcock in there in 3. Sam Day rounding out top 4 for Hot Shot. Preston's Tom Krieg in there in 5. But as they go in and out the final corner, it's going to be Fitzsimmons, Holloway, Adcock, Day. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ruben Smith, Hull Shots in Moto 423. Eddie Cannon's in there. Kendall Greek, Benjamin Weiss, where is he? In there in about 5th spot at the minute. Arne Esselmont working his way in. He's in there in 2. The 764, that belongs to Eddie Cannons. He is there in that 3rd spot. Ben Weiss under pressure, though, as they come to the line for that top 4, but he holds on to it. Harvey Milbank, Kieran Benachrist in there in 3. Owen Putland, Ethan Chandler, Lamin Akalele, Kean Brown and Joshua Cates. And the 38 of Cates leads it into the turn. Got Harvey Milbank right behind him. Benachrist in there in 3. The other rider out of Peck and Lemon Akalele rounding out the top 4 with Kean Brown in 5. Alex Stokes doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross crew. In there in 5th. It is the 14 of Charlie Bigger out front on his home track. Doing it for crew 19. Sam Smith, Josh Sparrow, Leo Doyle. Joshua Simpson Jacobs in there as well. As we look at 17-29 female. Lily Chiziwa and Megan Juhig going 1 and 2. Lossiette Mane in there as well. That looks like Hannah Baker and Hannah Drew battling away. Remy Godfrey in there in 4. Drew in 5. McCrum in 6. Imogen Gibson right in the middle of the riders heading down that 2nd straight. No Emily Clinch in this one for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. She'll be back at Birmingham. Jamie Hyam in there in about, 5th now. Chasing down Ella Lamb from TNT. Harriet Alexander on the 839 in there in that 3rd spot. As Emily Green leads out the next moto. Moto 428. Ellen Parr doing it for Crank inside the top 4. Amy Willets in there somewhere as well, but it's Green and Pritchard. They're going to go 1 and 2. Olivia in 3. Amy Willets in 6. Megan Gerard in 7. And Alia Akalele in 8. Jamie Elwood, Lexi Carruthers. Lexi in there in about 3rd spot at the minute. She's battling away with the 2 of Caitlin Ellis. Jamie Elwood out of Bristol. But it is Ellie Featherstone in there in 1. Megan Kirby in 2. Caitlin in 3, Lexi in 4. Moving on, 19 to 29 open, Connor Hedges in there in that 3rd position. Guest on the BMX Commentator podcast, wherever you get yours. Get it downloaded and have a listen. Kenny Phillips in there in 3. That looks like mixed picks out in front. That'll be Callum Chard Maple with Hayden Green going through as well, I think, in 2. Jack Ellis, Spencer Gibson, Tyrese Bradshaw. Tyrese battling away. He's going down the outside. Is he going to put the move on the 26 of Aaron Holloway? Dives underneath. Just steals that lead. Gibson's in there in 3. That looks like Billy Luckhurst going through inside the top 4. Moto 432, Ross Sharp. Got Connor Hudson in this one as well. He's there in that 3rd spot at the minute, chasing down Joshua Wallace, Reese Hoggett. Doing it for Team Gnarly, Sean Tobin, Daniel Kay. And Ty Armstrong in there. But it's going to be Sharp, Wallace, Hudson. 1, 2, and 3. Sean Tobin in 4. Higley, Davis Hayes, Dove, Suleiman Hill, Cope, and Elliott. Oliver Cope out front. He's in there in 1. Brett Dove going through in 2. Doncaster BMX Club, Camille Suleiman on the inside. In there in 3. Luke Davis Hayes in 4. Kyle Hill in 5. Race 434. Jimmy Criddle out in front. We got Jared Hill in there. Flynn Drellincourt as well. Flynn's inside the top 5. Aboard Dad's OS20. The 874, that belongs to Louis Tay Edwards. Just 4 motos left. Quarters are up on scores. Quarterfinals are up on scores. Check them. Get yourselves in the pens ASAP, please, for those quarterfinals. Quarterfinals are up on scores. Right, Sienna Harvey. Taya Gaynor going 1 and 2. That is Ava Brown in there in 3. Cody Harmer in 4. The 143 belongs to Lucy Simpson out of Pro Start. She's in there in 5. In the first of the championship women moto.
9-year-old cruisers lined up on the gate for the first quarterfinal of the afternoon. Here we go then, the quarterfinals hit the track. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, Alex Brooks and Ned Penny into turn number 1. Brooks leads it out. Who's that in there with him? Looking like the rider out of Moto 1365 is Theo Pope. He's worked his way into that 2 spot. Penny's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like Rocky O'Brien. He's there at the moment. Here comes Matt McHugh. He's in there in 5. Didn't quite get it right into the turn, so he shuffles back to that 5 spot, in and out of the final corner. Brooks going down to the line with Pope in there in 2. Penny's going to take 3. That one was tied for 4 between McHugh and O'Brien.
Quarterfinal 2, here we go, heading towards the corner. Braintree's Joshua Cates is the man in control and leading it out. Pete Watson in there in 2. Who's got the 3 and the 4? That looks like Luke Davis Hayes. The 4th spot is held by the 6X, and that is Zach Green. Green under pressure from Moss as they come down the final straight. Luke Davis Hayes is in danger of getting swallowed up on the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, so close.
Third quarterfinal for the 17-29-year-old cruisers. Connor Hedges leads this one out. He's got Dan Wilson right there behind him, glued to his back wheel. Who's picking up 3? Looking like we've got Jack Wiggins in a qualifying spot at the moment. Luca Manzi's in there in 4. Kyle Hill in 5. Last turn action. Hill has he got enough left for Manzi down the final straight? Wilson goes from 2 to 1. Hedges in there in 2. It's going to be Wiggins and Manzi taking it through to the semis.
Quarterfinal number 4, in and out the turn on. Esselmont out in front. We got the 3X in there in 2, and that is going to be Lewis Fletcher. Benjamin Weiss is in there for the Birmingham National Race Team, back there in that 4th spot at the moment, coming under pressure though as they come down the straight. Who's chasing him into the final turn? It's the 283, and that belongs to Joe Walbridge. Walbridge chasing Weiss. He's not going to have enough time or room. Weiss is going through in 4.
Moving on to the 8-year-old quarterfinals, heading for turn number 1. Henry Sullivan has been shot out of a cannon, charging for the corner, and he's going to pick it up with the whole shot in the turn. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we've got Joel Pritchard. He's in there in about 3 at the minute. Elliot Hatch is in there in 4. Who's that in 2? Looking like Oakley Hill out of LCC. BMX Race Team in and out of the second corner. It's all about your British champion. Sullivan leads it out. Hill chasing him on through. Who's in there in 5? Looking like that is Emerson Tucker out of Pure Bikes. Last turn action. Hill chasing Sullivan right the way down to the stripe. Hatch in there in 3. Pritchard is going to take 4. That's going to be your front 4.
Right, let's take a look. Antek Perebny's leading it out. The 34 looking like he's getting involved. That belongs to Seth Perry, I think it is. But it's Perebny leading it into the turn. Alexander Gilbert in there as well. Here comes Christian Garbachick out of Peterborough, who's worked his way towards the front of the pack. Who's got that all-important qualifying position? It is the 314. Seth Perry being chased down by Arthur Mason. Perry, Mason for that final qualifying spot. Perry looks like he's going to hold on to it. He may even pick up a 3.
Quarter-final number 7 hits the track. Dominic Zapanos is on the inside, headed for turn number 1. He's got Jake Avis right there in front of him. Into the corner they go. Avis leads it out. Zapanos right there in that 2 spot. Here comes a 7-5-7 on the inside. That is Oscar Marco working his way through. Callum Wood in there in 3. Marco's in 4. That looks like Preston Pirates in there in 5. Lewis Rothwell on the 667. Got a bit of work to do as he comes out of turn number 2. Marco looking to create a bit of a gap and get a comfortable leader heading into that final turn. Zapanos, Avis, Wood, Marco, 1, 2, 3, 4 in and out of the final corner. The front 4 looking safe and clear. That's how they're going to take it down to the stripe. Dominic Zapanos takes a quarterfinal win.
Right, the battle for 4th in the 8-year-old quarterfinal, 7-5-4. That is Seth Robinson battling with Hunter Chambers for that final qualifying spot as they come in and out of the turn. Looks like Braintree's Ethan White is leading it through. Decoyer in there in 2. That's Peckham in 3. Hunter Chambers is the man of the moment in 4, but Blackburn is chasing him down the final straight. Chambers and Blackburn. Chambers is holding on to it. He's going to go through.
The 9-year-old quarterfinals are a go. That looks like Birmingham NRT heading into turn number 2. Sorry, in and out they go. It is Shaw, Belton, 1 and 2. Kitchings in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is Aston John Lee on the 047. Has the 590 of Hugo Ballantyne got enough left in the tank for Lee out of the final corner? I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. It is going to be Shaw bringing it down to the line. Belton, Kitchen and Lee all taking it through to the semis.
Right, the 591 coming out of the turn. Let's have a quick look who that was.
Rex Ford.
Oh, Rex Ford, yeah, on the 984. Sorry, Rex. Just missed that for a split second. 41, the 594 is Jewish, Joseph Jewish trying to get in there. And who else is in? Chester Grocock looking for a way past Tobias Groves. He's not going to get it. Groves is going to go through in that final spot.
9-year-old quarterfinal number 3, Charlie Dowson's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of the first corner. He's got Jack Haynes in there behind him in that 2 spot. Who's in 3 and 4? Looking like Oakley Lewisfield has had a great start. He's in there in a qualifying spot on the outside of Arthur Donaldson in and out of turn number 2. Here comes the Brunty Massive looking for a way through. Leo Ingham is finding himself a qualifying spot as it stands. He's got Lewisfield on his inside though into the final turn. Field, Ingham, in and out they go. It's all about Charlie Dowson and Jack Haynes out front. Them 2 guys are going to go 1 and 2. Donaldson's going to get 3. Who's going to get 4? That's going to be Oakley Lewisfield.
Right, Kacharik, I think he was in there in 3, and Rocco Westwood was the man in that final qualifying position. Got some pressure coming his way because Thomas Giles is trying to get involved and Jack Griggs as well. It is the 168. Oh, Giles in there. Who blew the pedal? It was the 232. Spencer. George Spencer, he's gone from 3rd to 5th. Looks like his day is over. Tragedy.
Finlay Munro played a very well line in that first corner and he now leads out the quarterfinal in the 13th quarterfinal of the afternoon. Who's in there with him then? Seb Hewitt looking like he's going to take a qualifying spot as it stands. The 20 plate is in there in 4. That's Freddie Ray Orland, but he's got the 14 of Rex Beasley in there behind him. Preston Newmarsh Powell is in there in 3. Munro, Hewitt, Powell looking like them 3 guys are safe for through. Orland's going to find that final qualifying spot.
Right, the Land Shark is on the prowl. He's looking for a spot inside the top 4 at the moment. Teddy Jones, his teammate, is already in there. He's there in that 2 spot. Who's going to lead it into this final corner? Murray Watson looking good as well. It's Watson in there. Rich is going through in 3. The 7-1-4 in there in that 4th spot. Looks like we've had Ronnie Wood go down in one of the turns. So his lap is over.
Quarterfinal 15, Hemhill's in this one in that 2nd spot, chasing down Jacob Anderson out front. Anderson, Hemhill, 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? That is Hugo Dayton for Divide UK, headed towards the final turn. The 297, in there as well. Isaacs more out of Exeter Eagles. Look at the move in the final turn. Jamie Robinson threw it under, didn't quite make it stick, so it's going to go to Exeter. Isaac Moore's going to take it through to the semis.
How are you?
Quarterfinal number 17, we're holding 16 as we bring it to the first turn. James Bibby's on the inside, he's going to pick up the whole shot, leading it out. Who's that in there with him? Leighton Harding picking up that 2 spot. Jump Club's in the mix as well inside the top 3. That's Ronnie Payne on the inside into turn number 2. Stay Strong C&K in the mix as well. That's Joe Rook in there in 4. Who's in 5 as they bring it on round? That's Zach Hamill looking to pick up a final qualifying spot, but at the moment it's Bibby, Payne, Harding, Rook, 1, 2, 3, 4 heading down the final straight, looking like that's how they're going to bring it across the line.
Right, Smith and Mullen going 3 and 4 into the turn at the moment. Isaacs dived underneath Archie Crocker-White on the inside as they head towards turn number 2. Looks like Archie Bell is the man out in front. Bell, Smith, Crocker-White, 1, 2 and 3. Where is Marcus Mullen? He's in there in 4, but there's a rider all over the back of him, and that is Lucas Belton now to decoy. Belton's looking for a move on Mullen down the final straight, lines him up with a high-low. Is he going to have enough time and room? I don't think he is. Mullen through in that 4th spot.
Quarterfinal number 19 got tight into turn number 1 and it is now led out by Crucial Racing to Tajamira. That looks like Mabo UK. Zach Everly in the mix in there in 3, chasing down the... Oh, Everly comes up short. The 15 of Richards just about stays upright. The 18 plate In there in 3, that's Emil Challenger, who's in 4. That is the 12, bringing it down the final straight. Looking like that could be Harry Swales. He's going to take it through to the semi-finals.
Leolas leads out quarterfinal number 20. Just be careful, guys, as you come down this straight. As we head towards the final corner, Jack Devine in there into the 11 plate in that 4th spot. That belongs to, I think it's Harley Bowler. Yes, it is Bowler in there in that 4th position going through. Leo Rollins takes the win.
Put your hands together for Zach Everly, ladies and gents. He's going to walk away. Quarter-final number 21 hits the track, the European number 3 out of BMXHub.com. Harry Donald's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Donald leads it. Here comes the 20 plate of Josh Jepson. He threw it underneath and he's worked his way into that 2 spot. That looks like Max Vass in there, and about 5 or 6 at the moment on the outside looking in. So it is Donald and Jepson 1 and 2. Oliver Arnold in there in 3 doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Joe Douglas is in a qualifying spot in there in 4 at the moment. Who's in 5? Here comes a 420 of Max Vass. Has he got enough left in the tank for Douglas? What a high-low that was. He's carved that final turn and he's looking for a top 4 finish. Who's going to get it out to the line? Vass and Douglas. That one was close.
Oh, it's getting busy in this one. Thomas Honeywell's worked his way through into that 4th spot. He was about 6 when he came out of the 1st turn. Ethan Rogers battling away with James Miller. Those guys going 1 and 2, the 2, 4, 6 and the 8 into the turn. Harley Steele, Thomas Honeywell. Looks like Gilmore Green's left himself too much to do, but he's having a good go at Honeywell down the straight. Honeywell's going to go through in that final qualifying position.
Ethan Howell leads out quarterfinal number 23, and the 12-year-old boys who's in there with him. Look at the move in turn number 2. That was the 12 of Sullivan College. He's worked his way into a qualifying spot, but he has got Mark towards Idlow in there behind him, and the 21 plate up the inside. Who's going to pick it up? Ethan Crooks Martin came up short, and towards Idlow shut the door on him into the corner. But then from 4, looking safe and clear. It's going to be Howell, College towards Idlow, and Martin taking it through.
Right, Jack Perkins and Tom Palmer are going 1 and 2 in the minute. Team Minder in there in 3. That looks like Charlie Wilcox who's in that 3rd spot. These guys looking good at the minute. The man in 4. Let's have a look as they come towards the corner. It's the 24, followed by the 27, Ralph Sowerby and Henry Potts. Potts is lining a move up. Can he get him down the final straight? Sowerby's going to hold on to it. Sowerby goes through. Perkins taking the win.
Oliver Tyres leads out quarterfinal number 25 with Elvis Lawrence in there behind him. Harry Bailey occupies that 3rd spot, and it looks like Newton Hindley. He's on the bubble at the moment. He's in there in 4. He's under pressure though. Here comes Todd Smith-Norman. He's worked his way up the inside into that final turn. Hindley throws in a high-low. Can he make it happen? I don't think he can. Norman's going to nick that final qualifying spot. Bailey, Lawrence and Tyres all through as well.
In and out we go. That is Toby Lynch leading it through. Ben Millington in there in that 2nd spot of the minute as they head towards the turn. Where is Brody Geddes? He's right there in the mix as well. LVG, that's Noah Buttery going through in that 3rd position. Who's got the 4th at the moment? Looks like Guppy in 4. Geddes in there in 5. Looks like Guppy's going to make it in. Geddes is going to be the unlucky rider.
Quarterfinal number 27 hits the track. The 13-year-olds are headed for turn number 1. Eames is on the inside. He's going to get into that top 3 spot. So it is Hamilton and Weller 1 and 2. Eames in there in 3. Parkinson's in there in 4. That looks like Tom Palmer, I think it is. Edward Miller getting the squeeze in and out of turn number 2. So it is Hamilton, Weller, Eames, Parkinson. 1, 2, 3, 4 heading into the final turn. In and out they go, looking like that's how they're going to finish down the final straight. Hamilton's going to take it. Eames is going to take that 3rd spot on the line and take it through to his 1st ever semi-final. 13-year-old still on the track at quarterfinal number 28. Isaac Shaw leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Cotty in and out of that 2nd corner, but Colasage has thrown it under. So it's Shaw, Colasage and Cotty. At the moment, here comes Richardson round the outside as Heath Osborne. Got enough left down this final straight. Osborne, Cotty down to the line. Who's going to get it? Looking like Cotty might just hang on to it as they bring it across.
Quarterfinal 29, Composure regained. Kai Bowen out there in front. Rufus Cousineau in there as well as they go in and out of the turn. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? That looks like BMX Widow Photography. I think it is Cooper McCrum in and out the final turn in that 4th spot. He's going to go through as well. Bowen's going to get in. Cooper McCrum in 4th.
Heath Thomas leads our quarterfinal number 30. Heath Thomas then out front looking good. Tidy S is in there with him, who's picking up 3 and 4 in that second corner. Looking like we've got Oliver James in a qualifying spot. He's in there in 3. The 28 plate is in there as well. That's Louis Avery heading into the final turn. Avery throws it under James. Here comes Lucas Osborne with a high-low of his own in the final turn. Osborne, James down the final straight, looking like Osborne and James are going to be tied. I'm not going to try and call that one. Ben Larkins leads out the next quarterfinal in the 14-year-old boys into turn number 2. Who's in there with him looking like Eden Boone on the 15 plate, doing it for one BMX race team. Luke Wilcox in there in 3, and that is the 10 plate in 4. Got to be Freddie Entwistle. Looks like he's made his move onto Birmingham NRT. Out of that final turn, the front 4 riders looking safe and clear and through to the semis. Oh, it looks like the 5 of Seeley almost come unstuck in the first turn and it got swallowed up with James. So that looks like them 2 guys are done for the day. It's all about the 6 of Amos Guppy leading it out with a 25 in there behind him. That is Mason Groves under pressure from the 14 of Tate Kitson. Around the outside, Groves and Kitson battling it out for that 2 spot down the final straight. Who's going to get the 4 down to the line? Looking like we are going to have Green Machine in a qualifying spot. That one was tight though, as Lucas Smith pushed it all the way to the stripe. Put your hands together for Lucas Seeley and Bradley James, ladies and gents. 15-year-old boys hit the track for their quarterfinals, headed for the turn. Cody Coker has been shot out of a cannon, but he's got the 5 of Eli Smith in there behind him. Then 2 guys going 1 and 2. Who's the 21 play? That's Finley Collis out of an absolute bicycle motocross, looking like he's going to hang on to it in and out of turn number 2. Samson Townsend doing it for Bournemouth. He's in there in 4, chasing down Collis. He's ahead for the final turn. Has Lewis Collins Nemo got enough left in the tank out of the final corner to pick up a top 4 spot? I don't think he has. Coker, Smith bringing it through. It's going to be Collis and Townsend in that order. Quarterfinal number 34, Noah Everly leads it out for Team Mabo UK. Who's in there with him? Looking like Ollie Coppins picking up a spot for Crucial Racing. The 10 of Zachary Tia is glued to his back wheel, headed for the final turn. Brown's in there in 4, doing it for Birmingham NRT. In and out they go. Everly, Copping, Tia, Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to finish. Quarterfinal number 35, that is the 17 of Lucas Webster, leading it from Caden Dunn as he head for turn number 2. Who's in there with them? Looking like Joe Penson Boke is in a qualifying spot, in there in 4 at the moment. Who's in there in 3? It's the 11 as they come on round. Henry Rayner doing it for Ellie Featherstone, BMX coaching in and out of the corner. Who looks up the inside? That was Nathan Barata on the 15, didn't quite make his stick, so Voke's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. Sound. Quarterfinal number 16, we are back to the 10-year-olds to get this quarterfinal on track. Olo Steinmetz got it a little bit wrong down the first straight, so that has allowed the 193 of Tawalda to lead it out. Tawalda, Steinmetz, 1 and 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like Calder, he's occupying that spot at the moment. Who's picking up 4? Looking like Ted Harvey could be one of the qualifying riders at the moment, but here comes your British champion, Joey Tompkins, working his way through the pack. He's now up to 3, so it is Tawalda, Steinmetz, 1 and 2. Looking good for BMXHub.com down the final straight. Steinmetz comes up short. It's going to be Cordery taking up that final qualifying spot. Mason Lang leads out quarterfinal number 36, and the last for the 15-year-olds. Who's in there within the 19 plate picking it up? That is George Chapman with the 25 of John O'Haradine doing it for the ladies down that final straight. Jack Bailey's under pressure from Davison as they bring it to the line. Who's going to get it? That one was close, but I think Bailey hung on to it. 16-year-old quarterfinals out on track. James Clitheroe, your European number 3 junior. Dr. Smooth leads it out. He's going 1 and 2 with the 15 of Thomas Millar. In and out of that final turn. The 9 plate in there in that 3 spot. That is Ryan Stepanovs. Then front 3 guys going 1, 2, 3. And I think that might have been Max Burgess in there in 4. Finn Phillips leads out quarterfinal number 38 with Curtis Copeland in there with him. So the front two riders are in good company as he exit turn number 2. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Got to be Zach Twitchin, doing it for Team Mind and Bournemouth, but he's got the 6 plate of JTL Simpson Davies in there behind him. Down the final straight, Phillips, Copeland, Twitchin, Davies 1, 2, 3 and 4. Looks like Donika O'Hagan comes up short out of the final turn. Let's hope that he is okay. Quarterfinal number 39, Thomas Duran leads it out on the 18 plate, going 1 and 2 with Josh Williams. That looks like Harvey Fawcett in there inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4 as they bring it round into the corner? The 2 MCR guys are in there in 5 and 6 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if MCR want to pick up a quarter semi-final spot. Here comes a 24 of Zach Chapman, threw it underneath in the turn. He's battling down the final straight with Dane Raymond Waddle. Looks like we might have lost Chapman. Waddle's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. Chapman's day is done, unfortunately. Finn Hoff leads out the final 16-year-old quarterfinal as he enter turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like Warren BMX Race Team. That is Ted Warwick. It got busy in turn 2. 2 riders down. One of them was SAS Race Team Sam Hamling. That looks like the 30 plate then of Warwick hanging on to it. Here comes Elliot Brook working his way round. Ollie Kendall in a qualifying spot as well. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Jaden Green. He's finishing his lap. Sam Hamling's up to his feet as well, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Sam. And we are going to look to get the 17 to 18-year-old quarterfinals underway. Seventeen to 18-year-old George Gerard out of lane 1, headed for turn number 1. Josh Cates is in there in the middle of the pack. Curtis Spiketis got hung out to dry in the first corner, and he's now in 6th. So it is the 2 Green Machine Tribe guys picking up 2 and 3 as they head into the corner. Well, that is going to be Holloway and Higgs as they bring it on round. It is Gerard, Holloway, Higgs, 1, 2, 3. Cates has worked his way into 4, but he's got Luke Morris in there behind him. In and out they go. Has he got enough left in the tank? Morris for Cates as they take it to the line. I think Morris might have just... No, sorry, Cates hung on to that one. Quarterfinal number 42, here's the track. 17 to 18-year-olds Ruben Smith and Jake Adcock were 1 and 2, but Eddie the Hitman Cannons threw it under and he's worked his way into that 2 spot. Who's there in 4? Looking like we've got Che Young on the outside doing it for the Hawks, looking for a way round. I think he's found it, so he's now in a qualifying spot. That looks like Schaefer Cohen in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch Young out of that final turn. Smith, Cannons, Adcock, 1, 2, 3. Young's going to find that final qualifying spot. Penultimate quarter final, here's the track, ladies and gents. 1 more left after these guys, and that is Lewis Fletcher leading it out. Charlie Pickett's in there in about 5 at the moment. He's on the outside looking in, so it is Fletcher leading it out. Seawood in there in 2, Seb Hamling in there inside the 3 spot. Who's picking up 4 in and out of that final turn? Looking like it could be the 19 of Liam Doyle. Doyle down to the line. I think he's going to hang on to it and take it across the stripe. On Esselmont, Ben Fitzsimmons 1 and 2 in the final quarterfinal. Heading into that second corner, Sam Day doing it for Hot Shot in there in 3. Who's in 4? Ben Weiss picking it up for Birmingham NRT, but it's all about on Esselmont out front looking good. The front 4 looking safe and clear. Esselmont, Fitzsimmons, Day, Weiss, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your quarterfinals done and dusted.
Finals done, and the semi-finals coming up next, and then the finals. So there'll be a short break between semis and finals. The racing has really picked up. The weather's super hot now as well. Shades on. I'm wearing clothes for a colder day, but there you go. Anyway, yeah, there's been some really interesting stuff going on in the corners in particular, and that third straight is really important here. So we are going into the semi-finals in just a few minutes' time. Enjoy.
9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. Look on the inside, it's the European number 3, Frankie Griffin, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Xavi Fox Cooper picking it up for the Brunty Massive. That looks like Adam Arnold, in there in a qualifying spot inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like this move's being made in that second corner. Here comes Jamie Tablanche looking for a way round. The 5-10 is ahead for the final turn. Harry Swales in there in 4. Bo Morris has thrown it under as well. Has Tablanche got enough left in the tank? He's not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Swales hanging on to that final spot.
Second semi-final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers into turn number 1. Oliver Arnold picking up the whole shot. That's Benedict Marco and Hunter Mallion in there as well. That looks like Dolan out of the Brunty Massive. He's in there in 4 at the moment, but coming under pressure from Bram Heaver out of Teamer. Heaver's ducked his way underneath, stolen the position away. Dolan's gone off the track. So Heaver in that 4th spot. It's going to be Arnold in there in 1, Mallion in 2, Marco in 3, Heaver in 4.
13 to 14-year-old semi-finals hit the track looking like new and Hindley got a cracker of a gate. Who's that on his inside though? It's going to be Tate Kitson. Kitson leads it out. Alfie Sim got an elbow in the turn and he's shuffled back to 5, but he's looking to pick up a top 4 spot as he bring it through the straight. Sim, can he make it stick in the turn? Sim goes from 5 to 4. He's in a qualifying spot, so it is Kitson out front. Who's that there with him? Got to be McSwitty. Hindley's in 3. Sim's in there in 4. Who's in behind him? Here comes Jack 4. Walford. What a corner that was. Walford goes from 5 to 4 with an incredible move. He's going to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Oh, 13 to 14 cruisers. I don't know, my heart rate is not coping. It really isn't. Right out in front, we got Cotty looking good in 1. McCrum's in there in 2. Looks like Peckham's Robin. Matt Alonso has exited the wrong side of the track. Who's in 3 at the minute? That looks like Isaac Caulfield with Logan Young in there in 4. Cotty, McCrum, Caulfield, Young. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 making it in.
There have been some Pro Grip goggles handed in, so if you're missing your Pro Grip goggles, they could very well be up here at commentary.
Yeah, Basil Hulls, I think. Hot shot. Yeah, that's who it is. He's come back. He'll come back for him.
Right, so out on track, 15-16 cruisers are a go. Thomas Duran leads this one out. He's got Zach Chapman in there with him as company headed for the final turn. Jake Hart's in a qualified spot. In there in 3, he's got the 6 plate of Vincent Coburn. In there in 4, one rider hits the deck. That was Angus Graham. Let's hope that he's all right, but it is going to be Duran, Chapman, 1, 2. Going to be Hart and Coburn taking it through as well.
Right, so the Pro Grip goggles have been handed in, and I've spoken to the owner. The Pro Grip goggles have been handed in. If you want to come and collect them.
You calm down yet?
15-16 cruisers, here we go. Sean Brown in the middle of the pack, but getting squeezed. Thomas Millar and Stanley Palmer are in there as well. Palmer's gone underneath. Brown's been shuffled around the outside. He's left the door wide open for the 5 of Zachary Tia. Tia in 4, Brown in 5. That looks like John O'Harradine in there in 6. Thinking about his teenage kicks. Let's have a look if he's got anything left to pull into that final turn. It's Miller, Palmer, 1 and 2. Zachary Tia in there in 4. JTL Simpson Davis as well.
45, 49-year-old cruisers are a go, and it is Norman Marco leading this one out. Marco leading it out. Then who's that in there with him? Got to be Watson picking up that 2 spot. That looks like it could be Neil Harbour out of sorted race gear in there in 3. Who's in 4? That is looking like Evolve. That's David Stokes on the bubble in there in 4 at the minute, but he's got Kev Merrin in there in 5. Stokes so hanging on to it. Watson's made his move around Marco, so it is Watson. Marco down the final straight. Look at the battle for 4. Stokes, Merrin, Stokes, Merrin. Stokes is going to hang on to it. Merrin out in 5.
45 to 49 cruiser, we are on it once again. Matt Barnard, Damien Mead going 1 and 2. The Kebab House Racing team are in there in 3. That's going to be Graham Stark, I think, as they head into the corner. Big Nige Smith in there in 4. Is he going to make the cruiser final as we head down towards the final turn? Nige is in a good spot, being chased down by Lee Pembroke. Pembroke's not left himself enough time and room. Big Nige is making it in with a 3rd.
Daz O'Brien gets a great start in the 50 to 54-year-old semi-finals on the cruisers. John Bentley threw in an elbow on Jules Allen and made it stick. He's now in nearing 3. Allen's getting busy as he brings it back through the straight. That looked like Richard Ellis that he almost banged elbows with. Oh, Ellis has hit the deck by the looks of it in turn number 2 and swallowed someone else up with him. So it is O'Brien, Butler, Bentley, Allen. 1, 2, 3, 4. The front 4 guys looking safe and clear. Daz O'Brien with a show of dominance. That's how your top 4 is going to look. Looks like Jason Barker and Richard Ellis are both up to their feet. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for them. Yes, me too. Yeah, that's where I'm going.
I'll tell you what though, the worst things to be worried about. There'll be worse things to worry about. Not even worried, I'm just like,
yeah. Yep.
Right, 50 to 54 cruiser semi-final number 2. Let's have a look. Stephen Hassel, Gary Carver, 1 and 2 into the turn. Brett Knight's in there as well in about 5th at the moment. And as they come out of the corner, the 1, 2, 4 of Brett Archibald has worked his way into 3 with Kevin Sykes out of Ipswich in 4. Sykes holding on to that 4, but Knight's chasing him down. Still Hassel and Carver going 1 and 2. Sykes, is he going to be able to hold it down all the way to the finish line? Here comes Brett Knight. Sykes in 4, Knight in 5. Sykes is under pressure, but I think he's going to hold it up.
First semi-final for the 17-29-year-old cruisers. Looks like Watson. Oh! Watson got it all wrong. Back through the straight and ended up on the deck. Penny, Esselmont, 1 and 2. Penny gets it all wrong as well. Who's that in 3? Looking like the 3-plater. Pope throws it under. And he comes out in that second spot. Who's in 4? That is going to be Kate, down to the line. Penny, Esselmont, 1 and 2. Pope takes it through as well. Kate's in 4. Wow, oh wow, Pete Watson ended up in a huge heat. He's back up to his feet though, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for him.
17 to 29 semi-final number 2 heading down the hill. Alex Brooks and Connor Hedges into the turn where is Daniel Wilson working his way underneath. Oh, Connor Hedges got absolutely pinballed around that turn. Jake Green's in there as well for radio as they go in and out of the corner. Hedges goes high, dives underneath. That is Lewis Fletcher working his way in. So Hedges has got one more chance in the final corner. Retro Racing trying to get in there as well. Diving underneath Jack Wiggins. Fletcher looking like he's going to hang on for the 4. Brooks, Wilson, Green and Fletcher.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruisers hit the track. Your European champion from lane number 8, Ilse Rendell Todd, airborne into that first corner. Stay strong, Clark and Ken checking out from the rest of the pack. So it is Todd out front, who's in there with her looking like Abby Pikes come unclipped through the second straight. Let's hope that she's all right. So it is Todd out front, Taylor Lee Mohan in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking like Yetska Hemstock is in a qualifying spot in 4. Amy Willetts in there in 3. Last straight action then. Todd going to take it home down to the stripe. Mohan in there for 2. It is going to be Willetts and Hemstock taking it through to the final. Just going to make sure that Abby Park's all right.
All right, don't forget you still have time to buy raffle tickets and the like. There are a gazillion prizes up for grabs in that raffle. One of the bigger ones is a full 5-round pass to Racing Under the Roof 2024-2025. No fastest finger first at midday on a Tuesday. Your rider's position in that race will be confirmed. You'll have 5 free entries. That prize is worth at least 100 quid. And if you don't want to be sat there in your lunch break at work, hovering over the button, refresh, 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 get yourself a raffle ticket bought. You can get those 5 entries into Racing Under the Roof 2024-25. There will be rounds in October, November, December, January and February. Dates will be announced in a few weeks' time. I've had a chat with a gaffer this morning. I haven't got the actual dates yet, but a few weeks' time, yeah, they're coming. It's definitely on. So your winter trip to Manchester will be happening. Des McCrum's like, I can't wait to drive down the M6 again. So Abby Pike up and okay-ish. So hope she's fit and well in a bit. (17 to 29) female cruiser semi-final number 2. Lily Chaziwa on the inside with Hannah Drew. Olivia Firth in there in 3. And look who's in there in 4th at the minute. The return of Kira Lee, daughter of the seat postman. She's in there in that 4th spot at the minute, chasing down her mate Olivia Firth as they go in and out of the turn. Chaziwa, Drew, Firth, Kira Lee. Kira Lee's under pressure now because here comes Josie McFall. In and out the final corner. McFall's creeping up on the back of Kira Lee. Who's going to get it at the line? McFall and Lee to the stripe. Oh, would like to say.
7-year-old semi-final number 1 hits the track. Payne, Ford, Claydon, Aceto, Brook, Underhill, Thomas and Granger all charging for the turn. Logan Aceto's going to show his front wheel first. He is your race leader. He's at the 656 of Arlo. Payne dive underneath so it is Aceto and Payne 1 and 2. Rudy Pleasance Ford is in there in about 4 at the moment, looking for a way round your British champion. That is Joseph Claydon. So it looks like Claydon's in a qualifying spot in 3. Ford's in there in 4. The 3-4-9 of Toby Brook in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch the hot shot rider in and out of the final turn. Aceto, he's going to wrap up this semi-final win down the last straight. Payne in there for that 2 spot. Claydon in 3. Rudy Pleasance Ford going to round out the top 4.
Second semi-final for the 7-year-olds heading down the hill. Albie Blight of absolute bicycle motocross in the inside. Who's going to lead it into the turn? I've got a feeling that is the 595 of Robin Birdfield. Blight slips a pedal. Charlie's getting in there as well. That's Charlie Crossley out of Exeter. Now, where is my little mate? Oscar rather fast. He's in there in that final qualifying position right now. Mum and Dad are going to be going absolutely berserk on the sidelines. Rather fast in that 4th spot. 933 chasing him down, Frankie Jones. And if there's somebody you don't want on your back wheel down the straight, it's Frankie Jones. Oscar rather fast. Is he going to make it in? I think he is.
Henry Sullivan loves to be in the air and he's charging out in front of this 8-year-old semi-final. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Ethan the Great White picking up that 2 spot as he goes in and out of that second corner. That looks like Caleb Tewalder in there in about 5 in the minute, looking for a way round Christian Gorbaczyk, heading for the final turn. Their elbow bashing. Here comes Tewalder. Gorbaczyk looks for a high-low, looking like the LCC rider's going to pick up that 3 spot. That's going to be Oakley Hill. Tewalder, Gorbaczyk down to the line. It's going to be Tewalder hanging on to that final qualifying spot.
Perevni and Avis going 1 and 2. We've got, looks like, I think it's the rider from Decoy, Alistair North, who was in there in 3. He's let Dominic Zapanos into the mix as well. Zapanos is in there in 4, but he's coming under pressure now from the rider from Rusty Nut Racing, and that is Elliot Hatch. Hatch is in the 5, he's looking for the 4. The 449 of Jake Avis is under pressure. Hatch and Avis, elbow to elbow down the straight. They're catching North. Who's going to get it at the line? Avis is going to make it in, I think.
Ethan Shaw leads out the first semi-final for the 9-year-olds, looking like Rocco Westwood's in there in about 4 as well for Divide Branch UK. So it is Shaw out front. Who's in that 2 spot? Got to be Rex Ford riding out of Braintree. Looking like the 41 plate is in there as well as they go in and out of that final corner. Down the final straight, the rider out of the northeast, that is Jesse Rose. Under pressure as they bring it down to the line, looking like Rose is going to take it through with Belton in 4.
Dowsing, Giles, Jewis, that was your 1, 2, 3. Who else is in there? Is Jack Haynes out of the LCC squad. He's in there in that 3rd spot right now. Seth Kacharik's trying to get involved out of Derby as well. They are all over the back of Jewis as they go down that 3rd straight. It's still Dowsing in there in 1. Looks like Haynes is in 3. Who's got the 4? Kacharik's got the 4. Kitchen's in there in 5. Kacharik's going to make it in that final qualifying spot. Charlie Dowsing takes the win.
Connor Hemhill holds shots, 10-year-old semi-final number 1, and he goes 1 and 2 with Jacob Anderson as they bring it back through the 2nd straight into that 2nd corner. Preston Newmarsh pals in there in about 3 at the moment. Look at, it looks like everyone's gone down, so the front 5 are the only ones left. Here comes Joey Tompkins on the inside of Arlo Steinmetz. The race is on, in and out of the final turn. Tompkins, Steinmetz, looking like Tompkins got the advantage on the exit of the final corner. Tompkins is going to take it to the final. Steinmetz in 5. Put your hands together for Edward Cordery, ladies and gents. Freddie Ray Orland and Lucas Tuolda were the other fallen riders. Let's hope that they're both okay. Looks like Freddie Ray Orland is back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents. So is Lucas Tuolda.
Second semi-final for the 10-year-olds. Finn Munro and Moray Watson heading out first as they go towards the turn. That looks like the 7 of Teddy Jones in there in the middle as well. Who's trying to get underneath him? That is the 8. And that belongs to Sebastian Hewitt out of Team Creation Cycles. Hewitt in that final qualifying spot right now, but he's got pressure coming from the rider out of a Green Machine Tribe, and that is Oliver Riches. Riches is in that 5th spot. He's looking for the 4th. He's about 2.5 bike lengths behind, and has it all to do as they go in and out the final turn. Looks like the Hewitt is going to make it in for Team Creation Cycles. Teddy Jones in, Finn Munro and Moray Watson.
Semi-final number 23 hits the first straight, and it is led out by James Bibby, your European number 4, into that first corner. That looks like the 2 plate of Leighton Harding in there in that 2 spot. Here comes a Tajamira. He's getting busy in there at about 4 at the moment, looking for a way round the outside of Ronnie Payne. Can he make it stick? Payne shoves him up wide. That looks like the Stay Strong C&K rider Joe Rourke working his way into a qualifying spot, but Jamira's not done yet. Heading into the final turn, Jamira throws it under Payne and makes it stick. All 2 riders down in the turn. It's going to be Bibby bringing it down. Harding, Jamira and Payne. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fallen riders.
Right, Leo Rowlands and Archie Bell leading out semi-final number 2 for the 11-year-olds. Isaac Smith. Isaac's gone down on the 2nd straight. His lap is over. All the shocks are coming today. Jack Devine in there in 3. Who's got the 4? Looks like he belongs to the 5 of Adrian Galitis. Out of Moto 1365, Marcus Bullen looking like he's going to be one of the unlucky guys in 5 or 6. Archie Crocker White went down in that one as well. Oh dear me, let's hear it for Archie and Isaac.
11-year-old girl semi-final action hits the track. Looking like Iris Hyder's had a great start heading for the first turn. That is Elizabeth Lola Poole glued to her back wheel into the corner and across the whole shot line. The template in there in 3. That is Elsie Blythe doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Looking like we've got The Team Mine Rider, Millie Ross, in the mix as well. She's in about 5 at the moment, receiving an elbow in turn number 2 from Freya Harries. Harries then hanging on to that force. Oh, Ross comes up short and hits the deck. Harries hangs on to it. Here comes one BMX Race Team. Paige Cathcart-Gunnison with a perfect high-low in the final turn. She's going to pick off that final qualifying spot.
Right, Lainey Cordin is mixed up in the middle of this one. She's in there in about 5 or 6 at the moment. Seren Pritchard in there in 3. And that looks like the rider in 4 will be Poppy May Kirby, Green Machine Tribe, and Decoy. Gerard leading it out though. Lauren Keller in there in 2. Seren Pritchard in 3. Lainey Collins looking for the 4. She's going to have to make the move down the final straight. Poppy May Kirby in 4. Lainey Collins in 5. Looks like Poppy's going to make it in. Lainey unlucky.
Semi-final number 1 for the 12-year-olds hits the track. Ethan Rogers has been shot out of a cannon, but he's got Harry Donald on his inside who's going to pick up the whole shot. Donald, Miller, Rogers, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Ethan Crooks Martin working his way up the inside of Rogers. He now occupies that the 3 spot into the second call. Huge pile of 4 riders down. Front 4 are safe. Donald, Miller, Martin, Rogers, them 4 guys. If they just got to stay upright down this final straight, they're going to take it through to the final. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Sullivan Collis, Harley Steele, Thomas Hollywell, and Mark Twarsidlow. All 4 riders up and finishing their laps.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 12-year-old boys. Ethan Howell in this one. That looks like Tom Palmer on the inside. Is he going to make it in for the whole shot? Yes, he is. Palmer in there in 1. That looks like the 4 plate coming through. That's going to belong to Charlie Wilcox. So Palmer's out front for Preston Pirates and looking very, very good. Is he going to make it into the final? That is Ethan Howell in there in 2. Where is Jack Perkins? He's back in about 6 at the minute. He's got all the work to do, the 24 and the 030. Ralph Sowerby in there in 4. Under pressure from Joe Douglas. Here comes Perkins as well. Sowerby and Douglas to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Can't tell.
12-year-old girls are a go for their semi-finals. Emily Eaton finds the inside line and leads it out. Who's in there with a warm BMX Race Team? That's Esme Ward on the 7 plate. Nia O'Connell's in there at about 5 at the moment, or 4, sorry, as they go into that second corner. Who's occupying that 3rd spot? That is Brooke Fast Fortin, your Europe number 2, heading for the final turn. SES Race Team in there in 5. That is Allegra True into that in and back out of the final corner for Eaton. She's going to take it down to the stripe. Ward force it. Looking like they're going to go through in 2 and 3. Naira O'Connell in 4.
Second semi-final for the 12-year-old girls. Ruby Warren, Emma Kiss, Dakota Tucker's in this one as well. She's back there in about 5 at the moment. Anushka Jones is trying to get in, as is Beth Cottam. Cottam in there in 4. Ruby Warren out in front. Emma Kiss in there in 2. Who's got the 3? Looks like the A plate. Martha Cottam under pressure from Dakota Tucker now as they head down towards the final turn. Here we go, in and out of the turn. Who's going to make it at the line?
The 13-year-old semi-finals are a go, and this one's getting busy. Lynch leads it out. Ella Lawrence is in there in that 2 spot. Todd Smith-Notman's in there in 4. That looks like it could be Shaw in 3. Heading on through the straight. Eames is in there in 5. Last turn action. In we go. Lynch, Lawrence. Here comes Eames with a high-low in the final turn. Elbow bashing with Notman. Who's going to get it down to the line? Looking like Notman's going to hang on to it. Second semi-final for the 13-year-olds is a go. Hamilton leads it out. That's got to be Guppy in there with him, picking it up as you head for turn number 2. Hamilton, Guppy out front. LVG in there in 3. That is Noah Buttery, who's in 4. Looking. Oh, Richardson gets it all wrong, and that leaves Tyres to come round the outside. He now picks up that top 4 spot. Has Cottrell got enough left to go from 5 to 4? No, he has not. 14-year-old semi-finals hits the track. It is Kai Bowen going 1 and 2 with Amos Guppy heading through that second straight. Looks like we have lost Tay Kitson as he went into that second corner, so it is looking good out front for the world number 5. The 4 plate of Luke Wilcox in there in 3. Who's getting 4? That is the 10 plate of Freddie Entwistle. Under pressure there from Eden Boone, who looks for a high-low in the final turn. Boone chasing Entwistle down to the stripe. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Entwistle hanging on to it. Second semi-final for the 14-year-olds is a go. That is Heath Thomas leading this one out. Ben Larkins is in there as well. Harvey Tomlinson was in the middle of the pack and he's now in that third spot heading into that second corner. Looking like we have got Oliver James in there in 4, but he's got Tidy S right there behind him heading through into that final turn. It's all about Thomas, Larkins, Tomlinson. Here comes Tidy S down the final straight. Has he got enough left for James? Does he bring it down to the line? Looking like James and Tidy S. It might have been James hanging on. 15-year-old semi-final. Here's the track. Cody Coker going 1 and 2 with Eli Smith heading for that second corner. That looks like Caden Dunn in there as well. Ollie Coppin threads the needle and goes from about 6th to 4th in that second turn, but he's got the 21 plate in there behind him heading for the final corner. Here comes Finley Collis, looked to the inside, wasn't close enough. Copping looking like he could hang on. Here comes Collis down to the line. It's going to be Copping taking it through. Mabo UK leading our semi-final number 36. That is Noah Reveley going to 1 and 2 with the 17 of Lucas Webster in and out of turn number 2. Oh, Tia hits the deck and swallows a bucket load of riders with him. Looking like Jack Bailey's going to take advantage. The 11 of Henry Rayner's in there in 3. So it is heavily Webster, Rayner, 1, 2, 3. Jack Bailey's going to make an A final in the 15-year-old boys. Absolute carnage. Put your hands together for George Chapman, Joe Penton Vogt, Zachary Tia, and of course Mason Lang. 15-year-old girl semi-final number 1 hits the track. Sophie Elwood is charging for turn number 1 and it looks like she's going to pick up the whole shot. It is Elwood then out front, who's in there with her looking like Megan Roy picking up the 2 spot. The battle's on for 4 at the moment between Marriott and Wade heading into that second corner. Wade's in there in 4. It is Marriott in 3 as they bring it back through this third straight. Elwood, Roy, Marriott, Wade, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 12 plate of Hemstock in Imogen Cockrell, in there in 5. Got a bit too much work to do. Looking like the front 4 are safe and through to the A final. Sabina Ashman almost went over her bars into turn number 1, but somehow she managed to stick it up right and she leads out the second 15-year-old girls semi-final. Ruby Moores looked up the inside of Annalise Cadman Carpenter in that second turn, but didn't make it happen. Looking like Lorianne Carruthers is in there in about 4 at the moment with Alexis McCartney in 5. Last turn action. It is going to be Ashman taking it to the stripe. Here comes Moores with a late charge on Carpenter as they bring it down to the line. Them 2 ladies going to go through in 2 and 3. Lorianne Carruthers in 4. Looks like we've lost one rider on the exit of turn 2. Not quite sure who it was. Don't forget, guys, the raffle is closing at the end of racing today. If you want the chance to be in with free automatic entry to the Racing Under the Roof series, then please get yourself over to the Manchester BMX Gazebo over by the finish line and get yourselves in the raffle. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. I think that may have been Eleanor Curtis. The gate goes down on the first 16-year-old semi-final, headed for turn number 1. Finn Phillips is on the inside, looking like he's going to pick up a whole shot. Who's that there with him on the 2X plate? That looks like Finn, half doing it for Pro Star, half working his way up the inside of Phillips, headed for turn number 2. Oh, it's getting busy. Looking like Williams is in there in 3. JTL Simpson Davies threads the needle in turn number 2, and he works his way into a top 4 spot. Ryo Stepanov's in there in 5. Last turn action, half. Phillips, Williams, Davies, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Second racker, 16-year-old semis heading into the turn. That's Thomas Duran leading it out. Curtis Copeland underneath in the corner, and he works his way into that 2 spot. Who's there with them? Here comes Junior Dr. Smooth in there in about 4 at the moment. Who's that looking up the inside? That was Ollie Kendall. Didn't quite make it happen, so Clitheroe creating a bit of space between him and Kendall, heading for the final corner. Millar in there in 3. Somebody's Duran, Copeland, Millar, Clitheroe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grand Vets action now, heading into the corner. That is Hilly leading this one out for Pure Bicycles. Year 0-1 going 1 and 2 with a 16 plate of Craig Nelson. Out of Hot Shot Racing, who's picking up 3 and 4, looking like Jules Allen and Gary Carver hold them spots at the moment. Brett Knight isn't done yet, though. He's in there in 5. Has he got enough left in the tank for Carver? Heading into the final turn and for the final straight. Knight chasing Carver. Hilly's done and gone. He's going to take the semi down to the stripe. Nelson, Allen, 2 and 3. Who's going to get 4? That one was very, very tight on the line. Darren Reedy leads out semi-final number 42 in the Grand Vets. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Brett Archibald picking up that 2 spot. John Benters in there in 3. Fitzroy Bryce in a qualifying spot in there in 4, but he's got the 12 of Stephen Fortune in there behind him, looking for a way round in and out of that final turn. Bryce looking like he's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot unless Fortune pulls something out of the bag. I don't think he's going to. Bryce takes it through. 17 to 18-year-old semi-finals hit the track, heading for turn number 1. Esselmont and Adcock are elbow to elbow. Eddie the Hitman gets an elbow as well from Ben Fitzsimmons. They're 3 abreast through the straight. Fitzsimmons hangs on to 3. Eddie Cannon's up the inside. He works his way into 4. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like Seb Hamling in there in 5. Who's in 6? That's the 5X of Lewis Fletcher. He's worked his way from 6 to 5. Esselmont, Adcock, Fitzsimmons, Cannons. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Second racker, 17 to 18-year-olds hits the turn. That is Root. All riders hit the deck. Josh Cates goes first. The rest of them just about managed to stay upright. Hard Knocks going 1 and 3. That's going to be Gerard and Seawood, who's working their way round. Ruben Smith. He's now your new race leader. Smith, Gerard, Seawood. 1, 2, 3. Sam Days occupying that final qualifying spot in there in 4. 17 to 29-year-old women out on track for their first semi-final. Heading towards that first corner, it is Lily Chiswer in there in that second spot. Led away, though, by Ellie Featherstone of Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching. Featherstone, Chiswer 1 and 2, who's picking up 3. Looking like Megan Kirby doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Remy Godfrey up the inside, works her way into that 5 spot. Sorry, she's in there in 6. It looks like the 5X of Mika Pritchard holds that 4th spot as they go in and out of that final turn. It is going to be Featherstone, Chiswer down to the stripe, Kirby taking 3, and it is going to be Pritchard rounding out the top 4. Second rack of the 17 to 29-year-old women hits the track. In and out of the first corner, it's the 072 of Emily Green. Leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Megan Dewhig. Heading for that final second corner. Who's picking up 3? That's got to be Caitlin Ellis. Riding out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that could be the 14 of Olivia Firth. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear into that final turn. Green, Dewhig, Ellis. 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. Who's going to get 4? Gibson putting in a late charge. Not going to get close enough to Firth. The first of the 19 to 29-year-old semi-finals is a go. Hayden Green, Callum Sharp Maple going 1 and 2. That looks like Josh Wallace in there in about 3 at the moment. Who's picking up 4? That's got to be Ollie Cope riding out of Hard Knocks. Looking like Connor Hedges is in there in 5 at the minute. Heading into the final turn. Hedges looks up the inside. Didn't dive under though, so it is going to be Green, Maple in that order. Looking like Wallace is going to hang on to that 3rd spot with Cope in 4. Last semi-final of the day hits turn number 1. Tyrese Bradshaw, Mabo UK, leading this one through. He's got Connor Hudson in there behind him. Ross Sharp's in there inside the top 4. Right in behind Holloway, who's in 3. Oh, they're elbow bashing. Sharp and Holloway come together. Who's on the outside? Lucas trying to find his way in. The final turn, Lucas with a high low from 5 to 3. Lucas is going to take it through. Bradshaw, Hudson, Sharp, Lucas. That's your top 4. Semi-finals are done and dusted. We are going final racing at 4:30, ladies and gents. You've got a 15-minute break. Please make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting come final time. Thank you. shots available for today's racing. 13-year-old girls, 19 to 29-year-old men. They are the ODI Whole Shot Awards. And then we've got the 16-year-old boys, the 13-year-old boys, the 30 to 39-year-old men's cruiser, 30-plus women, 9-year-old girls, and 10-year-old girls. You guys have all got 50 quid up for grabs for the Whole Shot Award, courtesy of multiple sponsors. We will get you introduced to them guys later on. But without further ado, they are your 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser B finalists lined up on the gate, ready to go racing. Final number one hits the track. The 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go for the B final, heading for the turn. Looking like we have got Ocean King on the inside. He's going to pick up the whole shot. In and out he goes. The 516 right there with him. That is Max Livingston out of Gosport National Race Team. Here comes Bo Morris out of Team here in Andover. He's worked his way round the outside to pick up that 2 spot. Here that pushes Ocean King back to 3 then, who's now shuffling back to about 5. Check out Morris through the straight. Airborne, smooth as you like, but it is Mad Max Livingston out front. He's going to pick up this B final win in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Looking like we've got Jamie Tublanche in there for 3, but it is Bone Morris in 2. A final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Let's get you introduced. We've got Bram Heaver, Harry Swales, Benedict Marco, Adam Arnold, Xavi Fox Cooper, Hunter van der Malion, Oliver Arnold, and Frankie Griffin. Nine to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. The first A final of round number 7 of the Lloyds Bank BMX National Series 2024. The European finalists are going at it. Griffin leads it out. It was looking like Arnold led it, but it was all about Griffin's move in turn number 1. Arnold throws it back under in turn 2. Arnold leads it. Griffin, Cooper, 2 and 3. Who's in 4? That's got to be Benedict. Oh, Griffin hits the deck. Oliver Arnold, he's going to pick up this win around number 7 in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Xavi Fox Cooper in there for 2, and that's going to be Benedict Marco in 3. 13 to 14-year-old cruiser B final. Put your hands together for Frankie Griffin, ladies and gents. Alfie Sim out on track for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's had the move stuck on him in the middle of that turn. It's looking like Robin Matten Alonso is going to lead it into the final corner. The 314 of Addison Milburn in there in that 2 spot out of the final turn and down the last straight. Who's going to get the 3 spot? That looks like Theo Cam being pushed all the way to the line by Hadley Harding in 4. 13, 14-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their A final. We've got Jack Walford, Logan Young, Newton Hindley, Isaac Caulfield, Cooper McCrum, James Cotty Cottrell, Eric McSwitty, and Tate Kitson. 13, 14-year-old cruisers hit the track. Carty's had a great gate heading for the turn. Who's that there with him looking like Kitson on the inside? Carty leads it, your national champion from last year. Kitson's in there behind him. Eric McSwitty's in there in 3. Here comes Newton Hindley up the inside looking to make a top 3 happen, and he's going to stick it underneath. Didn't quite make it stick, so it is going to be Carty, Kitson. Here comes McSwitty on the 8 plate looking for a top 2 spot. Last turn action, McCrum's in there in 5 battling with Hindley. Here comes Kitson down the final straight. He's pumped his way from 2 to 1. He's going to be your race winner. Eric McSwitty took 2 on the line, and that shuffled Cotty back to 3. 15, 16-year-old cruisers on track for their B final. Sean Brown leads it out. Birmingham NRT looking like Colby Hill in the mix for DC Cycles. Not quite sure what happened in turn 2. I think Colby's had a blowout. Something's gone wrong on Colby's bike. But it's all about Sean Brown out front. He's going to pick up this win in the 15, 16-year-old cruisers. And the 2 spot was Jack LeBras. 15, 16-year-old cruisers on the gate for their A final. We have got Vincent Coburn, Jake Hart, Zachary Tier, J. Teal Simpson Davies, Zach Chapman, Stanley Palmer, Thomas Millar, and Thomas Duran. Final 6 hits the track. The 15-16 cruisers all a go. Stan Palmer's not quite got in the best gate, so it is Duran and Miller, the two Thomases, 1 and 2. The template went underneath a lot of him in the corner, and that is Chapman. He's worked his way up to about 4 hearts in 5. JTL Simpson Davies is in there in 3, so it is Thomas Duran, Thomas Miller, JTL Simpson Davies, 1, 2, 3. Chapman's in there in 4. Last turn action. It's all about Thomas Duran out front. He's going to take this one down to the stripe. Who's in there with him? Millar's for 2, and that's going to be Davies in 3. This is one of the whole shot classes lining up on the gate. There is 50 quid up for grabs for the first rider across the whole shot line in turn number 1. The 30 to 39-year-old cruisers line up on the gate. We've got Jamie Webb, Agris Alexander, Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Tom Palmer, Martin Brown, Daniel Popel, and John Lillingston. 30 to 39-year-old cruisers are a go. Who's going to be 50 quid richer? Looking like Jack Hudson's been shot out of a cannon. Palmer on the inside. Palmer leads it. Hudson in there in 2. Lillingston's in 3. That looks like Popel in 4. Who's picking up 5 and 6? Alexans is on the inside into the turn. Palmer then, the original. Oh, Brown's hit the deck in the second corner. It is Palmer, Hudson, Popel, Lillingston. They are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday afternoon. Popel's working his way around Hudson down the final straight. It's going to be Palmer, Popel in that order. Hudson for 3. Put your hands together for Nathan Abbott and Martin Smiley Brown, ladies and gents.
Right, next till the 40-44 Cruiser A final, we have got Andy McCoy, Craig Cordin, Rich Stevenson, Dylan Dixon, Tom Odling, Matthew Eaton, Andy Groves, and Kingsley Mears. Right, 40 to 44 Cruiser heading down the hill. Kingsley Mears, the local guy, in the middle. Odling's on the inside as they head towards turn number 1. That is Matthew Eaton working his way into 2. The elbows are flying as they go in and out of the turn. Craig Cordin in 5. Dylan Dixon in about 7 at the moment. Andy McCoy pushing hard as well. But it's all about Kingsley Mears. Pro start out in front on his home track. In and out of the turn. He's got this one in the bag. Eden in there in 2, Andy Groves for the 3, Odling for the 4, Craig Caldrin for 5.
45, 49-year-old cruisers into the turn, looking like Merron's on the inside. He's going to lead this one out. Merron, 2 good. 1 and 2. That looks like Kane in the mix as well in there in about 4. Looking to pick up a spot. The rider just in front of him is Lee Pembroke. In and out of the second corner. It is all about the 4X of Kev Merron. Moto 1365 Racing. Into the final turn. 2 good, throws it under in the final corner. Didn't quite make it stick. Pembroke's not done yet either. Chasing him down to the stripe. 2 good. Pembroke looking like they're going to finish in 2 and 3. 45, 49-year-old cruiser A final up out of the gate. We have got Graham Stark, David Stokes, Neil Harbour, Nigel Smith, Damien Mead, Norbert Marco, Matt Barnard and Fraser Watson. "45, 49-year-old cruisers hit the track, heading for turn number 1. Marco's been shot out of a cannon. Watson's not done yet, though, into the corner. Watson, Marco, 1 and 2. Barnard's in there in 3. That is Mead in 4. Who's picking up 5? Got to be Neil Harbour for Sorted Race Gear. The 2 Stay Strong C&K guys are in 3 and 4 at the moment. But it's all about Watson. Out front, BMX Widow Photography leading it into the turn. Here comes Barnard underneath Marco. He makes it stick. Barnard then takes over that 2 spot down the last straight. It's going to be Fraser Watson, your race winner. Barnard, Marco 2 and 3.
50 to 54 Cruiser, the B final. Here we go. Riders out the gate and round that first turn. Tim Porter, the man in control at the moment. We've got Stephen Notman in there. Mark Cottrell going through in about 3rd position now as they go in and out of the turn. Looks like Brett Knight's trying to thread the needle and work his way into that 3rd position. He's got Cotty to deal with in the corner though. Tight as you like as they go in and out. Knight's got underneath from 4th to 2nd. He's got Cotty on his wheel. Oh my words. Still don't know he won that. Oh well, never mind. Is he focused on another battle? Anyway, 50 to 54, the cruiser final. We've got Kev Sykes, Julian Turnbar Allen, Brett Archibald, Gary Carver, Stephen Hassel, Pete Butler, John Bentley, and Darren O'Brien. $50 to 54, Cruiser Benters as the orange because he's just had the squeeze. Coming out of that gate into the turn we go. Stephen Hassel, Darren O'Brien, 1 and 2. That looks like Kev Sykes in there in 3, Pete Butler in 4, Bentley in there in 6, Julian Allen's turn bar and his way into 7. Oh! Darren O'Brien down in a heap. Benters is in there in 6, having a go for 5, possibly even 4. Who's going to get it at the line? It's going to be Hassel, Sykes, Butler. You 1, 2 and 3. Right, we've had a glove handed in, another fist glove. Kitty gripper, fanging on, amazing. So it's a small kid's glove, 6-year-old, whatever. Fist, it's purple, yellow, green. It's the kind of disgusting thing a 6-year-old would pick. And it's got a cat on it. So, yeah, if your young rider's lost a fist glove with a psychotic cat on it, come and see us, you can have it back. We won't refer you to social services for scaring them to death. But yeah, it's here, it's all yours if you want it. We'll put it up in the commentary.
Put your hands together for Daz O'Brien, ladies and gents. He's walking away. Let's get you introduced to the 55-plus cruisers. We've got Keith Brown, Stephen Noble, David Knowles, Billy Stupple, Bernie Shale, Brent Featherstone, Raymond Reed, and Big Mick Goff. 55-plus cruiser bruisers hit the track. Reed's on the inside, but Big Mick's been shot out of the cannon. He's heading into the first turn out front. Your national champ leads it out for Crucial Racing. Reed in there in 2, Stupples in 3, who's in 4. Here comes Brent Featherstone up the inside. He's worked his way into a podium spot. That shuffles Stupple back to 4 then. Who's that diving under in 5? I think that could be Stephen Noble out of the northeast. Yes, it was, but it's all about Big Mick Goff out front. He's going to take this one from start to finish down the final straight. Goff, Reed, Featherstone, Stupple, 1, 2, 3, 4.
17 to 29-year-old cruisers into the turn. Connor Hedges out in front. He's in there in 1. Luke Davies-Hayes in 2. They are mixed up behind him and chasing him into that second corner. But Hedges out in front. Jack Wiggins in there for Retro Racing, I think, in 3. Rocky O'Brien in 4. But fresh off the BMX Commentator podcast, Connor Hedges down the final straight. He's going to pick up the win in the 17:29 Cruiser B final. Lining up for the final itself, we have got Joshua Cates, Theo Pope, Arne Esselman, Lewis Fletcher, Jake Green, Ned Penny, Daniel Wilson, and Alex Brooks. 17:29 cruiser. This has been an absolute banger of a class, and Ned Penny's come unclipped as they head into the turn. Brooks is leading it through. Daniel Wilson in there in 2, Green in 3, Lewis Fletcher. No, it's Theo Pope working his way underneath into that top 3 spot. Arne Esselman on the outside looking in. He's in there in 5 at the minute, but it is Alex Brooks, Rab Racing, into the final corner, and out we go. His clubmate Daniel Wilson chasing him to the line. Brooks is going to get it. Brooks, Wilson, Fletcher, Green in that order.
+30 women's cruiser B final up on the gates.
No, that is a B final. Yeah. I'm not wrong. No, you're not wrong.
30 plus women's cruiser B final hits the track, heading to turn number 1, looking like Josephine Burston is going to pick up the whole shot for Braintree Bullets. In and out of the corner, that looks like Team Bunnies well represented in 2 and 3. Annie Coach Chitwa and Tracy Sharp picking it up as they come on round into the second turn. They go and back out again. It's Burston, Chitwa, Sharp, Freer, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be Tarlin in there in 5, Turner in 6, and that is Albert in at 7. In and out of the final turn and down the last straight, it is all about Josephine Burston in the B final for the 30 plus women's cruiser.
Right, here we go again as they go in and out of the turn. Hannah Hedges, Kira Lee, 1 and 2 at the minute, and the fan club's going absolutely well behind us as they go into that second corner. Chloe Tompkins in there as well, Trinity Cam, Alice Taylor, Sammy Prince and Abby Pike. But it's Kira Lee into the final turn. Hannah Hedges is right there with her. In and out we go, down the straight. Lee Hedges to the line. Kira Lee's going to take the win. Well, tell you, have they had any Prosecco? That is the question that I'm asking. If not, get some down you. Crack on. Sorry, A final. After all the excitement, I thought they were just squealing for me and Lewis. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, there we go. 17:29. Jetska Hempstock, Amy Willets, Josie McFall, Olivia Firth, Hannah Drew, Taylor Lee Moen, Lily Chiziwa, and Elsa Rendell Todd. 17 to 29, a year-old female cruiser, Elsa Rendell Todd, stay strong. Boost the triple into the turn. Chiziwa in 2, Hannah Drew in 3. That looks like Olivia Firth going through in 4 as they go in and out of that second turn. Stay strong out in front. And as they go towards the final turn, it's still Elsa Rendell Todd, Amy Willets in there in 6. So Elsa Rendell Todd taking the win for Stay Strong. Chiziwa in 2, Drew in 3, Olivia Firth for Salted Race Gear, and EMV Graphics and Signage in 4.
13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser up on the gate. We've got Carmel Allison, Isla Young, BB Alderton, Isla Radcliffe, Anya Matten Alonso, Alexis McCartney, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, and Cody Harmer. Yeah, the 13, 16-year-old girls cruiser hits the track and out of the first turn. Harmer leads it out. That's Annalise Cadman Carpenter chasing her on through. Alexis McCartney in there in a podium spot as they go in and back out of that second corner. Anya Matten Alonso's in there inside that top 4. Heading for the final turn, though. It's all about Harmer out front on the 3 plate in that NSR Foundation jersey. She's going to pick up this win down the final straight, but not if Carpenter has anything to say. Carpenter's going to nick it with a last-minute ditch of the line. Harmer for 2. What a last straight that was from Annalise Cadman Carpenter.
Next up, 30-plus female cruiser Nikki Sitch, Teresa Chalice, Savannah Carver, Cassie Harding, Kim Batsford, Lee Pendleton, SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols, and Michelle Stupple. Cruiser ladies are going crazy as they head down the hill. SJN and Michelle Stupple heading to the turn. Michelle gets her nose out in front. SJN in there in 2. Kim Batsford in 3. Sav Carver going through in 4. Cassie Harding in 5. Pendleton in 6. Sitch in 7. Chalice in 8. As they head towards the final turn, Michelle Stupple, Ice Bites, got her nose in front as they came in and out of the turn. The first one, she's going to hold it to the line. SJN is chasing her to the stripe. She's going to have to settle for 2. Kim Batsford rounding out the top 3.
7-year-old B final hits the track. Jones, Brooke, Underhill, Thomas, Sarah, Granger and Lewis Field heading to the corner. Looks like that is Frankie Jones on the inside, but your race leader on the 1-3-4 gotta be Finley Thomas. GT Factory looking good at the moment. Alice Lewisfield looking up the inside for a handover, heading into the turn, but it's all about Thomas out front looking good. Fields in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? Gotta be Jones. Riding out of LCC BMX race team. Here comes the 284 round the outside. That's Finley Kerr looking for a way into a top 4 spot, but he's had the shove from Toby Brook. In and out of that final corner, it's going to be Thomas down the final straight. He's going to pick up this win. Who's in there for 2 and 3? Looking like Jones has made a late charge for that 2 spots, with Lewis Field in 3.
8-year-old B final number 22 heading down the hill. Christian Garbachick of Peterborough right there in the middle, but it looks like the young man who's going to lead it in is Sebastian Perry in there in 1 on that 314. He's riding for Nuneaton. Elliot Hatch is in there as well, back in about 5th at the minute, and getting involved is Alexander Gilbert out of the Bruntwood Massive, but it's still Perry, Garbachick 1 and 2. Looks like Elliot Hatch has worked his way into a top 3, battling with Gilbert, who's in that 5th spot. Looks like DC Cycles, Oscar Marco. Perry under pressure from Garbachick. Perry and Garbachick to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Oh, too close to call.
9-year-old B final is a go. Rocco Westwood was stuck in the middle of the pack as he entered turn number 1, and he's worked his way into about 4 as he head into turn number 2. But your race leader's gotta be Fast Signatures, Joseph Dewis, and out front, who's in there behind him looking like Mongoose Factories, Tobias Groves. He's picking up the spot. Crank BMX coaching in there in 3. That is a 409 of Jacob Den in and out of that final turn and down the last straight. The fluent rider's got to be Jack Kitching. He's going to round out the top 4, but your race winner is now going to be Tobias Groves after making his move.
10-year-old B final, that is Hugo Dayton out there in front at the moment. Oliver Riches is in the mix and trying to get involved, as is Edward Corder. He's back there in about 6 at the moment. In and out of the turn, Steinmetz in there in 5, but Dayton is the man in control. Lucas Tuolde in 2, Riches in 3. The 297, that belongs to Isaac Moore out of Exeter. He's in there in 4, Cordery in 5. Dayton takes the win in the 10-year-old B.
11-year-old B final heading into the turn, looking like the 4 place going to lead it out. Marcus Mullen, they are getting busy in the turn. Isaac Smith received an elbow from Richards. That was Samuel Richards working his way into a top 3 spot. Mullen out front with Archie Croker White out of Allen's Factory and Absolute. Then 2 guys out front at the moment. Here comes Green Machine with Richards. Bowler's not done yet either. He's in there in 4. Last turn action, the 18 looks up the inside. That was a Emil Challenger, but he's going to have to hang on and settle for 5. Last straight action, Bowler chasing down Croker White. Richards has made his move from 3 to 2, but your race winner was, of course, Marcus Mullen.
Right, the 5 place slid round the turn. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders hitting the deck. Oh my word. The 586 of Holly Hume went down. She started the chain reaction. That collected Sadie McSwitty and a couple of others. Meanwhile, out in front, it is the 5 of Millie Ross. Lainey Cordin in there in 2. The 282 going through in 3 is Freya Harris. Ross is going to get it, Cordin for the 2. Who else went down in that heap? Olivia Webb went down, as did the 43 of Winnie Andrews. All up and okay. Sadie McSwitty's all right as well. Unlucky ladies.
Looks like we've lost JP on the first straight in the 12-year-old B final. Let's hope that he's all right. Out on track, though, we are looking at Green Machine. Thomas Honeywell leading this one out. In and out of turn number 2. That looks like Sullivan Collis in there in that 2 spot. Josh Jepson and Mark towards Idlow battling it out for 3. Here comes a 9 though of Arnold. He's already won a national title today and he's looking to pick up a B final down this final straight. Looks like he'll have to settle for 3 or 4 as they bring it down to the line. Let's hope that JP's alright. He's just back from injury. He's going to make his way back to his feet. Put your hands together for Jack Perkins, ladies and gents.
Right, 12-year-old girls B final heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to the first turn? Looks like Dakota Tucker. She's doing it for her builder granddad. He passed away last week, aged 93. He'll be watching Dakota from the skies. Got that little logo on her jersey. She's doing him proud right now. In and out of that second turn. Allegra True, Holly Diver, Nora Cyrus in there as well. Here comes the rider out of Hard Knocks. That's Isabella Gerard. But it's going to be Dakota Tucker. The B final win for Grandad. She's taking it across the line.
13-year-old boys B final into turn number 1. Is getting busy. Daniel Collins-Arch has just thrown it under and come out in that second spot. Cotty leads the race. Eames is in there in 3, heading into the turn. Who's that round the outside looking like it could be Millington? He's worked his way through into a top 3 spot. Here comes Bailey up the inside. He's found his way into 4th, so it is Cotty out front. Collins-Arch picking it up as he come on down the final straight. Millington, he's going to round out the top 3s and take it down to the stripe. 14-year-old boys B final out on track, heading into turn number 2. That looks like... Oh, Tidy S slides out. Couldn't quite stick it up right to the 25. Leads this one through. That is Mason Groves. Groves leads it out. Cosinu in 2. Osborne 3. Kidson 4. Boone in 5. That's going to be your top 5 as we bring it down the final straight. Let's hope that Tidy S is all right.
Didn't get out bad, but he just didn't seem to spin out. He had been all day down. Yeah. I think he's cooked. Yeah, he's cooked. The emotion. I can't say I've ever known a rider to have so much bad luck. Yes, Mr. McCrum.
I'll go see my wife. See if I can get fresh in the corner.
Get him in nice.
Right, just a reminder about raffle tickets. They will stop selling at the end of racing today, so if you want a raffle ticket and the chance to get free automatic entry to every single Racing Under the Roof round this winter, then get yourself over to the Manchester BMX Club gazebo over near the finish line. Them guys have got all of your raffle tickets over there. They will stop selling at the end of racing today. We won't go into day 2 of the weekend. So if you don't get it yourself over there today, then you are going to miss out on that opportunity. And whilst we've got a brief chance to talk about the new National Champs format, we might as well do so. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't want to butcher it. as I know there's quite a lot of detail involved, and I don't want to do anyone that's been involved in the organisation any disrespect, but I believe that we are having merged age groups, 13 14s, 15 16s. We will have the top 15 from all 4 age groups into their merged group, so we'll have 30 riders per age, and they will race in a UCI World Cup format, I believe. Yeah, is that right? Wicked. I've just got my information over here, you see. I've got 2 people that are telling me when I'm right and wrong. What else is there? Masters are included as well. And this is all going to be happening on the Friday evening of Birmingham National. So in 2 weeks' time, when we head to Birmingham National, the Friday evening, you're all already there anyway. Okay, you might as well get involved. It is free entry. All right, so bear that in mind. It's free entry for all participants. Obviously, we will have the usual junior, under 23 and elite classes. Okay, so everyone that can go will get an invite. You'll get an email. Okay, now I'm getting it. So if you are on the Friday, there on the Friday evening at Birmingham National, and you've had your invite from British Cycling, then get yourself involved in the racing. It's free to enter. It's hopefully going to be a really, really good event. There's been a lot of people that have put in a lot of work behind the scenes. There's a lot of people that are really excited about the event, and it will kick off about 7 p.m. on the Friday evening, as far as I'm aware. So after all the practice is done, from 7 p.m. onwards, we are going to run our new National Champs formats. It's going to include last chance qualifiers as well, so Moto 1, last chance qualifiers, knockouts, final. Cool. We're getting there. I'm learning. Okay, so there'll be no break, like there's no break between each round. So between the first moto, the LCQ to the knockout rounds, and all of the knockout rounds all the way through to the final, there's not going to be a break. Okay, so as soon as that last moto is finished, the LCQs are going to start, so you're not going to have time to head back to your Team 10, take your clip shoes off and have half an hour break, okay? We're going to get straight into the racing, going to get it cracked on with, just as they do at a UCI race. So if you do attend that race, please make sure that you are ready to keep racing all night long and you don't just disappear for half an hour, otherwise you will be missing your races. Is that it, John? Have I got everything there? Ish? Okay, of course, that was the next thing. Yes, there is, of course, places where you can find all of this information, and it's in a much better format than what I've just given it you. On the BMX Race Hub, there is a video and there is a podcast, the 96 podcast. Okay, it's a brilliant listen. Scott Beaumont has Andy McCoy on there to talk all things national champs. There's a whole episode dedicated to the new national champs format. So get yourselves over there and give that a listen, as well as the video on BMX Race Hub.
Right, we've had a helmet visor bolt handed in. It's like an anodized red looking one. So you've got red visor bolts in your helmet. Take a look, see if you've lost one. If you have, it's over here with us. So a red visor bolt, like for holding your visor on at the sides. So your helmet will be predominantly red in colour, I would think. So check your visor bolts. If you've lost them, then come and see us.
One, two. Put your hands together for Tidy S, ladies and gents. We wish him all the best. We are going to have at least a 10-minute break, ladies and gents. We are going to have at least a 10-minute break just to give the medics time to do their job. So as soon as we are back racing, we will let you know. We'll give you plenty of warning. Please keep your ears peeled.
Yeah, I ain't dancing to this. And I ain't dancing to this either.
Okay, guys, we will resume racing in 5 minutes' time. 5 minutes' time. So if you were in the immediate races, you need to get yourselves back into the pen area, please. We are going racing in 5 minutes' time. Get yourself where you need to be for your races, please. And if you're not racing, get yourself trackside. Manchester BMX Club always manage to book the weather for us. Final number 31 hits the track. 15-year-old B final heading for the turn. Looking like we've had a great start from Mason Lang. He's going to pick up that whole shot for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, who's in there with him, looking like Joe Penton Vokes getting busy. He's in about 3 at the moment, chasing down the 21 plate of Finley Collis, heading into turn and number 2. So it's all about Lang and Collis out front at the moment. Sean Brown's worked his way into a top 3 spot. Vokes in there in 4, who's in 5, looking like the 19 plate, picking it up. That is George Chapman, but he's had the move put on him from Samson Townsend out of that final corner. Lang going to take the win at Collis Brown 2 and 3. 15-year-old girls B final out on track. We have got Ice Bikes leading this one out. Imogen Cockrell on the 12 plate, in and out of turn number 2. That looks like Alexis McCartney in there in that 2 spot, chasing her on down. Divide Brand in the mix as well in there in about 4. That's going to be Isla Radcliffe, but it's all about Peckham in there in 3. That looks like it could be Adele Veruti. Had a load of moves stuck on her in that final turn. She's in there in about 4 at the minute. Chase it down Radcliffe to the line as the 16-year-olds hit turn number 1 for their B final. Ollie Kendall out front, going to 1, 2 and 3 with Ryo Stepanovs and Elliot Brook heading into that second corner. Brook for Rab Racing then occupies that 3rd spot. They're queuing up behind him. That looks like it could be Fawcett. Yes, it is Jaden Fawcett in there in about 4 at the moment. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Kendall Stepanovs 1 and 2. Vets B final on a track. Matthew Eaton leads it out from Big Nige Smith, going 1 and 2. Heading through the second straight, that looks like Mark Steele and Lewis Allison. Yes, it is Mark Steele and it's Steele and Allison 3 and 4 at the moment, and that looks like he could be Norwich's Ian Milner in there in about 5, heading down that final straight.
Lost property.
We've got a black hoodie, Lost Property.
I think it's like a rib cage, isn't it? There you go. Yeah.
It's got like a rib cage sort of design on it. So if you're missing your black hoodie with a rib cage design on it, it is up at commentary. Grand Vets out on track. Steve Fortune leading this one out. Brett Knight in there in 2, the 818 in 3. That is Neil Waddington. Had a move put on him on the exit of turn number 3. That is the 017 of Dominic Elliott, looking for a top 3 finish down to the line. I'm not sure he's going to get close enough as the 17 to 18-year-olds hit turn number 2 for their B final. Fletcher out front. Che Young's in there in about 4. That looks like Scott Monroe Higgs in there in that 2 spots. And Hamling in 3. What a move that was from Che Young to go from 5 to 4 in that final turn. That shuffles Alfie Holloway back to 5. 17 to 29-year-old women on track for their B final. Lexi Carruthers in this one in about 3 at the minute, working her way around the outside to pick up that podium spot as they go in and out of turn number 2. Hannah Drew, Remy Godfrey, 1 and 2. Here comes Godfrey round the outside, working her way from 2 to 1. She's your new race leader. Godfrey, Drew, Carruthers, 1, 2, 3 as 19 to 29-year-old men hit the track. Aaron Holloway leads it out. He's going 1 and 2 with Daniel Kay. In and out of that second corner. Sean Tobin's in there in 3. Hedges in 4. Dove in 5. Reese Hoggett, Gnarly Race Team. He's in there in about 5 or 6 at the minute. Having a scrap down that final straight with Camille Suleiman. But it's going to be Aaron Holloway taking the win. That should be finals done and dusted. Do you want to start?
Yeah, we're up to number 8 final. Right.
6 and under A final up on the gates. We have got Charlie Thorne, Charlie States, Shelby Yates, Henry Dodd, Seth Goostrey, Benji Ross Foster, Lou and Jamira, and Oliver Bridle. The pocket rockets are a go. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. Heading for turn number 1. Oliver Bridle's on the inside. It's getting busy as they head into the turn. Bridle leads it out. Jamira's threaded the needle and gone from 3 to 2 in the first corner. YouTube sensation Shelby Yates is in there in about 3. Looking up the inside of Jamira as they enter turn 2. And he's made it stick, so it is Bridle, Yates, Jamira. 1, 2, 3. Looking like Benji Ross Foster's in 4. Seth Goostrey's in there in 5. Henry Dodds in 6. Charlie States in 7 and Charlie Thorne in 8. Last straight action then. It's all about Bridle out front. This kid is on fire. He's going to take the 6 and under win. Shelby Yates for 2. Benji Ross Foster has muscled his way through to a podium finish.
7-year-olds up next. We have got Oscar Rather Fast Rutherford, Ruby Pleasance Ford, Charlie Crossley, Joseph Claydon, Albie Blight, Arlo Payne, Logan Acito, and Roman Bird Fields. It's go, go, go for the 7-year-olds heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the turn. Looks like Rudy Pleasance Ford is in there. My little mate Oscar Rather Fast in there in 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 going down in the turn. Albie Blight, Arlo Payne, Roman Burfield all down in a heap in turn number 1. And one of the riders from Exeter as well. So let's have a look who's going to lead it into the corner. Joseph Claydon out in front, Rudy Pleasance Ford in 2. Oscar Rather Fast, he's looking like he's going to hit the podium in 3. I dread to think what Dad's promised him for that one as they head to the line. Claydon, Pleasance Ford, Rather Fast. That's your 1, 2, 3. Charlie Crossley coming through. He's up and okay. Arlo's up and okay. Albie Blight down on the ground. We're just checking him out. Roman Birdfield's up and all right. He'll be back tomorrow. He's dented quite a few turns in his short BMX career. Albie's up and okay. Give him a big yell. A round of applause. Well, next, 7-year-old young ladies. We have got Matilda Hewitt, Susie Wyatt, Isabella Henry, Hattie McGoldrick, Abigail Henning, Maggie Devine, Orla Dewis, and Mabel Pine. Seven-year-old girls hitting their first straight. They're not only 7, some of them are only 5 as they head towards turn number 1. Mabel Pine, Maggie Devine, Orla Dewis, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, Hattie McGoldrick throws it under for a top 5. She's tasting down Abigail Henning towards turn number 2. But out in front on the 0-1, the British champion, Mabel Pine, looking good in this one. Orla Dewis in 2. Maggie Devine in 3. Here comes Abigail Henning. Now Hattie's under pressure from the 184. And that belongs to Matilda Hewitt. Hewitt chasing McGoldrick. Pine's going to get it. It's going to go Pine, Dewis, Devine, Henning, Hattie McGoldrick with the top 5. Wow, wow, wow.
8-year-old boys lining up on the gate for the A final. We have got Jake Avis, Callum Wood, Caleb Tuwalda, Dominic Zapanos, Antek Perebny, Oakley Hill, Ethan the Great White, and Henry Sullivan. The 8-year-old A final is go. Ethan the Great White had a great gate, but he ran into a few elbows from Perebny and Sullivan. Sullivan leads it into the turn. Sullivan, Perebny, White, 1, 2, 3. Zapanos has worked his way into 4. That's Wood in there in 5. Avis 6. Looking like Hill in 7 and Tawaldi in 8. In and out of turn number 2. Check him out. Crucial gang out front. Your British champion Henry Sullivan. I do not think this kid has dropped a lap all season long so far, and he does not want to start now. In and out of the final turn, Henry Sullivan is going to take the 8-year-old final down to the stripe and take Perebny for 2. Ethan the Great White under pressure from Zapanos. That was your top 4. 8-year-old girls up on the gates for the A final. We have got Evie Hume, Lauren Snell, Ellie Robertson, Madison Stupple, Maisie Dyson, Megan Keller, Ella Grant, and Phoebe Millar. Final 43, the 8-year-old girls heading down the straight. Looking like there's a great start from Millar on the inside. Riding for Moto 1365. Millar leads it out. Mixed picture in there in 2. On the 889, that's Ella Grant chasing down your British champion, Megan Keller. Where is she? She's in there in about 4 of the minute. Chasing down Bradford Bandit's finest. That is Maisie Dyson on the 735. So it is Millar, Grant, Dyson. That's your podium as it stands. Keller's in there in 4. That is Evie Hume in there. Sorry, Ellie Robertson in 5. Snell's in 6 and Hume in there in 7. Last straight action. It is going to be Phoebe Millar's going to take the win. Who's getting the 2? Ella Grant for the 2 spot. Maisie Dyson rounds out your podium.
9-year-old boys up next. Seth Kacharik, Jack Belton, Jack Haynes, Jesse Rose, Thomas Giles, Charlie Dowson, Rex Ford, and Ethan Shaw. Right, 9-year-old boys heading down the hill. Ethan Shaw from the Birmingham National Race Team right there in the middle as they head towards turn number 1. Charlie Dowson is the man out in front who's going to get the whole shot. He's in there in 1. Ethan Shaw 2. Rex Ford 3. We are looking at Jesse Rose battling away there with Thomas Giles from Northeast BMX as they go into the turn. Seth Kacharik's got a bit of work to do, but look who's worked his way in front. Ethan Shaw, Birmingham National Race Team, into the final turn we go. He's got this one. Dowson for 2, Ford for 3, Belton for 4. Looks like one of the Northeast riders is going to pick up a 5, but it's Ethan Shaw taking the win. Right, first of the whole shots for the A finals, the 9-year-old girls. Manchester BMX Club whole shot award, £50 for the first rider across this line in the first turn. This is a lot of Haribo for somebody. Or maybe half a Taylor Swift t-shirt, I don't know, we'll soon see. Molly Tomlinson, Rosie Geddes, Eliza Powell, Measure Olivia Kolodich, Holly Webb, Holly Bishop, Florence Dyson and Betty Wills. 50 quid on the line. Nine-year-old girls leaving the gate. There's a whole shot award. Who's going to get it? Betty Wills has got her nose out in front at the moment. Holly Bishop in there as well. Betty Wills, 50 quid better off. She wins the Manchester BMX Club whole shot award. Florence Dyson in there in 4. But look who's chasing Betty down to that turn. It is Holly Bishop from the Halo Wheels squad. She's in there in 2. Who's got the 3? Looks like the 804, and that belongs to Maja Olivia Kolich out of Ireland. She's going to get that 3rd position, but the win and the 50 quid whole shot award to Betty Wills.
10-year-old boys A final up on the gate. We've got Seb Hewitt, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Teddy Jones, Joey Tompkins, Connor Hemhill, Murray Watson, Jacob Anderson and Finley Munro. Here we go then, the 10-year-olds are a go, heading for turn number 1. Hemhill's had a great start, he's got Anderson right there with him into the turn. Anderson throws it under and he leads the race. Anderson, Hemhill, that looks like Joey Tompkins working his way onto the podium as they head into turn number 2. Munro's in there in about 4, in and out of the second corner. It's all about your national number 4 from last year. Jacob Anderson absolute leads this one through. Hemhill's not done yet, jumps his way around the outside of Tompkins into the final corner. Anderson, Hemhill, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3? It's going to be tight on the line between Tompkins and Munro. That one was close, and one for the transponders of terror. 10-year-old girls up on the gate. This is also a whole shot class for the Manchester BMX Club, a 50 quid whole shot award. Let's get you introduced. We have got Izzy Dolan, Maisie Surtees, Holly Richardson, Bonnie Dudley, Mia Kiss, Trixie Trays, Maisie Egan, and Grace Hudak. Here we go then, the 10-year-old girls. Someone's about to be 50 quid richer, courtesy of our sponsors for today's Whole Shot Awards. And it looks like the 2 played. Oh, that one was close. I'm not calling it. Trace, Egan, 1 and 2 as the exit turn number 1. Who's picking up 3? Looks like Grace Hudak on the E7 plate. Into the turn they go. The front 3 are trying to separate a gap. Who's picking up the 4? Looking like that could be Holly Richardson on the 8 plate, but it's all about Trixie Trays. Fluid bicycle motocross, she leads this one through. Egan under pressure from Hudak down the final straight. She's going to hang on to the 2 spot. Hudak for 3, but Trixie Trays, your 10-year-old girls winner.
Too close to call that. Somebody can look at the recording of that one. Way too close for the whole shot award. Right, let's have a look. Will you up 11-year-old boys? Have we got a whole shot for this? No, we haven't. Right. So, Ronnie Payne, Adrian Galitis, Itai Jamira, Jack Devine, Leighton Harding, Archie Bell, Leo Rowlands, and James Bibby. The 11-year-old boys are go. Bibby on the inside, Rowlands in the middle. Jack Devine trying to get involved as well as they go into the turn. James Bibby. Archie Bell nearly ran into the back of Leo Rowlands, did well to avoid him. Devine working his way down the inside now, but he's still the Pro Start rider, Bibby. But look who's gone underneath him. Leo Rowlands with a move straight out the textbook. Is he going to be able to hold it off into the final turn? Bibby's right there. Oh! Bibby so close. Rowlands is going to take it. Who's going to get the 2? Looks like it's going to be Itai Jamira. But James Bibby, so unlucky. Couldn't make the move stick. Next up, the 11-year-old girls. We're just going to sweep this turn. So we're going to take our time. Tell you what, Paul Berry's not going to get it. Well, says Paul Berry's not going to get his job with the council. He's got one. Thing is, he doesn't do that. He doesn't do sweeping. He does heating and plumbing. Yeah. Tell you what, sweeping like that, they'll be promoting him in his council job. Anyway, there we go. Right, are we all right now? Are we good to go? 11-year-old girls, you ready? Right, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Poppy May Kirby, Seren Pritchard, Lauren Keller, Grace Gerard, Elsie Blight, Elizabeth Lola Poole, and Iris Hyder. Eleven-year-old girls are go heading down the hill. Iris Hyder, Elizabeth Lola Poole closest to the first turn. Here comes Grace Gerard as well, but it looks like Hyder picking it up. Elizabeth's in there in 2, Grace in 3, Lauren Keller's getting squeezed, Seren Pritchard right in the middle, and out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross we've got Elsie Blight as well, but Pure Bicycles on the E3. Irish Hyder in and out of the turn. She's going to take the win in the 11-year-old girls. Elizabeth Lola Pools on an absolute flyer for 2. Grace Gerard for 3, and I think Seren Pritchard might have rounded out the top 4.
12-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their A final. We've got Joe Douglas, Charlie Wilcox, Tom Palmer, Ethan Howell, Ethan Rogers, Ethan Crooks Martin, James Miller and Harry Donald. 12-year-old boys hit the track. Donald's out of lane number 1. Headed for the turn. Joe Douglas has been shot out of a cannon out of lane 8, but he's only got so far across. Who's going to lead it out? Donald, Miller, Crooks Martin. That's your top 3 as it stands. Tom Palmer is in there in 4. Heading into turn number 2. Who's queuing up behind him? Ethan Howell's in there, looking like he wants to pick up a top 4 spot as well. Rogers is trying to fight his way back into the pack, but check out your European number 3. BMXHut.com. Harry Donald's going to take the 12-year-old boys. Miller, Martin, 2 and 3, tight on the line for 4.
Skip the page.
12-year-old girls A final lining up on the gate. We've got Nia O'Connell, Martha Cottam, Anushka Jones, Brooke Fawcett, Esme Ward, Emma Kiss, Ruby Warren and Amelie Eaton.
No, hang on. No. The next 2 is next. Male 13s and girls 13s, yeah.
12-year-old girls hit the track. Eaton's in lane 1, looking like Warren's trying to close the door as you head for the turn. Who's going to get it into the corner? Warren leads it out. What a first straight she's had. Warren, Eaton, that looks like it could be Ward in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's got to be Kiss heading into turn 2. Eaton isn't done yet. She's hunting down Warren like she's prey to a predator. Heading for the final turn. Eaton on the outside, looking for a high low on Warren. Last straight action. Who's going to get this one? Ruby Warren looking like she's going to hang on to it. What a result that is. Amelie Eaton for 2, tight on the line for 3.
Right, Hull Shot Award. I think that was Ruby Warren's first national win as well. I think he was. Right, congratulations, Ruby. So, 13-year-old boys, £50 Hull Shot Award for this one, courtesy of Manchester BMX Club and the sponsors. So, lining up, we have got Todd Smith-Notman, Oliver Tyers, Noah Buttery, Isaac Shaw, Elvis Lawrence, Ned Guppy, Nate Hamilton, and Toby Lynch. Right, 50 quid up for grabs as these boys come down the hill. Who's going to be the first to the first turn? Elvis Lawrence in the middle. Here comes Guppy, taking the whole shot. Guppy's 50 quid. Richard cha-ching. Tyres in there in 2. Toby Lynch in 3. Shaw's in there in 4. Where is Elvis Lawrence? He's in there in 5. Moves being made in the corner. Todd Smith-Notman getting shuffled back with Noah Buttery. But it's Guppy into the final turn with Tyres. Guppy, Tyres, drag race down the final straight. Who's going to get it at that line? Guppy for Absolute Bicycle Motocross takes the win. Tyres, Lynch, Shaw. That was your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Right, another whole shot class, 13-year-old girls. This is one of the ODI ones, so 100 quid up for grabs and a load of ODI goodies. We'll be going to one of these riders: Matilda Sasharu, Sidoni Cleve, Libby Coppin, Lexi Kearns, Jalaya Patel, Rin Serafino Gianolino, Isabella Rowe, and Katie Miller. £100 up for grabs in this one. Who's going to be the first to the first turn? Katie Miller looking good at the minute. In and out we go. Oh, it was another close one. Don't want to say who took it. It was either Miller or Rowe. Couldn't work it out. In and out the turn we go. We don't know who's going to get the 100 quid. It was that close. But Katie Miller probably won't want the money. She'll want the win. Isabella Rowe, that is Jalaya Patel in there in 3, Rin Serafina Gianolino in 4, but Katie Miller takes it at the line. She wins 13 girls. Somebody else can organise who won the money.
14-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We've got Oliver James, Harvey Tomlinson, Freddie Entwistle, Luke Wilcox, Ben Larkins. Oh, okay. 14-year-old girls up on the gate. I do apologise. We're skipping one. We've got Lottie McFarlane, Orla Cooper, Ava Wright, Ruby Walford, Ailey Watson, Lily Hayes, Lottie Brown, and Amelia Everly. Is the lads after? Here we go then. The 14-year-old girls are headed for turn number one. Amelia, oh, Everly hits the deck. Wow, oh wow, elbows with Watson down the first straight and she tumbled down the backside of the jump. Watson, Brown into turn number two. It's going to be Brown round the outside. She's your new race leader for Absolute. Your European number 4 leads it out. Watson's in 2. The 13 played in there in 3. That is Lottie McFarlane with the 6 of Ava Wright. In there in 4, in and out of the final turn and down this final straight. It is going to be Lottie Brown, your race winner. Ailey Watson takes the 2. Put your hands together for Amelia Everly, ladies and gents.
Do the 14 so we come back to it. Yeah. Right, 15-year-old boys are lining up on the gates. We have got Jack Bailey, Oliver Coppin, Henry Rayner, Lucas Webster, Caden Dunn, Noah Everly, Eli Smith, and Cody Coker. They're age 15 and living the BMX dream as they come down the hill. Cody Coker, Eli Smith into the turn 1 and 2. Coker, Smith, Everly's dived underneath. That looks like Lucas Webster in there in that 4th spot. Looks like 2 riders exiting the wrong side, including Jack Bailey. But out in front, Cody Coker, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Noah Everly in 2. Eli Smith in there in 3. Looks like Coker's going to get it at the stripe. Coker, Everly, Smith, 1, 2, and 3. Webster in 4. 15-year-old girls up next. Just looking at our whole shot award list, and it's not on there. Right, 15-year-old girls lining up. We have got Lorianne Carruthers, Ruby Moores, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Jumping Jess Marriott, Lexi Waite, Sabina Ashman, Megan Roy, and Sophie Elwood. 15-year-old girls, this has been an absolute banger of a class and it continues to impress. Look how close they are going into the first turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? That was Sophie Elwood, I think, in there in one of the moment. Doing it for Crucial, Megan Roy, Sabina Ashman, Ruby Moores. Here comes Lexi Waite, working her way around the outside. She doesn't know the meaning of giving up, but out in front of the minute, doing it for Crucial is Sophie Elwood. She's leaving the door open for Megan Roy into the final corner. Shuts it again with a bit of a clunk as she comes down the final straight. Elwood, Roy, Ashman. Elwood's going to get the win. Sophie Elwood for Crucial takes the national win in the 15 girls.
The 14-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their eighth final. We've got Oliver James, Harvey Tomlinson, Freddie Entwistle, Luke Wilcox, Ben Larkins, Amos Guppy, Heath Thomas, and Kai Bowen. "14-year-old boys hit the track. The World Fives out of lane number one, and he wants to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Bowen leads it out. Thomas threads it underneath. Larkins in the turn. It is Bowen, Thomas, Larkins in that order. Wilcox is in there, and about five is behind Amos Guppy into the turn. But the battle is out from Bowen. Oh, Bowen gets it all wrong. Has Thomas got enough for him into the final turn? Bowen just about defending right out of the final corner. Kai Bowen, he's going to hang on to it by the looks of things. Yes, he is. Heath Thomas, Ben Larkins in that order. Amos Guppy in there for four.
Right, 16-year-olds. We have got Jay Teal, Simpson Davis, Josh Williams, James Clitheroe, Thomas Miller, Finn Phillips, Curtis Copeland, Finley Hoff, and Thomas Doran.
Sometimes I think standing here is not the best idea when these boys are coming back. We've got to be on our guard.
Right, 16-year-olds heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. Clitheroe's in the middle. Thomas Doran as well. Here comes Finley Hoff, threading the needle. Copeland's got underneath. Oh, Clitheroe gets pushed high. So Doran out in one, Hoff in there in two, Copeland in three. That looks like, oh, Finn Phillips has gone right round the outside. He's in there in four. We're battling with Copeland for a spot. Oh! In and out we go. Jay Teal, Simpson Davis, James Clitheroe. All right, Finn. Yeah. And I wouldn't mind, me and Lewis have just said, this might not be the safest place to stand. We might have to move.
I've also lost my bottle of water now as well.
Yes, can we ask the spectators to go behind the fences, please? If your legs are the wrong side of the fence, can you make sure they are the right side? Thank you. Hang on a minute. I need a drink after that. So. Oh, it was a squeaky bum moment, if ever there was one. Right, where are we up to? 16-year-old girls. Is this a whole shot one? Let me have a look at my list.
Possibly. Yes. No.
Is it? Yes, it is. Oh, hang on. Well, there was 50 quid up for that one, so I don't know who won that. No, right, okay. Just so we know. We'll let them review the video for the winner of that one. Right, 16-year-old girls. Lacey Bird, Molly Simpson, Esme Brooke, Jamie Owens, Annabelle Charlton, Rosie O'Brien, Fumia Dermy Hepburn, and Lily Phillips. Right, 16-year-old girls leave the game. Rosie O'Brien for Preston. Look at this, right in the middle of the pack, heading towards turn number one. Picking up the whole shot. Oh, Lily Phillips just diving underneath. Fumia Dermy Hepburn's hit the deck. Annabelle Charlton came unclipped. That claimed Molly Simpson as well. Oh, Lily Phillips has dropped it. Going into the corner. That leaves it wide open now for Esme Brock. But Rosie O'Brien's getting in there as well. O'Brien, Brook, 1 and 2. Is this going to be a first national win for Rosie O'Brien? Taking it to the line, taking the win. Esme for 2. Oh my word.
That one had it all. Masters are up on the gate for their A final. We have got Dale Scott, Billy Irwin, Martin Brown, Scott Beaumont, Matthew Bourne, David James, Daniel White, and John Lillingston. Masters hit the track, he's looking busy down the hill, but Lillingston's on the inside. Here comes Daniel White, he triples into the turn, elbow bashing with Beaumont on the exit of the corner. It's White, Bourne, Beaumont, 3 abreast, heading for turn number 2. Bourne right round the outside, he makes it stick. Bourne leads it out. Beaumont's getting busy. Here comes Irwin. He's looking for a bit of elbow bashing into the corner. Beaumont chasing down Bourne as they go in and out of that final turn. Bourne, Beaumont, who's going to get it? Has Beaumont got enough left in the tank? That one's going to be close. Irwin for a top 3 finish.
Right, 30 plus females.
It's a whole shot. Is that a whole shot one? Yeah. He just says 30 plus. It's a cruise. No.
Right, okay. 50 quid up for the first person into the first turn. 3 riders for this one. Annie Chiziwa, Fwong Clements, Savannah Carver. And Fwong's not racing. So it's a 2-rider drag race. Right, Savannah Carver and Annie Chiziwa battling for the 50 quid. Who's going to get it into turn number 1? Sab's going to pick up the whole shot, 50 quid richer. She's paying for the takeaway on the way home. She's in there in what? Annie Chiziwa in 2. Sav's going to lead it into that second corner. Here she comes down that third straight aboard that GT OS20. You know I love an OS20 bike. Savannah Carver in and out the turn. Looking like she's going to take the win. Annie Chiziwa in 2. Sav gets it. Annie for the 2. Sav wins 50 quid. Gary's already on the phone to the Chinese ordering his chow mein.
Vets up on the gate for their A final. We've got Martin Parr, George Salmond, Adam Boudet, Danny Taylor, Fraser Watson, Matt Barnard, Ben Martinez, and Zoltan Boudet. Gate goes down, Vets hit the track, heading for turn number 1. Martinez on the inside, looking like he might pick up the whole shot into the corner. Martinez leads it. Here comes the 2-plate of Zoltan Boudet. He's carved in the corner, looking to work his way in front of Martinez into turn 2. Watson, though, looks up the inside himself and works his way from 3 to 2. So it's Martinez, Watson, 1 and 2, Boudet going 3 and 4. It is Zoltan, then Adam in and out of the final corner, looking like Barnard's in 5, Danny T's in 6. Ben Martinez going to wrap up that Vets win, though.
Next up, the Grand Veteran A final. Gary Carver, Fitzroy Bryce even. It's been a long day, I can't speak. John Bentley, Julian Turnbar Allen, Craig Nelly Nelson, Brett Archibald, Darren Reedy, and Alan Hill. Grand Veterans heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Hilly on the inside. Reedy right there behind him. Brett Archibald getting involved as well. Craig Nelson inside the top 4. Julian Allen banging bars with Gary Carver. Here comes John Bentley as well. In there in 7 as he got in and out of the turn. Alan Hill, national win number 2,948,000. In and out the final corner. He's going to get it. Reedy for the 2. Archibald for the 3. Craig Nelson is going to pick up that 4, but Hilly, box tick, job done.
17 to 18-year-olds are up on the gate for their A final. We've got Samuel Day, Eddie the Hitman Cannons, Jaden Seward, George Gerard, Ben Fitzsimmons, Jake Adcock, Ruben Smith, and Arne Esselman. 17 to 18-year-olds hit the track. Esselman's out of lane 1, but George Gerard is shot out of the cannon into the turn. Esselman throws it underneath. It's getting busy. They're neck and neck. It's Gerard, Esselman, Seawood. 1, 2, 3 heading into turn number 2. Jake Adcock's in there in about 4, receiving an elbow from Ruben Smith, but it's out front with the Hard Knocks crew. Gerard leads it. Esselman looks up the inside, didn't quite make it happen. He's now stuck in traffic. Gerard, Esselman in that order down to the stripe. Smith looked like he nicked a top 3 finish on the line.
17 to 29 at female. We have got Ellie Featherston, Emily Green, Lily Chiziwa, Megan Duhigg, Megan Kirby, Caitlin Ellis, Mika Pritchard, and Olivia Firth. The girls are heading down the hill. Emily Green back to BMX after a layoff. Good to see her on track. Ellie Featherston picking up the whole shot. Lily Chiziwa in there in 3. Megan Duhigg in 4. Kids. Caitlin Ellis in there in 5. Megan Kirby in 6. In and out we go. Ellie Featherston leading it into the turn. Looking like she's going to pick up another national win. Emily Green for the 2. Lily Chiziwa for the 3, and Megan Duhigg rounding out the top 4.
The last of the whole shot classes for the day is lined up on the gate. The 19 to 29-year-old men. We have got Billy Luckhurst, Ross Sharp, Ollie Cope, Josh Wallace, Connor Hudson, Tyrese Bradshaw, Callum Chard Maple, and Hayden Green. The 19-29-year-old Tarago headed for the turn. Bradshaw Mabo UK looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot award. He's going to come on clips in and out of the turn. Bradshaw, Maple, they're 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Sharp in there in 3. Looking up the inside in turn number 2, and he's made it happen underneath Maple. So it's Bradshaw. Here comes Hayden Green. He wants a piece of the top 3 pie. Bradshaw, though, leads it out. Looking like he's going to pick up the ODI 100 quid down to the stripe, and another national win for the year. Bradshaw, Sharp. Put your hands together for Callum Sharp Maple, ladies and gents.
Right, Junior Open. I'll do Junior Open, you can do the last thing. I'll do them tomorrow. Right, Junior Open, I think this is Moto 4, so it's all down to points. Got no idea how they sit, so I'll just make it up as I go along. Ned Penny, Danny Jake Monforte, Harvey Fawcett, Gabe Simpson, Louis Tay Edwards, Jared Hill, Jimmy Criddle, and Flynn Drellincourt. Here we go with the Junior Open heading down the hill. It's total points for this one. Not sure how it sits, but I'm pretty sure that Jimmy Criddle won't be far from the front. He's in there in 1. Fawcett back there in about 5. Oh! Fawcett got a nudge. Ejecto Cito Cuz, and down he went. Criddle still picking up the pieces. He's out front at the minute. Monforte in 2, flying Flynn Drellincourt in 3. Jared Hill's going to go through for that second spot. Ned Penny takes to the skies. Oh, my words. The riders came together as they came out of turn number 1. Harvey Fawcett got locked up with another rider. Absolutely nowhere to go. Couldn't get away. And just exploded over that step up out of turn number 1. Let's hope he's all right.
Phone call as I leave here, so I'll be home in an hour and 45.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, you still got so yeah. So Harvey's all right. He stood up. Let's hear it for him.
Championship women hit the track. Chalice hit the gate, heading towards turn number 1. Looking like Harvey's had a great start. She's going to pick it up into the turn. Harvey, Chalice, 1 and 2. That looks like Rendell Todd in there in 3, backs in 4. Heading for turn number 2. Who's going to get it? Is it go in and back out again? It's all about Sienna Harvey at the moment. Freya Chalice isn't done yet though. Has she got enough left? Heading for the final turn. Right round the outside, doing it the hard way. Freya Chalice, she's going to pick up the win down the final straight. Here comes Elsa Rendell Todd, looking like she's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. Harvey goes through in 3. The final of the day is up on the gate. These are your superclass men. Riding out of Crucial Racing, Taylor Hunt. For Team Mabo UK, Jay Boville. Out of Ultimate, Brad Russell. Riding for Concept Mabo, Matt Hutz. Out of GT Factory, Harry Tanner. For Birmingham BMX Club, Josh Marnham. Out of Stay Strong, Clark and Ken, Carl Strickland. And riding for Pure Bicycles, Quillen Isidore. The final of the day is the track. Isidore's on the inside. He's got Marlon right there with him into the turn. Strickland's here as well. Isidore, Strickland, Marlon, 1, 2, 3. But they're queuing up next to Marlon. It's getting busy. There's elbows flying. Here comes Bouville. Round the outside, works his way from 6th to 4th. Isidore, Strickland, Tanner, Bouville, 1, 2, 3, 4. In and out of that final corner. Pure Bicycles. Quillen Isidore, 164 on the plate. He's going to take that national win. Tanner for 2. That one was busy on the line for 3, 4, and 5.
All right, folks, that wraps up your racing for today. Thank you for supporting the BC BMX National Series here in Manchester. Wherever you are heading to this evening, please have a safe journey. Get some good food down you. Couple of beers. We'll see you in the morning for more of the same. It's going to be a blazing day, quite literally on and off the track. So enjoy yourselves tonight. We will see you tomorrow morning.